Good morning, good afternoon. Hope we are doing well. Obviously, Thunderpick South America playoffs underway. Obviously, I'm Zola, joined by the wonderful Hayes, otherwise known as Matt. Give us a smile, give us a wave. How are you feeling heading
Hello,
into today's
fella.
game?
Yeah, I mean, all the better for being alongside you. I see you got a new cut
Aww.
on the lid there, looking clean,
Yeah,
looking
gotta.
dapper. Yeah, every now and again, just got to head over to the barber. Mine's fairly overdue, as my girlfriend's been saying. But anyway, good to be back for some Counter-Strike. I've actually had a couple days off, I had
Oh,
about a week, which
nice.
is weird when you work with CCT. You just always wake up, open the calendar. What
Yeah.
have I got going on today? Crust in the eyes. Oh, okay. Keen stars. Looking forward to it. But no, I'm keen, man. It's good to be here.
Yeah, and look, I actually jumped the gun there. It's not playoffs; it's obviously the Swiss stage. But I'm excited for today's games because I think there's got a bit of action to be seen in Group B because we've got some high-ranked teams. We've got some expectations from teams like 9Z that obviously were kind of known to be this super team from South American region, kind of pushing for top 10 at times in the past. And there's been a bit of a fall from the top. I think they've been dethroned from the I guess the
Because they were
so,
in the region.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I'm excited for today's games, and I like the kind of the format we have. I think a lot of the time we're used to these Swiss stages. But I do quite like a kind of a double Elim kind of bracketed groups. I think it's quite nice. You get a lot of the time you get to see some rematches as well, which was always nice to see. Let's say we see Keed Stars and 9Z both take it and then they lose, and then you might see that same kind of rematch, and it leaves for a lot of storylines, a lot of excitement, and a lot to be seen. Obviously, we can bring up Group A for those who are only just tuning in now. We have already seen the two teams progress, obviously being Red Canids and Bestia. Obviously, quite a lot of 2-0s, right? Hopefully, we see some 3-mappers. Hopefully, we see some kind of closer games for today's schedule. But speaking of today's schedule, you've already alluded to it. It's Keed Stars against Flamengo to kick things off. And look, Matt, we haven't really got that much time before we head into the action. So why don't we just have a little bit of a chat about this first game? We can have a talk of the teams. But what are your initial thoughts of this match?
Well, the first thing I will say is coming back to the point you're mentioning about the group and how it's set up with the double Elim or that double setting in the group. I think it's like a lower bracket basically.
Yeah.
I love this setup, and I always think you pretty consistently get the teams that should make it through, that do make it through. We could see that in Group A with Red Canids and Bestia, and then I look at this group and I think even though they have an opening match against each other, I think I'm backing 9Z and Bounty Hunters as the two teams to progress through from Group B. So
no love for Flamengo. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of Cutsmeretz, their IGL. I just think that they're struggling on an individual level, and in fact, I think that's going to be a massive theme throughout the series on both of these teams as we do start to discuss the roster. VSM CSGO Tattoo, of course, a classic, but he is actually by far the best player on this Flamengo roster. He's the one guy who is consistently putting up really good numbers. Everybody else is kind of either like below par or maybe just scratching on par around him. And I think there just has to be an elevation in the firepower department share in this team.
Yeah, obviously, I really like the Flamengo CS roster. As a Chelsea fan, I've not got much love for Flamengo name, as they did beat us the other day. So I feel like I'm watching this, maybe supporting the CS team behind a bit of hatred, a bit of anger from the footballing world. But yeah, as you say, VSM, he's been really important to this roster, has had a lot of impact. I feel like Cutsmeretz, although when it comes to kind of individual performance and frags, it's not really come through. The amount of impact that he'll bring kind of within just the server himself. The kind of newest edition of Delboni, I think he's still kind of trying to figure out where he sits in this roster and kind of what roles he's going to be taking on. Look, I think it's a decent side. I think it's certainly a team that can win and certainly a team that can do it here. But we'll flip to the Keed Stars roster because this is a team that we can talk a little bit more about. Obviously, they were that kind of ex-swingers team or kind of swingers in general. There's a lot of positive names, in this roster. But I think a lot of the time when you look at this team, it has kind of always really been Dash. You look at Ninjas, you look at Vidabeast, you look at Flash, all below a 0.9 rating in the last couple months. It's been really tough, hasn't it?
That's kind of where I'm going with it. It's not, I mean, yeah, sure, those three in particular do have really low ratings, but the highest rating outside of Dash is 1.04. That's on Leo DRK. This game is how I'm keen to dress it up as, is basically Dash versus VSM, because they're the two kingpins on opposite sides of the server that are going to be locking horns. Of course, you've got VSM on the rifle. You've got Dash who's going to be on the AWP. So we've got some contrasting roles in that regard. But I'm like, who can stand up around these players? Because those two are almost a given that they're going to be pitching up. But what's up with like Ninjas at 0.83, Vidabeast sub 1.0, 0.85 on Flash? I mean, normally if you look at a team, there might be one guy who's like struggling and having tough times as of late and is below that like 1.0 rating kind of thing. But to have 3 guys below that rating and 2 of them below 0.9 is, it's like, how are you carrying that kind of weight and still winning games, you know?
Yeah, Flash is a very new name to HLTV. Obviously, you know, when it comes to just the amount of games he's played, I believe it's 23 maps I think he's played in total in his whole career. 46 actually, but 23 in the last couple of months. You know, it's still a very new name to the scene, still quite young. So I think Keydstars, they can have success. And actually, I think Vinabeast's stats are a little bit skewed. I think he can have a lot more success than the stats do say. Obviously, though, we've seen this head-to-head a fair few times over the last couple months. And obviously for Flamengo, it has been victory all across the board. They've played 11 maps in the last 3 months, only dropping 1 of them. So obviously in these 5 series, we've seen 4 2-0s and a 2-1. And obviously the one loss they did have, it was a 16-14 loss overtime on Ancient. So I think when you look at it like that, we are teeing things up to not only be kind of a lot of individuals needing to step up for Keydstars, but also when you look at the past and you look at kind of how these rosters have played against one another in the past, it has been a lot going the way of Flamengo. But look, this is going to be a game where Keydstars maybe want to make the right impression. Look, I feel like they're a team that we could kind of say are, I guess, the least likely to qualify through Group B. We know the positive as a team like 9Z, like Bounty Hunters, Flamengo as well on that upward trajectory. So I think for Keydstars, maybe this is a kind of a proving point to say, okay, well, you overlooked us, you overstated that we wouldn't make it through, and now we're going to look to completely surprise. But something that will take a big effect of the chances of success here for Keydstars are going to be those vetoes, aren't they? Because I think there's a lot of turbulence with these vetoes, because we know that both Dust, Mirage, and Inferno kind of feature in these vetoes in the past for Keydstars, yet you look at the win rates, you look at the sample size, they're very poor. So I don't know really where Keydstars are going to go, and obviously both Nuke and Inferno are here, so this is such a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Nuke has actually often been a specialty of Katsmaret's as an IGL, so he's not going to be too upset that it's been picked. I mean, they haven't had the greatest results lately, but it's almost always in all of his team's wheelhouse. And the Mirage pick makes tons of sense. It's actually a pretty similar conversation in the opposite direction in terms of how it's also an okay map for Keydstars. So when you look at the decider, though, that's where it starts to get a bit questionable for Keydstars. They've only played Inferno twice in the past 3 months, albeit more recently. So it feels like maybe they are kind of integrating the map into their pool at the moment. They got a win over 2 game and a loss against Sharks. Not too bad on the record there. But they'll be going up against a team who are proficient on Inferno and have got their sort of systems and protocols all ironed out. So I think with Flamengo being the favorites in the series and having a favorable map pool, this definitely plays in towards them having a good time in the series.
Yeah, well, I think they're, you know, one of the favorites because of the map pool as well. We knew that either Mirage or Dust were going to be picked from them because of just the high win rate, high sample size. So I think it's a tough one, but I guess we're going to see how things do unfold on Nuke, because Keydstars, it's kind of a must win. But here we have it going into it. Are we thinking Keydstars, if they lose Nuke, it's done? Or are we still holding out hope for positives on Mirage? Because they can find Mirage, but it's been really tough for them.
Yeah, I'd say that Keydstars, that does kind of feel like it's a win condition to get the job done here on Nuke. They have that buffer going into Mirage. And it looks like they're just going to try and open up with quite an aggressive pistol round. Ninjas has already had the fight forced on him. He's the one who's carrying the smoke grenade. He's been dropped quite early here. That could just throw a bit of a spanner into the works for the plan that they had in place.
Yeah, definitely. Flashbang. Oh, it's actually just a decoy to remove.
Great
progress
bait.
Out of heart. Yeah, it's lovely. Vinabeast just tucked away. Look, I think a lot of these T-side pistols, you see the T's looking to set up utility. VSM just gets a freebie. But they're looking to set up utility, and very rarely they'll see the CTs aggress. And we saw it from history, completely caught someone off guard there. So I quite like the proactive approach that Flamengo are taking, even on this pistol. Obviously, with the man advantage, Katsmaret's does need to be worried about main, but for now, slightly tasked with finding Vinabeast. Oh, he just needs to line up the kill. It's such an awkward angle. Unable to do so. Will eventually find Flash. On the back of the bomb site is Danico, but it's a 2 versus 3. That's such an awkward fight, right?
Yeah, it certainly is. Still alive in the round for both these teams, though. A lot of damage that's been done onto the Flamengo players, and they know where both of them are here. Oh man, yeah, Leo will tap down the first. Should be a job done situation, although Delboni, despite his low health, is able to get a frag back, make it a 1v1. At least Vinabeast does have the space to recover the bomb in the meantime. Delboni's going the entire way around.
Yeah, the issue with this whole round is the bomb was dropped on the bomb site. So Keydstars, they seemed kind of forced into those fights. Positioning of Delboni's brilliant. Beast, if he wants to go down the vent, he's going to have to make that decision right now. Still clearing towards main. Will drop down the vent. There is certainly enough time for the bomb plant. Going to get to safety beforehand. Gives just an extra second to Delboni. Worried about ramp now is Beast. Obviously, Heaven was the point of contention before. He's still holding towards ramp. Spotted. Oh, not found though.
No.
Okay, Delboni just needed to take his time. He was never going to get seen or found. Will still win the round. So I guess the speed on the trigger hasn't cost him, but it certainly could have done.
Oh, man, I mean, I feel like that round was just a roller coaster ride for both of these teams, just going back and forth throughout. So many times it could have kind of swung in either team's favor. There's history probably just overextending a little bit, and then with this collapse on the A-bomb side, I'm thinking it's looking great for Keedstars. Good patience from Beast a couple times, really well positioned to catch off his opponents. And then they couldn't finish off the job against the two low health players. They'd almost done all the hard work had Keedstars.
Yeah, you look at some of the kills that Keedstars did get. It was the kind of re-aggressing history, VSM pushing through ramp. It's not as though they had to work super hard for those frags, but yeah, nice from Flamengo. Obviously, with the bomb plant, we are going to be seeing a fast play here, but spotted out of Squeaky as ninjas. Delboni could just send a nade here. So much damage into the smoke, but they're using it to blow it open instead of just find the frag. Maybe not realizing how low he truly is. Outside, there's going to be contact. Surely, how have we not seen a kill? There's 3 players crossing a smokeless outside, and the first frag found comes from Keedstars.
Yeah, quite a lot of damage has been done, though. Noko wants to go searching. We've seen this a few times from the Flamengo players already, as early as the pistol in the follow-up round here. They've clearly got a lot of extra room on their leash where they have that sort of license to go searching, but honestly, it's cost them quite heavily.
Yeah, but look at the amount of health on some of these players. No, okay, yes, you've got Leo and Flash pretty healthy, but the rest so low, and that's why they're the pistols. I just hope that we see the pistols looking to take contact first, and we don't see the rifles head their way up.
Oh, it looks like they're going to pivot away from the speed bomb site. They're trying to sell the fake.
Oh, VSM, he's got to look back in now.
They've opened up the door for him,
yeah,
though.
I see no value to this. History can find one of the rifles. This is going to spiral so massively out of control for Keedstars. Look at Kutzmaretz's position. He can cut off this whole thing. We'll find Ninja's history as well. They can take down the bomb carrier. It goes so wrong. A team kill in the mix as well from Flash. But it's the lack of HP. It's the fact they open those doors up as well. Just so many finite mistakes there made from Keedstars.
It was also a nice gamble, it must be said. It was a nice gamble from Flamengo to depart the B-bomb site, because there was even that little bit of a fake thrown into the mix, and it was only VSM who was down at that point. You'd already had Kutzmaretz rotate back up, and you had that other player already in position. So when you're down 5v3, CT side Nuke up, CT side any map, you've got to go for some sort of a gamble to keep yourself in the round. And they read the fact that Keedstars try and pivot away from B back up to A. Really good work from them. That was the big difference maker. And now they should be able to breathe a little bit easier. I say that, but Flash has just shoved himself down Denoko's throat.
Yeah, you cannot overstate how impressive these Deagles can be. We see it from time to time. We see it in nearly every round. And Desh going to get a freebie onto history, surely. Just needs to line it up. Okay, very quick, but he will just go for the body spam, and it connects. Still, although a 2-man advantage, we know Flash has been chipped away at. No rifles been retrieved. Unarmored on plenty. Expectations are still that this round will go the way of Flamengo, but I think we could see still a fair few more casualties. Delboni does have an HE grenade and a Molotov. He spots out one. He can back away and set the HE, and oh, okay, a triple spray. He knows there's one more here as well, I believe. It was Flash that he saw. It was an MP9 in hand. Whether he would have realized that, I doubt, but still, look at the positioning of Delboni.
Oh man, he's just cleaned it up. What a beautiful quad kill coming through from him. And it looked like, again, the round was going to get a bit scrappy there for a second. Keedstars going up 5v3 in their full eco, but it's going to be some individual brilliance from Delboni that saves the day. Don't give up any more lives here, fellas. You don't have much money in the bank. And this is supposed to be the round where you do start to mass up some cash for the Beast. I appreciate the fit there. Goes for the sidearm, step out, but can't connect on that one shot. Delboni will ace. And it's a good start for Flamengo on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, great round. Look, I think when you've got 4 players towards red box there, Delboni completely out in the open, but when he backs away, he realizes that, okay, no one can swing me from close main now. I've kind of cut off that idea. They're going to be going into a bit of a funnel. Obviously, the Deagles trying to get that trade, but all it takes is just one bullet connecting and the shot becoming so difficult without that Kevlar. So, nice there from Delboni. Again, though, as you say, when it goes to that 5 versus 3, we're kind of expecting a little bit more damage, maybe 1 or 2 more kills to come through from Keydstars. VSM been looking to get aggressive in quite a lot of these rounds, and it has gone against him a few times, but Cutsmaret's catching off Leo, just playing behind the smoke. Flashbang to come through. Cutsmaret's not quick enough to realize, so a free kill for Ninjas. Great way to get it back to a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, good confidence there on that pop flash play through the smoke. That's a really good way to get the kill back, because you know that guy's an absolute dead man every day of the week if he does get blinded up by the flash.
Yeah.
3v3, but they still have 2 players in the A bomb site right now. Delboni's going to be scaling up. With damage, he's got support there as well. Does he even need the support is the question. Oh, Delboni's even going to be able to scale back through the smoke and keep himself alive. That's criminal. Yeah,
great information as well on Ninjas. And look, it seemed like Ninjas wanted to tuck away, didn't want to go for the initial re-swing. Delboni was completely caught off guard. He was transitioning up and, you know, from Tetris, looking to get on top hut. Somehow, not only has he got a kill, but he's been able to back away. Obviously, a lot of it that was because of Danico just firing off, just keeping his teammate alive. But yeah, Flamengo are going to find a 4th, an expected 5th as well, as it should just be the Tech 9s. Obviously, all conditioned on winning this one. And okay, yes, it is a 3 versus 1, but with the B-bomb site open for the taking, as history is currently in vent, this could work out nicely. Ninjas, he's only got 20 seconds, and I feel like the only way he wins this round is he's got to find history before planting, but 14 seconds, it makes it an impossibility. He's going to have to molly single door, but he goes for the double door molly. History might be a little bit worried to tap the bomb, but he won the round, and he finds the frag as well. Even if history goes down, the round is found by them, and if anything, it would have messed with the finances even more from Keydstars. So, 4-0 start for Flamengo. A great beginning here for Nuke, as we already touched upon. Keydstars, if they don't find it, that's where it looks like we could be seeing a 2-0, or even if not a 2-0, even if they can find Mirage, we know the difficulties that Inferno does pose for Keydstars.
I will say, I really like the work there from History, just doubling up with VSM, pushing ramp early on to get the opening kill, and he's the guy who closes out the round as well. Now, he's not actually a core member of this Flamengo roster, and that's something that we need to discuss, but not right now, because it's a big fast push into the A bomb site coming through from Keydstars. Has been shut down initially, though. I wonder if they've got a second wave in them. It's going to be really difficult to try and traverse these smokes. In fact, Ninjas has managed. He's dropped down the vent with the bomb, but History's on the scene.
Yeah, the problem is they lose 2 picks, so even if he wants to try and plant the bomb on B, there's always going to be a rotation. Because of the amount of utility that's been sent, there's always that idea, okay, well, they could have made their way, obviously, down towards the lower side. The bomb has been spotted towards outside. It's been found as well, and it leaves Leo and Desh in an impossible scenario, as they can peek at any moment. Leo's max 10, all that remains. Oh, Danico, he could spot if he just peeks a little wider. But look, it's a great performance so far from Flamengo. And look, yes, there's been a few rounds where money's been a bit of a problem. They haven't had all too many survivors, but the finance is going to be incredible after this one. Danico should get this kill every day of the week. Leo, he's never going to expect this off angle, and he also can't back away safely. So Flamengo find 5. They keep 5 alive as well. And for Keydstars, not really anything to write home about here.
Yeah, they've had a couple opportunities in some of these rounds, but they haven't been able to convert them. You think about the pistol and you think about the force buy that followed. They had the 5v3. I mean, obviously, you got to be a lot more charitable in the 5v3 that they managed to muster up in the eco round that they had, because those are still always difficult to finish off when you don't get like guns or positional control off the back of the kills. But like I was saying, History is now standing in for Misfit here in Flamengo. Now, History is a stud AWPer. This guy is a really solid AWPer. He hasn't played much recently. His team before this was Fluxo, and obviously just haven't seen much in the past like 3-4 months. So I guess he might be a little bit cold in the official server, just not having had the reps lately. But this guy's a really good AWPer, and I feel like he could be a very good sort of addition to the team alongside VSM in that fragging department. I mean, Delboni having a great time of it now, but just mean in general. I mean, Misfit was fine with the AWP, but he wasn't lighting the server on fire like History can. And we've got some ex-teammates going up against each other. History and Ninjas would have played alongside each other in Arctic, if I'm not mistaken. And then we've also got both VSM and Leo, who would have played in that Fluxo team together that dominated CCT Season 1. So it was always fun to see. Yeah,
definitely. Obviously, we have seen one map out of History, played against Keydstars, actually, on Mirage a few weeks ago. I'm guessing just in a stand-in basis. He had a 1.38 rating, so I think, okay, yeah, he might be a bit cold on the officials. The one game that we have seen from him, he played pretty well. So, Obviously, we're unsure whether this is just going to be a standing basis, whether this is kind of maybe a roster change. We know that Flamengo have undergone some changes.
I will say the name Misfit not looking great right now. After you've been benched or replaced, just doesn't read too well. That's how it goes though.
Yeah. Well, look, I feel like there's always a lot of turnover in the South American scene, though, isn't there? It seems like there's a roster change in every series that we see.
Huge amounts of competition for all the spots. It's true. Yeah, very little consistency. But look at this again. History now going searching with the Zor posted on the angle, finds his opposite number, drops dash, draws first blood, and this is a key gun run. That's what I was going to say. Big gun run here for Keystars to try and keep themselves in the hunter on Nuke. Yet to open up their account, but Ninjas gets an important frag back. Kutsmarets goes venturing outside, gets a kill, but he wasn't able to get out of dodge. That's the key.
Yeah, obviously. I think the really nice thing to see is History is going to be playing with a level of freedom on the CT side, because it's not as though there's going to be protocols in place with him playing. It's not as though there's little strats or little gimmicks that they've got for History, and he might not even know them yet. So I feel like there is going to be kind of a lot of kind of freedom and also a lot of solo plays from him, because he's going to be given that freedom. You know, when you stand in for a roster, a lot of the time the expectations for you are fairly low. So I think if he can just have little moments of success, little spurts of brilliance, that's all they can ask for. And right now, Flash, 12 HP, 1v3, 9 seconds, never to win it. They double rotate down just on the off chance that someone has slipped through ramp. But no, it's just going to be the save here. And Flamengo goes 6-0 up. What can you do here if you're Keystars?
That is a good question, because I feel like Flamengo have just been getting better and better as the map's been going on. It kind of feels like they've shifted into gear, and they're playing on their own terms. You've got History who's going searching with the Norp. He's getting a kill. You've got Kutsmarets who's making plays outside. We highlighted it from the word go that Flamengo are playing a fairly expansive CT side right now, and Keystars, ironically, on the T side, are actually struggling to contain the CT side. So do they just try and puff their chest out a little bit more and welcome those fights that are being thrown at them? Do they maybe regress and just try and compact themselves a bit? What's the response here? Not going to see much of one in this round. It's a bit of a half investment. Smoke broken open kindly for History. Ninjas doesn't have his gun out in the moment. He's going to break it open again, and this time he collects the kill.
Yeah, look, I think the best way that Keystars can deal with this Flamengo kind of strengthened defenses and their proactive approach is actually just look to go fast towards A. We talk about how these fast A's can really contain the CT AWP, but nice find from Desh, though. His hero AWP has been so effective. He's found 2 picks. He's got them that man advantage now. But as I was trying to say, just go for these fast A's, kind of contain and try and keep History quiet, because that's when you can have that success. Nice positioning here for Danico. CTs might feel like they've got to go searching here, but Vinabeast could give his life up. Oh, he's just been spotted on the shoulder. A little bit of damage. Flashbang will come as well. Pre-fire from Danico's brilliant. Back to a 3-on-3 with knowledge of Vinabeast and Desh's position.
Yeah, great work from Danoco to contain them. Keystars can't afford to stall out here. Are they still going to try and commit down ramp into B? What's the play going to be? Where do they look to try and finish off the round?
I'd like to see Kutsmarets actually take some space towards lobby. Maybe History send a flash into Hut, because they feel very, very static right now. Flamengo have got no idea of where they're going to be heading. And with Danico maneuvering down towards vents, he's not going to get any of this early information. And actually, the fact that Keystars don't have any utility, it could help them, because it means that they're still silent in their approach. Bomb plant is going to be tough, though. Planting behind the boxes, Vinabeast having to maneuver. He just needs to find him. And that's the round over. Round is done. Danico doubles. And now Desh, hoping to save this AWP, should be able to do so. But 7-0 is the scoreline. Keystars, this is your map selection. Certainly doesn't seem like it, though, does it?
I mean, the problem is you get these super one-sided scorelines in these games sometimes. This one isn't really an accurate reflection of how close some of these rounds have been, though. I feel like Keystars have had a number of advantages in these rounds that they just haven't been able to convert, unfortunately. And this one is one of the more egregious of the lot as well. I mean, you've got double door covered. Why are you planting exposed to single door at that point? It doesn't make any sense. And I think that's just a bit of a costly one. Like you highlighted earlier, we've seen just a few costly, minutiae mistakes being made here by Keystars.
Yeah.
And they can't afford to suffer many more losses in this first half. I mean, they're going to at least have a gun round here. But if they lose this, man, you can almost just start to kiss the map away at that point.
Yeah, pretty much. And look, in these, I've said that these two teams have faced off against each other 5 times in the last few months. It's interesting. This is the first time that Nuke has featured, and it's not because Flamengo have been looking to ban it. their ban has been training every single series. So it seems like Keyed Stars maybe have kind of realized, okay, well, we've worked on a Nuke over the last couple months. We feel like we can take them. And obviously, there hasn't been that much Nuke played from Flamengo in the last couple months. But obviously, as you mentioned, Cuts Moretz, you know, he loves this map. It's kind of his second home, I assume.
Yeah.
And I think that's the problem with picking maps like Nuke and also picking maps like Inferno in this region, because I feel like however much you might win on sample size or win rate or anything like that, those two maps are probably the two most loved maps within this region. And I feel like the fact that Inferno is that third map and Nuke's, you know, the pick, Flamengo have got two really good choices in their kind of non-map picks. So
exactly, and they're the favorites, so good luck.
Just everything's going their way.
For sure.
And obviously you might say, okay, well, Flamengo are playing with a stand-in. Why are we favoring them so much? This is still a player that has had, you know, a lot of experience still. Yes, he's 21 years old, but history, he's 7-2. He's doing a really good job. But
I mean, the thing is, on paper, he's actually an upgrade. It's just the fact that he's not so familiar with the rest of the team's sort of plays that they like to bring to the map, right?
And I think maybe we'll see a little bit more of that being a negative on the T side, when I feel like you are going to need a kind of stronger tactical...
Yes, that's true. You can't just give them a role and say, listen, you're going to play here, do what you need to do.
Yeah.
Every round is different on the T side, so you'll have to kind of integrate him into every single round.
Honestly, though, you just send him in first. I know Cuts and Rats is usually the kind of looking for those openers, but I feel like right now they're 7-0 up. I think they should probably find 9. I think Keyed Stars, I'm saying they're going to find 3. Maybe that's a little bit too generous from me, but Ninjas is in a great position. She's got to take this space. Oh, he's very quick there.
Doesn't just take the space, he takes the head as well. And he can really now collapse on the safe bomb side. He's not activating though. His teammates are all just dropping like flies. He hasn't swung, he hasn't peeked. Mate, they know about you. You're the one who has to continue to apply the pressure. I mean, what he's thinking is they're all going to be looking at me. But the problem is, as soon as his first teammate dies there, you just have to just barrel yourself in and try and join in with your teammates.
Look, you've got a decent flank. You're facing off against the AWP. Why have you just decided to kill him straight away?
That's also a good question.
I think, look, not only was he quite late to take his timing, but if anything, it worked out for him. I think if you're deep towards heaven and you're low HP, if you're not confident with finding that first kill and then swinging out of heaven, you shouldn't be looking to find that kill straight away. It would, if anything, it would be better for him to convey that information to his team. Then they can send kind of appropriate utility to deal with that position. But yeah, bit of a misstep there. That has given 8, potentially 9 here. Oh, both players caught with util in hand, but the rotation could be enough. Delboni still sat in the smoke. Vinabeast will get the trade man advantage now, in fact, for Keyed Stars. And this is the first round that it seems like they have control. They have a chance. Vinabeast, though, he's the one with the bomb. He's been spotted. Another molly landing. There's nades everywhere.
Oh man, so much utility barreling on the say bomb site, but the kills will be collected by Vinabeast. Good headshots, and finally, Keyed Stars will break their duck as they're able to get around on the board here. Just brute force into the A bomb site. I mean, I was even shocked that, was it Delboni at the back of the bomb site was able to even get a kill out of that position before he goes down. I thought he was always going to die with that. It was just actually unfortunate timing. Flamengo, the 2 players on the A bomb site, just get caught off by the pace of that round.
Look, both bring out util at the exact same time. It seems like, okay, finally Keyed Stars have done something good. But don't get me wrong, it's still a positive that you can kind of attribute to them. But as well, if they went half a second earlier or half a second later, I think that round goes the way of Flamengo. So very fortunate there in the timing. But look, Keyed Stars, they finally put pen to paper. They finally got themselves, you know, a round here. And look, if they can find 3, it's still doable. Honestly, even if they get 2, I know 10-2 scoreline, it is completely one-sided. And yes, a pistol round can kind of win you or lose you the game. But I think for Keyed Stars, we know that Flamengo's T-side is going to be a little bit more difficult. I just hope that they can mentally get themselves back into this game, because sometimes when you're 8-0 down, you're on your map pick, you feel like you're not finding any success, it can be a real confidence crusher.
Oh, absolutely. You just got to keep the belief, though. I mean, you can still kind of eke out an 8-4 halftime scoreline here, and then you're still absolutely in the game, right? When the pistol, convert, gun round, all of a sudden it's 8-7. And it's going to be another pacey hit into the safe bomb site. And again, Denoko's been caught in transition. Delboni blinded up on the rafters, only good for 1. It's Vinabeast who has been the beast of these past few rounds for his team. Rampaging onto this A bomb site, yet another multi-kill from him. And I think that's enough. I think that Flamengo probably just going to call it a day here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Look, my biggest issue with Delboni's positioning there is, okay, yeah, he's up on the rafters and he's going to get blinded. The big problem is, I think it's much better for him to hold the angle kind of try and look to find a frag and just stay blinded, because if you're just going to stay up there, there's going to be continual utility. He would have actually found that first pick of the player emerging out of hut. He would have given more time for his teammates to kind of react to it. I think sometimes when you're playing anti-flash up there, you're either waiting for the flashes to stop and they never do. He gets actually the player in hut. He thinks he's just killed the one in main. That is crazy timing. But yeah, I feel like sometimes you've just got to take that fight, and maybe it's more valuable for you to take contact, or, you know, he's got a suppressed weapon. I don't think they'd even know he's up there, but he's not blind at this point. The flashes don't come in until a little bit later. But look, it's a second round from Canids Stars. It's exactly what they need. Here we see this again. Crazy timing. History just has to assume that he's taken down. Oh, that is so rough.
Quite a costly shot as well, though, because he ends up going down as a result. 8-2 Flamengo with a bit of a broken bye coming into this next work. We got the patchwork of in the next round, rather. Got the patchwork of the FAMAS and the MP9 being brought up to plug the gaps. Canids Stars finding some momentum for the first time here on the map. Can they keep it up all the way to the end of the half? Salvage 8-4. I would give them a pretty good fighting chance here, especially considering the state of the game a couple rounds prior.
8-4 is very doable on Nuke, and especially when you take into account they didn't have the pistol. I think sometimes you'll see teams kind of get maybe a 7-5. They'll get 5 on the T side, and you praise it, but then you realize, okay, well, 3 of those rounds actually came from a pistol, a force buy, and then an eco. Whereas, you know, if they find 4 all on gun rounds, it's not the end of the world. It's, you know, at least a real positive to take away. The issue is I still back Flamengo. Yes, there's weaker weapons in this buy, but I still back them here. Great damage from History, able to evade the AWP of Dash. And now this is where Leo is going to feel very locked in, because Kutzmaretz is playing a nice off angle. Leo's got no utility to deal with him. Kutzmaretz is going to back away, though. So it kind of alleviates the difficulty that would have been seen. But History will confirm that kill onto Ninjas. Oh, he's 22 points of health. He's got to be more cautious here. Dropping in. Vinabeast is going so close in the smoke, and he doesn't see him. Scope's too early. Vinabeast again. Vinabeast has been so key here for Canids Stars. Lobby's been taken, but it might not matter. Down towards the lower side they go. Vinabeast can just post here towards Trophy. Delboni surely to be taken down. Never expect him a red box. And this is it. We're going to see an 8-4.
And there we go.
Yeah.
I feel like Vinabeast has been one of the massive catalysts in the fight back here for Canids Stars so far. He's been the guy who's really come alive, and you can just see it in the kill count alone. Everybody else is kind of being dragged, kicking and screaming right now, but he is the one who's doing the dragging, winning rounds for his team, racking up these points right now, and they're alive. They're here on their map pick, and they've done enough now to make this competitive.
Yeah, look, I think obviously Delboni's having a lot of impact, but the difference is on these T-side rounds, if you get a double kill like that, Vinabeast just wins the round already. There's not really much the remaining CTs can do. Again, though, it's nice from History. He's having moments, but it's a little risky play like that from Vinabeast. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely excellent. Was that... How is that not a no-scope? So quick, it didn't even register. Look, Canids Stars, they've got a great chance for this fourth in a row. I think without it, we'd be kind of having those murmurings of, okay, 9-3, maybe it's too far gone. Maybe we're saying a pistol round. If they lose it, it's game over. But no, I've been very impressed with this kind of resilience of Canids Stars. Obviously, as we mentioned, Vinabeast wouldn't really be possible without him, but we were waiting for someone to step up for Canids Stars, weren't we? It's been pretty disappointing from everyone. You look at the individualistic, or kind of the difficulties the individuals have seen here. Kutzmaretz not expecting Vinabeast so close, and again, getting on the kill counter. Surely we just need to see a bit of a rotation from Flamengo, an over-rotation, you might say. VSM gets a freebie here, could double down as well. Danica finds Leo. 3 versus 2 now. A real flip of success, but I love this from Dash. Tech 9 in hand. A-bomb site's completely open. He can volley down the vent as well.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a while before Flamengo are even in a position to start to get the retake underway.
Look at
And in
Flash
the
as
meantime,
well.
Flash is now making moves. I like this in the 3 versus 2 as well. He realizes he's probably got to do something here to find a chance in the round, but VSM has actually read into it. He's cleared locker room before he's committed up heaven. Really good awareness from him. It's just Dash left remaining. Should be a tough 1v3. It's been smoked off. There is a kit in play as well. That's going to make it even more difficult. And they start to kind of piece it together and figure out where he is. There's a player posted on the angle. It'll be VSM. And again, this is another round that we can chalk up to one that Keydstars probably should have won. I mean, I feel like, Fred, that they must have left like 4 rounds on the table, 3 or 4 rounds. 3 I can remember, the pistol, the 3v5 and the force buy afterwards, and then this round here as well was a 3v5 that Keydstars dropped the ball in. So the fact that they still get 9-3 out of the half is pretty good work, but they could have had so much more.
Yeah, not only could they have so much more, they also could have had a lot less. You know, it was that 8-0. If they didn't win these final 3, it's really tough. Honestly, I think there are moments where, yes, Keydstars probably should have converted rounds, but you look at the positioning of some of those players. There was kind of 2 in, you know, in office or kind of in windows, trying to throw utility, a little bit disjointed, no trade potential. We see the timing go really nicely on the vent player. I feel like, obviously, the player towards outside completely out of the round, while it was that kind of 4v3 on the lower side. I think Keydstars, 3 rounds, I don't think they're going to be disappointed from the 8-0 down, but yeah, I think in the same way, there certainly could have been more done. But you look at the big moments, you know, when Delboni got that ace, obviously, towards outside, it was a round like that, okay, yes, expectations aren't that they're going to win it, but it was the fact that Flamengo, until right at the end, they had perfect investments nearly every single round, because even on these half buys, even on these weaker investments, even in these advantage scenarios, we still saw Flamengo. Yes, they might have been disadvantaged, but they're winning the rounds with 3. And obviously, this is another moment like that. 5 versus 3 for Keydstars, and they don't get a single frag after. Without the pistol, I think Keydstars, is safe to say they probably are going to lose here, because all it takes is just one little mistake, and then it's done. But even with the hypothetical of winning the pistol, Flamengo force win that, then the eco, then the first full buy, then the next eco, they're still trailing. It would still be 9-8 for Flamengo. So even with all those hypotheticals coming through for them, they're still going to be behind. So yeah, it's a tough one for Keydstars. This is their map selection. Let's see if they can have what it takes to muster victory here on the CT side.
Well, it will certainly require a pistol round. That is just goes without saying. And Ninjas with his Julius is going to be able to get a kill. He's down to a single point of health, though. There's a quick flank coming through from Ramp. This has been read into by Kutch Ferretz. Is that going to be enough for the IGL to pull the plug on the play here and maybe try and change up the approach? They could drop down Vent knowing they've killed that Ramp player. Instead, they're going to continue to commit to the original plan into the same bomb site. Flash has dropped down, but he's just dropped 6 foot under straight afterwards. And guess who? If anybody for Keydstars, it would have to be Beast. He's been the only player to go toe-to-toe with Flamengo so far, but not even he can do it in this round, and that's double digits for Flamengo.
Yeah, I think the difficulty is look, yes, it has just been Beast who's been able to perform, but that pistol round, it was found from the kind of the 3 players that weren't really the heaviest hitters on Flamengo. I actually quite like the idea from Flash. I think it's the only chance you're going to win that round. If the bomb goes down, you're both trapped in heaven. There's not really much you can do, but look at the kill difference. Obviously, Cuts Meret's the lowest with 9, the most obviously being Delboni on 15. Yeah, we've still got, you know, players 3 kills, 4 kills, 2 with 6. It's really been a difficult game here for Keydstars. Oh, this is maybe not the play you want to make, especially in a ramp stack. It's actually a bit of a lobby crunch, but they deal with the ramp defenders quite comfortably. Leo will be able to get one, but traded out. Ninjas and Flash both in the back lines, but History trying to contain them. Flash could have a bit of a freebie here if History overlooks this. Oh, lovely shots. 2v2, make it a 1v2 though.
I mean, listen, damage certainly got to be welcome. This is a fantastic eco round coming through from them so far. I don't really see any world in which Ninjas should be able to win a 1 versus 2 with 30 health and a USP, though that is a tall order. As tall as they come, and Delboni will tap him down. But still, fantastic economic damage coming through from the CT side there. I mean, Flash just employing his namesake with that big wide swing. That was really quick on the kill.
I think we do have to say, though, it's a great eco. They're going to be really happy with it. But they'd only be happy if the scoreline was maybe 9-5 or something like that, where you can break the finances and go on a bit of a streak. They are 2 rounds away from losing this game. If they don't find success here in their first full buy, they're going to be fighting with FAMAS's MP9s at best. And that's the real issue, is yes, they've done so much financial damage, but they just need more rounds to play with. They're a mistake away from losing this game, Matt, and being in that scenario with such an important game, with this being kind of the round one, or I guess the opening stages of the group stage, this is just far too much pressure with this being a must-win map. Leo, Leo's going to get caught off guard here. Canids gets a freebie. That opens things up on the B-bomb site, and in doing so, look how fast we've seen these rotations, the over-rotations, you could say, as well.
Oh my goodness. Ninjas and Delboni separated by a mere smoke grenade. Flash is not far away either. Smoke starts to fade. Flash becomes exposed. He peers back, but it's too late. And that bomb's been planted on the B-bomb side as well. So Keedstars, they're going to have to scurry to get in a position to even consider the retake, but it doesn't even look like they're gonna.
Yeah, I agree with this save. Look, you're in a 2 versus 3. Desh doesn't have armor. You have 2 pieces of utility, no defuse kit. And the chances of winning a round like that, very slim. But it's 12-3. Flamengo, this is a perfect performance here on Nuke. A map that, okay, yes, we've said they haven't got the greatest of sample size, haven't got the greatest of win rates, but you look back, actually, you know, they played 9 maps of it. Okay, yes, their first 4 have been pretty tough, but the most recent 5 haven't been all too bad. Obviously, winning 3 of them. You know, Bounty Hunters is a great victory to find against them. I feel like we've got to say that Flamengo, I think the stats are slightly skewed. Either way, though, look, this is going to be a victory, right? I can't see Keedstars winning 9 in a row. There's been far too many mistakes.
I mean, there should be no way back from here. Like you said, just too many mistakes, unfortunately. And actually just really good play from Flamengo. I love how they played that gun round as well with pace and ferocity, recognizing they've got so much room for error. They've still got so much room to play with on this T side that they just test the defense. And it works out well. You know, Canids in secret so early on in the round, applying so much pressure, creating that space. I don't think so. I don't think he has been. And it doesn't matter. Still is going to lose his teammates. And although he gets a kill, the bomb's already being planted here, Fred, and it's a 4v3. On B even.
Honestly, I didn't even see VSM sneak down the vent.
Neither did I.
Look, Canids is still here towards lobby to cut off rotations. VSM is actually tasked with finding quite a lot. Canids is going out of hut. The bomb is down. Does Flash not know the bomb is down? Do they not realize? What is going on? He's going to clear out lobby, but Canids, he maneuvered through hut. Is that a tap of the bomb? Am I losing my... I don't know what's going on. There's just so much chaos here, Matt. But it is a 1 versus 3 Vinabeast without a smoke. Makes this round near impossible. There's just not enough time. He can get on the bomb if he wants. He can't get the defuse off. There is physically not enough time. Game goes the way of Flamengo, although it's the pick of their opponent. A very dominant 13-3. What a performance from Flamengo. And I've got to say, for Keedstars, they now move to the second map with a real lacking confidence, a lacking ability. Just nothing went their way.
I mean, yeah, that's basically as dominant as it gets as far as the scoreline is concerned, but I still can't help but think and feel like Keedstars still left too many rounds on the table in that first half. Too many advantageous situations that slipped through their fingers. Too many times where they were kind of allowed their opponents to get back into the round by making mistakes. I mean, you mentioned these guys have played, what, 11 maps against each other in the past 3 months?
Yeah.
That is the most one-sided result so far for Flamengo. So not a good look for Keedstars, you know, that they haven't really been able to improve. And even though they're playing against a stand-in, they suffered their most one-sided loss against this team. So that's brutal, especially with that having been their map pick.
Yeah, obviously now we're going to be moving to Mirage, the selection of Flamengo. They look very confident here. And honestly, I think Keedstars are going to struggle. But whether they can take this 10 minutes to kind of mentally reset after that devastating loss is the question. And obviously, that's something we'll find out very shortly after the break. Mirage underway, the selection now of Flamengo. Obviously, they outclassed, outmatched in every engagement on Nuke, and now they're on their kind of home turf. Thoughts and feelings here, Matt? Are we thinking 2-0, expecting 2-0, anything out of the ordinary here?
I mean, all signs point in the direction of a 2-0 here, right? Not just with it being the map of Flamengo and the map that they've beaten Keedstars on consistently, but also born of what we saw on that previous map, man. There was a pretty big disparity between the two teams. But look at the pistol around here. Keedstars have got a pretty good inclination as to what's going on. They've actually committed 4 players onto the safe bomb side. This would be unlosable for them. Dash has already drawn first blood from CT. That is best case scenario, because now the rest of the team on the side can just activate. This is impossible for Flamengo to penetrate. They're just going to get shut down at every fight, and Keedstars flawless in the pistol.
Yeah, look, it's a great round. It's certainly the start that Keedstars need to give them that kind of confidence and momentum. Look, I want to kind of talk about maybe some of the stats that might have gone unseen about that Nuke game. It was a 13-3, very, very dominant. Obviously, 16 rounds of play. Of those 16 rounds, Keedstars got opening kills in 9 of those rounds. They dominated the... Well, I say dominated. They won the opening duel department, and they only won 3 rounds.
They got opening kills in 9 rounds out of 16 that were played. That is insane.
Should never be seen. Should never be happening.
It's like 60%, yeah.
It's Cuts Moretz.
Okay, Cuts Moretz, yeah. All right, mate.
He gets the tag and then the headshot. Just adds insult to injury. I love that there's a force without a bomb plant. Flamengo are so confident here. And look how isolated Flash is. Vinabeast, Vinabeast has no utility here. Flash doesn't have a smoke or a molly anymore. This is going to be so tough. There's going to be so many flashes coming over. And he's going to be permanently blinded. Oh, surely he would have heard that, right? Apps player.
Yeah, Denoco definitely would have heard the drop down.
Oh, look at
Keedstars are now poking and prodding in middle, but you're right. They're trying to give Cutsmerit's time with the scout right now. He somehow walked through ramp, clearing out angles. He's going to come across the cat players, taking Vinabeast's head clean off. And that's going to prompt his teammates to start to creep their way forward in apartments. That's drawn attention towards A. But Flash has dropped the bomb carrier. He could still be the hero here. He could find a way to get the multi-kill. And he's actually the last man left alive. And he's being forced on by the Tech 9. Denoco blinds himself, but Flash is even blinder. Cuts Moretz the hero. What a round from Flamengo.
How has he found 3 kills? Obviously, the first is crazy as is, and then he progresses out A. Obviously, history, he gets that kill because he hears the steps towards top mid, flanking through A, obviously, assuming it's going to be this A play. Cuts Moretz on the scout. Look, put the rifle away. If that's what the scout can do, who cares? Save 1k every round and just bring the scout out. Who needs the AK?
Yeah, those were incredible shots, man. Really clean work from him. He says, I think I'm just going to hold on to it, fellas.
Yeah.
And there's the force buy working out successfully despite the fact they don't get the bomb plant, right? Kind of going against the grain there. And works out for them. So they're immediately answering back after losing the pistol.
Yeah, quite fortunately for Flash, because he got a couple kills with that MP9, he can afford a FAMAS, so at least there's some decent weaponry in play. The big issue is no utility. Well, I say no, they've got 2 smokes. Leo would have been spotted on that cross, surely. Trying to find Leo, great shot there. Molly and nade combination eventually found by history. Obviously, Flash still with this FAMAS towards short. And with it being a mid play, there's going to be 3 5-7s top con. This could be an absolute crunching from Keedstars. They just can't get this wrong. They've got to make sure that they send the utility here towards short. Danico chiming in. Vinabeast gets the trade. Flash quick to activate. And these kills struggling to be founded from the players in con. And yes, okay, Delboni has an AK and he should be able to get this free kill onto Vinabeast. But the positioning now is excellent. Delboni, he's got a lot of damaging utility.
Oh man, Delboni gonna creep forward. Does he spot the pistol out? Maybe there's the head. Call comes through. Frag found. He spots out the second player as well. Now he has the info on Flash. That nade is gonna do so much damage. Brings him below half health. Flash continues to face. This is really brave, and Delboni will just stand his ground, and he's won the clutch to save the day. You were bang on the money there, man. The numbers in towards middle for the CT side boded really well, and it worked out in the end. Having all their players there is what makes the difference, because they can actually win out that trade train that goes back and forth. It's Keedstars who come out on top with the man advantage here, courtesy of Flash. But it's not enough to win the round.
Yeah, it's brilliant from Flash there because realistically, he just lets the 5-7s take contact. I'm really happy that he does kind of play a bit more of a bait role. You've got the hero FAMAS, you've got the one rifle, you've got the piece that can really find success. And I'm happy that he doesn't take contact, doesn't go searching from short because he can get that easy kill on the player progressing up cat. Obviously, gets that trade on the player in middle, lower con. So it really works out nicely. But again, another clutch being found here from Flamengo. VSM, bit of a 180 find. It is obviously just the eco, some upgraded pistols, but they're not going to find much. It is just Dash remaining. Facing the Mac 10 will be found. A lot of kills found there through the Mac 10. DESEMPREGUEIDOS getting a triple. Doubt he's even going to want to upgrade. Doesn't need to keep the money high, but this has been a very positive start here for Flamengo. And obviously on the T side of Mirage, we know this map is very CT-sided. I've always tried to kind of try and provide reason for it. I think a lot of people are still thinking this map is kind of middle ground and kind of T-sided, but I've got to say, just from the fact that you can blow open these smokes, that's why the map seemingly is kind of moving towards more of a CT side approach, because the wall of 8 smokes is no longer a wall. It can be just fractured so quickly. Flash has been spotted by 2. Not going to be the best of defenses, surely, as he's on his own. Oh, a lot of damage there. Not perfect. Cuts Moretz now aggressing. Going to be maneuvering here out of ramp. A lot of damage to ninjas. Cuts Moretz. Oh, lucky that VSM is so clinical there as he keeps him alive. Desh facing so much utility, still tucked away. Daniko low HP confined with the Mac 10. Now Desh has got to go huge. Even more information gathered, and he's taken down through the wooden wall. It is a 2 versus 4 now. They spot out the FAMAS. There is a long flank coming through from Leo. He can deny the plant. Will be able to do so safely. And now, okay, he drops the smoke. I'd much prefer him to just stay silent, but still, it is this 2 versus 2 now history. He's going to push through this top con smoke in the hopes to find Flash. But the real question is, has Leo maneuvered away from ramp? Has he gone into Palace? Has he backed away all the way towards middle? Because there's so much time here for Leo. And time, obviously, being the real difficulty now for Flamengo. And Leo can get a freebie onto history as well. Oh, but history holding the smoke. Still Delboni tucked away in Palace. Flash can't deny the plant. And Delboni will find. Oh. Yeah, timing looks good. Flamengo will find again. But it's a nice attempt from Keedstars from a 2v4. Yeah.
Solid effort from them there. I mean, good work from Leo. He does play the more conservative game. And it nearly works out for them. Like you say, cutting down these players in the 4v2 was looking like it was always supposed to be Flamengo's round, but Keedstars nearly turned it on its head. But still, Delboni, that insurance policy coming through from Palace works out for Flamengo as they do string 4 together. It was so funny, guys. I had a little disconnect from TeamSpeak there, and I thought you were disconnected because for me, you just stopped talking. All of a sudden, I was like, oh, guys, we've lost Fred. I'm sure it won't be long till he's back. I'm going to hold down the ship, casting the round, and then I hear disconnected, and it's like that. Wait, I'm timed out. What's going on here then?
I'm guessing we're both still in the VMix. So this was
no,
probably
I think they take audio through TeamSpeak though.
Okay, well I hope so because otherwise
that would have been really comedic.
I feel so bad for the viewers if they just heard both of us yammering at the same time.
Well, I mean,
probably saying a lot of the same stuff.
What's better than just Fred or I talking is Fred and I talking at the same time.
Well, look, at least we're definitely going to get the point across. Whether you'll be able to hear it,
whether you can hear either or not is not what matters right now. Anyway, what does matter is Flamengo in complete control here. They're shifting into gear, and we could see it on Nuke as well. They took a couple rounds, it was quite scrappy initially, but once they got into that groove, you could just see how proficient they were on the map in terms of how they moved around. And I feel like we're entering a similar stage here on Mirage.
Yeah, look, already 4 rounds they're going to be happy with, especially with 7 more to play for. Oh, great from Cuts Moretz. A bomb site completely open. It should be an easy 5th for Flamengo. Yeah, look, it's got that similar trend that Nuke did. It's got that kind of similar feel about it. Nice find from Leo. He can retrieve an AK, and they still kind of discredit his positioning. Bomb's been dropped, and that's why we're seeing a bit of a hurried approach from, I believe, Flash through under. 3 versus 3, low HP on Cuts Moretz. Daniko, half HP, just 1 piece of utility remaining. The CTs can give this a real good go, especially with the AKs being dropped, but Delboni finding ninjas. Flash struggling to connect here. Missed HE grenade, but if if anything, it gives the intention of one of these defenders away. And I like the angle from Flash to try and deal to someone in default, but obviously just staying tucked away here is Danico.
Well, there's another one. The problem is there's no kit, so time is certainly of the essence. And you've got a crossfire between Delboni and Dinoco, who's going to have to get a clutch done here, and he does out of nowhere. Good first frag found, immediately pivots there, and he gets that second kill as well out of nowhere. I feel like Delboni and Dinoco have been the guys who just bailed Flamengo out of so many rounds in the series. They did it a couple times on Nuke between them, and they've done it here on Mirage a few times already as well.
Yeah, Delboni had a stormer of a game on Nuke. 20 kills, 7 deaths, a 1.95 rating. The crazy thing is, as well, is when you look at the ratings, Vinabeast had a 1.8 HLTV rating. The problem is, he didn't have a teammate above a 0.65.
Oh,
yeah, tough.
Yeah, I mean, when you're like triple your teammates at that point, that says a lot.
Yeah, you can add any 3 of their HLTV ratings together and they still don't best Vinabeast.
Are you sure you can't add them all together? Because
no, it's just shy. Yeah, but it's close.
But I mean, it's still crazy when you think about it. Look at this round though, man. I mean, this was the gun round for Keystars to kind of try and fight their way back into it, but they've just been run over by a truck. That truck has a name. That name is Flamengo. Flamengo is a bird. What are they doing posing as a truck right now? Yeah, VSM's the driver.
This is kind of our expectation. Look, me and you had a bit of a chat in the green room kind of before the show, and I was kind of saying, look, Flamengo, this should be a 2-0. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't. And we joked about, obviously, because we think it's going to be a 2-0, it's going to be the king of third maps, it's going to be a million overtimes. But Flamengo kind of have been able to put a display that we expected. We've seen this matchup multiple times in the last few months, and okay, yes, there's a lot of the time where you might say, okay, but the win rate for Keystars is better on Nuke. Why are they still losing? But you've got to take into account that it isn't that clear cut. You might be better at a team on Nuke against the average team, but game style, kind of plan, and I guess just the style of play, it could be so differing to how you normally face that it can just be a bit of a counter. I know that sounds a bit odd. I feel like a lot of the time we very rarely talk about kind of team strategies potentially counterbalancing your own, but I feel like it's something that you do have to take into account, especially when you see the amount of times that these teams have played against each other. It's clear that okay, on paper they're about similar against the average opponent, but it seems like Flamengo just batter Keystars every time.
Yeah, the thing is that stats are just general. They just give you kind of a general idea of what you get out of a team on a map. You don't actually get to see like the specifics of what the matchup or what the style is like of the team and how that matches against the team that they end up going up against on the map. So they're only guidelines in that sense. Also for Keystars, it kind of feels like they've caught Flamengo on a heater today because
for sure.
These guys are just not putting a foot wrong right now. They seem to be in that flow state. Everybody's contributing and chiming in. And as we highlighted already, Vinabeast had a great game on Nuke, and they still lost 13-3. And now you've got a game where Vinabeast isn't pitching up to nearly the same sort of level, and they can barely muster up a round between them. So just feels like there's a huge disparity between the two teams at the moment. I don't even think it's a map-specific thing in this instance, Fred. It feels like it's just boys against men, almost like Flamengo against Chelsea.
Yeah, exactly.
Just had to get that one in there.
I knew it was coming. Either way, though, I feel like when you look at this Flamengo team, they are all performing really well. Everyone's having their moments. Okay, Cuts Moretz is not normally a player that... it's disgusting, right?
Beautiful. Well, you call it disgusting, I call it beautiful.
Oh, well, it's it's
disgustingly beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. But obviously, you look at a player like Cuts Moretz, he's not always the most kind of high fragging player, and obviously, I say that, he gets the double. But think of the scout round he had. The scout round single-handedly put this team kind of on the map, back in the winning ways. Obviously, they lost the pistol, and he has a huge moment like that. And honestly, he could do nothing for the rest of the game, and we're still going to be talking about that scout round, about how he single-handedly gave them the win, started the kind of the foundation to build upon this such a strength of a T side. And kind of ever since that, Keystars, they haven't had success. They won the pistol, well done. It was a perfect call, but they've done nothing since.
True.
It's going to be 7-1, and I think 7-1, even if Keystars win the remaining 4 rounds, I still don't think they take them out.
Oh, and he's read him. Yeah, this is insane. I'm right with you. It feels like almost been a blink of an eye and we've raced the 7-1 scoreline. And the problem is, Keystars have been losing these rounds in the past couple. In the first, 15-20 seconds, they're already down 5v3, 4v2. So they have to find a way to weather this initial storm that's being thrown at them by Flamengo. who are in complete control. I mean, they're just 6 rounds away from winning the series 2-0, getting themselves into the winners match here in Group B. Maybe looking to shake things up a little bit. Of course, we've got 9Z against Bounty Hunters coming up later after this game. Winner plays winner, loser plays loser. Pretty simple stuff, and there's going to be a change up in the approach here from Flamengo. There's been so much emphasis in towards middle. Now they're going to go for the side takeover at A.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, in the last round where they decided to hit so heavily towards B, they were completely caught off in Keyed Stars, and we're going to see it here again. Ninja's wanting to maneuver. Yeah, look, he wants to get towards default because he realizes, well, I'm playing from triple. There's no point. I've got an AWP rotating in through CT. Naded the smoke from Leo, but he's the one that in fact falls, and it looks like Danica wants to take this fight towards CT. Desh going to get flashed in, fully blinded, but still finds VSM, an unnecessary fight to take. And now Danico, limited ammunition. It's a 2 versus 3 now. The bomb's not even down yet. They're playing as if they've already won the round, but they still need to find this kill in CT. It's just about whether he can get it, but that's the bomb carrier falling now. Such an kind of an unnecessary kind of over fighting from Flamengo. And a perfect way to kind of talk about it is kind of just confidence turning to complacency. They haven't even got the bomb down as 3 people fighting towards CT. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Delboni going to go down
to the flank. Good work coming through from Vinnabeast. I will say the first major mistake there was I don't really mind them riding that wave of momentum all the way into fighting CT, because that has been part of the game plan here from Flamengo, is to try and bully Keyed Stars. Once Danoka gets this kill, it's looking great for Flamengo, but look at the swing from VSM before the flash. He's peaked just before the flash has popped, and even though Dash gets blinded, he still sees the player. That's why he can get the kill anyway, just relying on muscle memory to complete that frag. So that was an overstep from VSM. If he had just held off like a quarter of a second, swing after the flash pops, then at least he gets the angle. Might not get the kill, but he doesn't give up his life then.
Yeah, the big issue as well is there's so much utility there. You know that there's going to be an AWP in play for Keyed Stars at some point, in a rotation maybe from CT. Cutsmar is still surviving. They knew he was in the Molotov. Vinnabeast had a free HE grenade that he could have thrown onto Cutsmarez. I don't really know why not, but he should get a freebie here in Con. It is Leo to find that kill, in fact. So a 5 versus 3 now, although Ninjas is low, so is Cutsmarez, so it's kind of even. But yeah, look, there was still so much utility for Flamengo. They didn't really need to even look to fight before the bomb goes down. And look, Keyed Stars, they're going to find themselves an easy third here. I don't see Cutsmarez winning this 1v5 on 5 HP, especially with this early information being given. There's nothing he can do. An HE grenade might actually just take him down before he can even cross, but Flash will find. So, look, Keyed Stars, they get their third, but even with that, it's going to be an investment again from Flamengo. The money's looked really good. It's feeling very similar to Nuke. It seems like they've just reskinned the map. It's just dominant start from Flamengo, slight slip up. They'll move to the CT side and win it. I just don't see it being any other way.
The thing is what's going to give? What's going to change? Can they keep this up? Because on Nuke, they showed spurts. Well, there was one spurt, I suppose, and then it just kind of died out straight afterwards. Can they ride this all the way to the end of the half? They win this. There's no money for Flamengo. 7-5 ripe for the taking, and then you almost completely forget that it was 7-1 at one point, with Flamengo winning 7 rounds in a row so dominantly. So there is still a way back into this for Keyed Stars, but it requires winning this gun round right here, right now. Otherwise, it could also just as easily end 9-3 and then have the exact same sort of thing play out that happened on Nuke.
Well, obviously, 7-5 and 9-3, very, very different kind of implications of what the game can be. I think 9-3, you need so many hypotheticals, you need everything going your way, whereas 7-5 is pretty even. Especially when you take into account that, okay, yes, they won the pistol, but then lost the force, which, if anything, is worse for their finances and worse for their CT kind of economy. So if 5 can be found from Keyed Stars, I've got to say, it'd be a brilliant kind of resurgence from them. Especially when you take into account they were 7-1 down.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if they can continue to fight the whole way back.
I like the idea of this double ramp play. The problem is, Delboni is still in Palace. Had a slight look behind. Obviously, it has been 40 seconds of play. Cutsmarez is currently holding for this ramp play so deep from T-spawn. This is crazy. They're playing so passive here. Cutsmarez could get a freebie onto Leo. It's all about timing here, and Cutsmarez spots. Leo's been seen, and now this could be the decision to accelerate out of Palace. If Delboni realizes, why is he holding behind? Cutsmarez has been holding all of this. There is no need. Your teammate has literally been holding for this flank. Okay, yes, the timing could come through now. This is the bomb on Cutsmarez. There's 40 seconds left, and he's been taken down by Leo. And this round becomes so difficult. Delboni's going to have to go back and retrieve the bomb. They're going to have to hurry things along from Con as well. They need to find Ninjas, but they have been able to do that. Leo is going to feel suffocated. So worried about, obviously, top middle. History
Look at the
finds
time,
Dash.
mate.
There's 20 seconds. They can get all these kills. They still need to find Leo. Delboni and BSM going to be swinging together, but Leo gets them both. 17 seconds on the clock now. This is where Flash, he just needs to survive. He just needs to live. The round is done. How have Flamengo messed this one up so massively? And also, big props to Leo. That is an incredible round from him. After finding the bomb carry, you think, okay, well, at least there's going to be a trade, but they fumble towards ramp. There was so much utility there as well. There was 2 flashes, a molly and a smoke there, I believe, on cuts on BSM. Or Delboni, sorry. But yeah, Leo just gets a free double. But it's a limited time. At 40 seconds, he was taken down. But Flamengo just take a little too long there to deal with Leo. And Canids Stars will get themselves their 4th. Obviously, with players saving, the buy is going to be a little bit better. But Canids Stars, welcome to the server. It's taken you a while. This is looking a lot better.
This is looking more sustainable, though, in terms of how they're winning the rounds. I mean, Leo, what a massive play from him, like you highlight there. Actually, the cojones even pushed through ramp and stifle the attack by being so deep behind enemy lines, dropping the bomb in T-spawn. And Flamengo just never really reacted quickly enough there. They took too long to try and piece it together. Anyway, next round alive and well, underway.
Great nade.
Good damage from the nade there from Ninjas. Yeah, dunking down onto Delboni. 4 versus 4.
I think the difference is you look at Flash, he's on 10 kills. Leo as well, double digits. Obviously, it was Vinabeast having a lot of impact. He had kind of, 14 kills going into that second half on Nuke. The difference is there's kind of multiple players. Dash is having the odd moment here as well. So it's not as though it's just a one-man show for Canids Stars, and it's giving opportunities for players like Ninjas, like Vinabeast, to get themselves back into the game. So we could have a much more competitive game on our hands than we maybe even anticipated, especially after that 7-1 scoreline for Flamengo.
Yeah, it was looking like it was dire at one point, looking like it could be borderline game over.
Yeah, of course.
But it's been revitalized here on the map. Good molly to force Ninjas back, and it's going to create space for them to just creep their way up catwalk right now. Canids Stars don't have to seem to have any idea that this could be happening, because Flash has pushed the entire way through apartments. He's now going down lowers. And Flamengo start to realize that they've kind of been gifted this B bomb site. If Cut Spirits can get here, get out alive, then that would be really beneficial. In fact, this is going to be really nice. Yeah, he can try and keep them busy and circumvent the rotations in towards B.
He's going to hear these steps as well. Cutsmers could get a free double kill here. He just needs to be disciplined. He doesn't need to take this fight instantly, but he does. And now it's all about surviving. Whether his teammates will even need to help him, but dash towards Market. Cuts Moretz. He goes for the swing, but it puts Delboni in the 1 versus 3. Look, if Cuts Moretz is just a tiny bit more disciplined there, he gets 2 kills. And the issue is, it's not like his team can get set up and help him. Nice find from Delboni. He does have a Molotov to try and slow them down a little. Could just drop it on the bomb. Molly on the backside. Excellent Molotov.
Perfect.
Great utility there. 7-5 is seen. Okay, Canids Stars. Let's see what we have to offer here. Obviously moving to the unfavored side of Mirage, but still, they've got the chance. They've got the possibility.
It was a good start from them in the half of the pistol, but then they just disappeared completely. Lost 7 in a row. Thought it might be game over. Like you're saying, if Cutsmates had a bit more trigger discipline there, he probably gets offered up a few more backs, but obviously he's just in that sort of state where you're a live wire because you've been fighting in middle the entire time. And so you're just in that super like zoned in state, and anything that comes on your screen, I think you just want to frag. Yeah,
obviously though, the kind of the movement, you know, you've got to have it's quite a long journey between top, mid and short. It's not as though he needed to get that frag instantly or he wouldn't have been able to find it. It's tough. Look, even with him getting that kill, he sends the flashbang over, jiggles, doesn't see anything with it. I think maybe it would have been better to try and just wait for a teammate. Obviously, Dash does really well to kind of cut that rotation off towards short. It's quite a tough scenario to be in, but either way, I feel like if you're going to play for that game plan, maybe try and get behind top boxes, because then at least you've got a little bit more cover to work with. But look, Flamengo, they won 7 rounds on the T side. It's still a very, very good half. You're not going to scoff at it whatsoever, but Canids Stars, they've made that kind of positive move, finding these final 4. I still feel like they need to win the pistol, though. I still feel like they've got to have that 7-7 to really give the idea of victory here.
Well, I will say both teams have just played on their favorite half of the map here on Mirage. So do with that info what you will, but Canids Stars are alive. And if they can win the pistol, like you said, puts them in a really good position. They've just gone all in on armor here, by the way. Does look like it's going to be a bit of a false start. I think we're going to have to just restart the round here. And in fact, it's 4 sets of armor for Flamengo. I'm sure we'll see the same sort of investment, but And there's going to be a lot of brawling in this next pistol round.
What's the reason for the restart? It can't be just because of a misbuy. I know Desh has
I don't think
in
it's a
fact
misbuy. I think
refunded.
someone's just like FPS lag or loss or something that just popped up all of a sudden.
Yeah, potentially. Desh did actually sell in time as well. He got the molly in the smoke. Molly in the smoke.
Okay, well, let's see what the reinvestment looks like here once we do get underway once again. Good work from Keedstars here, right? They're now showing up for the first time in the series.
So okay, I don't want to be the
flash now.
I don't want to be the Karen. Yeah, I don't want to be the Karen here. But is that allowed? It was a smoke and a molly.
The thing is, if it had nothing to do with the misbuy, then I think it's allowed. But
but obviously, it's a tough one because he went back and sold and bought a smoke and a Molotov. So there was obviously time, and there was enough time for the rebuy from all of these players. So surely, I don't know. This is an interesting one.
It's one of those things that we just don't have enough info to speculate on, I'm afraid. Because
I still feel
if it was a tech issue for the round restart, then I think you are entitled to just rebuy however you want. I don't think you have to buy up the exact same investment.
Yeah, see, I think it's a really kind of complicated thing to think about now, because obviously because you can sell and rebuy, I guess you don't have to have the same investment, but obviously the time was done. But let's say Ninjas was the player that lagged out or had issues, might not have been able to get it done. I'm really interested as to what can be done. But from my point of view, I'm fine with the idea of them being able to rebuy and being able to kind of, obviously Desh went back, sold, went for the molly and the smoke, but now he's not buying the molly and the smoke. He's buying P250 smoke flash, which I don't know. It's an interesting one. Obviously Flamengo, they're not going to be wise to this. So they're not going to know about it, but it's still an interesting talking point, because surely if they wanted to resell for this, that's what he would have bought, right? Desh would have gone for the smoke and molly.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the sort of thought process and planning is here for Keedstars. Hopefully it's not going to be too long before we get underway once again. Apparently there is some loss on one of the players. That's the reason they've cited for the not live and the round restart. Generally, these things do move along quite quickly. We don't have to wait too long for them in most cases, so hopefully that's going to be the same here this time round. I guess something we have to talk about as well is that Flamengo kind of dropped the ball in the first half. They were in a position to put the game away in the first half, and they weren't able to. Kind of just left that door open ever so slightly for Keedstars, right?
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to have a little bit
of a break here.
Yeah, like we're unsure. I feel like a lot of these tech issues sometimes can kind of run over. So yeah, look, why don't we throw this to a short little break? Hopefully we'll be back in, the next 2-3 minutes. And then we'll, be able to see the second half unfold. So look, don't go too far. We will be back, and you get to see the action unfold shortly. Here we have it, timer ticking, and we're back into the action. So, look, we are going to be seeing pistol round here for Keyed Stars. T side, obviously. Fair bit of util, obviously, invested. For Flamengo, majority of these, I say majority, all USPs. We've got a kit and a smoke. I guess a bit more of a classic buy. Something that we might see maybe 4 or 5 years ago. Obviously, the Julies have got a ridiculous hold on these pistol rounds, but Flamengo not needing them so far, it seems.
Yeah, men of culture.
Yeah, exactly.
Good
Rolling
old
back the
USP,
years.
classy kind of. There's nothing classy about Julies, mate. Rattling off that, just running around while you get kills.
Honestly,
men of
I love the
culture.
Julies.
Well, there we go. Just emphasizing my point.
Exactly.
Enforcing a chiz.
Yeah, you're welcome. P2000, are you a P2000? You a P2000 lover or hater?
What? USP for life, baby.
Okay. Interesting. Didn't realize we had Haley Welch on the broadcast.
Well, she's thankfully completely disappeared. So,
yeah. You're going to be bringing back the huck to her.
I prefer to be on the receiving end myself, but, you know. It is going to be a 5 versus 3 here for Flamengo. They've got the kit, the smoke still in play.
Yeah, they've been on the receiving end of some punishment here in the pistol.
Yeah, they have been. Let's see. Can they find a way to make the 3v5 work? They've still got a smoke double flasher, P250 on Beast, so there could be a big moment from one of these 3 players. There could be a way back into the round.
Yeah, the issue is there's no kind of flank. I feel like if maybe there was a
timing on that smoke.
Util's coming over, flashbang
so
scene, flash, drop down to 32 points of health. He will get 1. Danico playing towards triple, spots Beast emerging out of Palace. The aggression towards stairs. Ninja's now in the 1v3. Needs to try and find these picks with the Glock. So chaotic! Honestly, I don't know whether he plays high sense or low sense, but that was a crazy bit of just frantic nature from Sandwich. But Flamengo do take the pistol. They go 8-3 up, and now that's where things get a little bit treacherous for Keyed Stars. Obviously, we've mentioned Keyed Stars, they're not the best of team on the T side here from Mirage. 43% win rate. Obviously, not the best of stats overall on the map. You just have to look at their most 3 recent games. They haven't been victories. Obviously, it was a close loss, and it was to Flamengo, but look, their 3 most recent games here have been against Flamengo here on Mirage. Their 3 losses in a row. Danico doesn't spot dash finds as well. What is going on?
This is the Flamengo's problem on the city side of Nuke as well. If you remember, they just kind of overfaced in some of these rounds and they got punished for it. It's happening here as well. You don't have to go for those sort of information gamble plays in these sorts of rounds. VSM gets 1 back, but just has his head ripped off immediately afterwards.
Timing on the
nade
nade.
Will expose ninjas. So at least there's 1 more back, but there's still a man advantage, and Customerets is never going to expect another player here outside the smoke as well. Beast will capitalize. And as Keyed Stars were on the receiving end of in the first half, they'll win the force buy in the second half here to answer back to losing the pistol.
Honestly, though, it's a perfect idea, flashing into ramp. He just doesn't fully swing it. I think if he pushes into ramp, not only does he get the kill, but he gets a lot of information. Yes, a trade might be seen, but it's nice deagle shots. Desh has a big round there. And I think Keyed Stars, it finally seems like a disadvantage, and maybe an outnumbered round actually goes their way. It seems as though they've always been the team that kind of had these opening kills, had the advantage, and somehow messed it up. But it looks like finally things have fallen into place for them. But it's a great round from Dash. Nice deeg shots. And Beast now under pressure. Will find, though, quite comfortably. Cutsmeret's not fully ready. Kind of expecting, well, if Beast is there, he would have been there earlier. So I would have already had to have that fight. But either way, we should be looking at a potential 9-6... Oh, no, sorry. 7-8 scoreline for Keyed Stars.
Which should become 8-all.
Yeah, exactly.
Alive and well are Keyed Stars here on Mirage, looking to fight back and force a decider here in the series. That's what they're in pursuit of right now.
Yeah, obviously Inferno being that 3rd and final. Whether we'll get there, though, is the question.
I'm feeling like we will.
Yeah,
Keyed Stars have won,
I'm with you there.
6 out of 7 rounds, about to be 7 out of 8 now. So they certainly have momentum behind them.
Yeah. Do you think that's more kind of praising them or discrediting Flamengo and kind of questioning, okay, well, we've been far too overconfident, we've kind of been messing about here?
It's probably a little bit of both, but more so praising Keystars than Flamengo sort of making mistakes. Yeah, I think that the Keystars individuals have really come alive in a big way. Desh in particular, towards the end of that first half with the AWP, he was finding a lot of impact. Leo had that big round. Flash also had some important multi-kills. So it feels like we're starting to see the best of Keystars coming together on the server. Yeah,
actually, I think maybe 2/3, of these rounds are because Keystars are looking good. And Flamengo have had a mistake in them. Look, you look at that last round where it was the force buy. And it's just nice deep shots from Desh. So yes, great finds, but capitalizing on the mistakes from Flamengo, which is always so important because, look, you can talk about kind of a team's game plan or whether it was the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do, but a broken clock's right twice a day. It's not always about what you actually want to achieve. It's just whether you physically can find it. Knife kill, team kill. Okay, it wasn't even a knife kill; it was a nade kill. Tough one there, but I like the kind of memeability of that moment. But yeah, I think sometimes you'll see teams. They might go for the wrong approach. As we said from Flamengo, they go for the aggressive against the Deagles. But if we see that MP9 connecting, if we see those frags come through, then look, what's to question it? It's an okay round. But here we have it, 8-8, full buy from both. AWP for Desh, but no big green in play for History. History's been a bit quiet here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, most of the players from Flamengo kind of dropped off Desh. Well, he had the shot there. He had the opportunity. That was what the plan was in place for. Boosting up above the smoke. Cost him his life. Cutsmaret spots the head of Flash. Flash doesn't know he's been seen, though. So Cutsmaret just smartly walks back ever so slightly, re-exposes that head, takes the head. And Flamengo now have a big advantage. That miss smoke could be costly as well. And how on earth do Keystars get back into the 5v3?
Yeah, it's tough, but they could go searching here. VSM goes for a bit of a pot shot. Leo, it seemed like he wanted to fire that AWP, but it's so difficult to find in the smoke. They've been given this space towards short. No one is currently holding. Cutsmaret obviously just tucked away here. I like the boost. It's a great way to try and deal with this. Cutsmaret just needs to tuck back again. Leo been heard now. AWP shot coming through. Don't actually know what he's firing at. Great find from Delboni, though. Delboni doubles, and it's all on Venomist. The hero of Nuke now called upon. The money's pretty decent for Keystars, at least. You look at Flash, you look at Ninja's, Desh as well. They'll all be able to invest in the next. But, look, I've got to say, Flamengo, again, it's a moment where they bring out the weaponry, and they look so good.
Oh, nice bait there. Venomist shoots with the rifle. That draws him into the fight. He's able to pick up the AWP and pick off one, but goes down straight afterwards. That's where the round kind of cascades out of control. Flash is thinking maybe he can find an early timing into the B bomb site, but you're not catching Cutsmaret off guard. And then Delboni at range just mows down to Flamengo regain their lead, and actually keeping 4 players alive is really important for them to just kind of bolster their position on the CT side here. Still have to reinvest most of their money, and like you said, Keystars had tons of money coming into this round, but nothing left after they buy up here, so they kind of can't afford to lose this round all of a sudden, can Keystars?
Yeah, look, they still got all the equipment needed. Still no AWP here for History. Great opener from VSM in the last, though. Desh has been such a pivotal player for Keystars, and getting taken down so early on creates a bit of difficulty for them.
Problem is, Keystars can't afford to go into a shell just because of how important this round is. They still have to play their game.
Yeah.
It does look like they're just taking their time into mid here.
Well, they've sent all this utility towards B. They've made it fairly obvious that B could be the end goal. And okay, yes, the bomb is moving through T-spawn towards the A-bomb site. Oh, I love the idea of this. Cutsmaret, timing the nade is good. VSM's now maneuvered back. Cutsmaret is just going to jump spot. VSM is going to get baited in so heavily here. Smoke towards top con, but Delboni in front of it. This is going to be brilliant. Flamengo are in such a good position here. VSM, he can so easily deal with this. We've still got the jump spot across. Obviously, we've got Delboni in front of this smoke, so there's still so much control. The rotations will be quite slow, but the steps are heard. Molly landing is going to completely... Well, I don't know why VSM's swinging. There is no need for him at all, but still, we're going to see these rotations before the T's confirm the bomb site. They've got very limited utility now. 24 seconds on the clock. DANIKO towards Bench, but Leo will find him. Cutsmeret's still alive. Spots the AWPer towards Palace. There's a low HP for Vinabeast. One bullet from Death, and that's Histories who will find. And Desh now, 13 seconds. AWP in hand. He's going to have the shotgun AWP, but he gets the first trade from Cutsmeret. Flamengo, they will find victory here. They will get double digits. And money now for Keystars is a bit tough. They're going to have to opt for an eco. And this is where Flamengo, they can get another step in the right direction. Again, VSM makes that round a little bit hard for himself. He gets the kill. There's a molly down. He doesn't even need to swing. But feels like that's the only way or the best way for him to find more success in that round.
Well, Cutsmeret is the hero there because he stays alive for as long as he does, because we were even highlighting how far away the rotations were for Flamengo, but they actually still arrive courtesy of the molly and Cutsmeret still staying alive in time do the rotations, and that makes a big difference. And the way he just dances around the bomb site there, effortlessly picking off their opponents one by one. Oh my god, okay, Elbow, he just condemns Leo to the underworld. This is an anti-eco, and a fantastic chance for Flamengo to draw 2 rounds away from winning the series.
Yeah, look, sometimes we can see these deeper positionings kind of get swarmed by the Glocks, but the fact that we've seen Leo already fall, DANIKO is just going to be such an overlooked angle just based on not only the positioning of History from Ticket, but also the amount of contact that we've seen already from Delboni at Stairs. DANIKO, they're never even going to think about his positioning. Look, Delboni might be able to find all these kills before DANIKO's even needed me. In fact, holding towards Palace. There is an HE grenade in the hands. DANIKO's now going searching. Well, I want these eco frags. I need some kills. Obviously, 17 and 11. Maybe him and Delboni have a good old wager on who's going to end the game with more frags. That's what it feels like. They're both just over-fighting, over-peaking. But DANIKO gets the quad there. 11-8. Keystars have always been playing chase, always one step behind Flamengo. It's tough because
the only time they've had the lead was when they won that first pistol here on Mirage. That's the only time they've led in the series so far. They came close at 8-all, but Flamengo have torn ahead again.
Yeah, it's tough. But look, I think we said that it's success from Keystars and also some slight mistakes from Flamengo. Those mistakes have now gone. And the difference is, so have the individuals from Keystars. We were saying, okay, well, players like Desh, like Leo, like Vinabeast now getting back into the game, but we still have Ninjas 5 and 15. Obviously, Ninjas had a very tough game on map 1, was one of the lower performing players. Only 6 kills there. 5 here. It's 11 kills across 2 maps currently. And okay, yes, you can forgive map 1. It was very dominant. It was 13-3, only 16 rounds of play. But here, it's been a much closer game. Yet there's still someone really lacking for Keystars. And look, I don't want to pin it on Ninjas, and it's definitely not just his fault. But in a really important game like this, in the kind of the round 1 matches of the group stage, you really need to be having kind of at least some consistent moments or kind of the odd round here or there. But it's been very quiet for Ninjas.
It is what we highlighted coming into the series, though, for Keystars, where they've struggled has been on the individual level, excuse me. My goodness, what's going on in Connected? Denoco has eventually gone down. I mean, it was always a very difficult position that he found himself in. Keystars electric in their approach in towards middle, just surging forward and finding 2 good kills to open.
Oh, History spotted. It's such a hard fight, but he will find it. And with that kill coming through, the bomb is going to maneuver. This is where Cutsmerets can just back away. Although they've got this deep spacing kind of window and ladder, Cutsmerets, if you can maneuver towards Van, this could be so effective. You can get History posted up in market. You have Cutsmerets on the back of the bomb site. This is going to be actually a pretty decent setup if you can hold the cross. Oh, he's been spotted towards bench here. This is where Cutsmerets is going to feel very isolated. Not only getting aggressed upon by Short, but also by Apartments. And the missed shots there are tough. History's posting towards Short, just in the hopes that the site players won't swing him. But VSM holding towards Palace. Just going to look to save here. Money's pretty decent for Flamengo. They still will be able to get a buyout. I think a little bit of that is conditioned on VSM saving, as History isn't going to have the best of buys.
Probably unnecessary, mate. Either way, very good work from Keystars. And I was talking about in that, like 8-9 gun round, how important it is that Keystars don't go into a shell and start playing not to lose because they're on the brink of kind of falling behind the game. We see the complete opposite here in this round with that confidence, the way they charge so aggressively into middle. That's what catches Denoco off guard in Connector as well. He's forced to push forward in towards his opponents. He was never going to be able to get out of there. And yeah, it's a very convincing round from Keystars. And if they can win this next round here, 10-11 becomes 11-all, game very much alive at that point.
Yeah, of course. Obviously for Keystars, still trailing. All it is one gun round. They're back in it. They're right back in it.
Problem is, they're also just basically one gun round away from losing the series, so it's still on a knife's edge as things stand.
I think as well, to have kind of such a consistency and such a dominance on the T side of any map is really hard to find, because all it takes is one strong setup, one gamble, one correct call, one double kill from the CT side, and you kind of think, oh, it's kind of the round done. So that's a real difficulty. Costly factor for Danico. VSM spots out one. Delboni tucked away. History finds with the AWP while VSM on the rifle. 4 versus 3. Cuts Moretz. He finds 2. And Flash, he's spotted. We'll find 1. Maneuvered here now to jungle. And as we said, all it takes is one round. And this could be the round that creates such a costly end. Timing. Oh, Flash! How has he not been taken down?
No ways VSM has been able to just walk away from that.
Yeah, like,
oh my goodness.
This is Counter-Strike or comedy. I feel like we got a bit of both on display
a little bit
in this
of both,
round.
exactly. Yeah. Man,
Look,
oh man. I mean, what a crazy little battle going on in middle there between the two teams. I was surprised that Flamengo win out that battle as convincingly as they do. I guess Cuts Moretz the difference maker with his double.
Well, yeah, look, it was 3v3. Cuts Moretz. Absolutely brilliant. Setup's quite good, conditioned with no flank. Obviously, Flash could already be in market. He could be here towards short. He could be obviously towards top mid. Could just be waiting patiently around Con. And this is where Cuts Moretz going to get taken down. Flash quite quick there. There's 19 seconds. You understand why he feels the need, but you're never going to win the round. I feel like you've kind of got to take a huge gamble and play discipline, because the second he fires that bullet, there's just not enough time. Either way, the Flamengo now with 3 opportunities to close out the series and get that first victory here in the group stage. Obviously, as you pointed out, it's kind of victor against victor, loser against loser here in this kind of, I guess, not double elimination, but lower bracket, upper bracket group stage format. And Flamengo with 3 opportunities to be our first victors here in Group B. Obviously, we do have another series in 9Z versus Bounty Hunters, but it's been difficult for Keydstars, it really has. And Ninjas is still really struggling here. 6 kills. 12 over 2 maps. Not really what you want. You know, you look at the majority of the Flamengo players, they've got more than kind of 12 kills on these maps singularly. Kind of 12 on Nuke, 12 on Mirage. The fact that Ninjas has got 12 in total, it's really tough. Big round though. This is kind of it. And look at the weaponry. Look at the utility. There's a Deagle. There's a Mac-10. Yes, there's an AWP in play on Dash, but he's the glass cannon. I like the lurk of this Deagle. I think Flash, it could make some magic happen with this Deagle. History is posted up here with the AWP. A heavy B lean here from Flamengo. Cuts Moretz might go searching here. Takes quite a lot of damage through that Molotov, but with Cuts Moretz in this deep position, now we can see some rotations come through. I don't know why History is holding this angle.
Well, is this where the game ends for Keydstars, or have they got some life left in them? That's the question of the round.
There's a minute on the clock, and they've got top mid. They don't have deep apps, and they kind of gave up that space, and they saw Cuts Moretz there as well. So they're going to have to spend a lot of time either clearing all these angles or a fair bit of utility to do it. So there's 50 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a split through B. Delboni is already through here. This is going to be an overlooked angle every day of the week. They're going to spot the smoke towards top con, assume that no one's in front of it, and with Cuts Moretz, all he needs to do is find a kill. VSM will get taken down. Vinabeast actually finds Delboni. Okay, well, certainly not an overlooked angle. Leo finds Danico as well.
Well, they're going to have to play for the 24th round then, off Flamengo. They're going to have to save in this next round. I don't even think they really have any round loss bonus behind them. Did they only get 1,400 here? It's not even going to be a great investment at 12-10. That's even assuming they can save the AWP here. And look at Keydstars. They're already hunting. They're already searching. Oh, man. History going to have to fight for his life, and he will find that first shot.
Yeah, the issue is he has no util. It's not as though he has like a molly or a smoke to slow things down. Ninjas is just going to be jiggling here, aware. Oh, the issue is the Flash. He's gone. He's done. Not a chance. Shotgun AWPing. Misses the first. AWP can be saved as well.
All right, well, that is going to be 12-10. Keydstars looks to fight for another day.
Honestly, I think it goes OT. I can't see it not going overtime just with the money. They're gonna have what 3,400, 3,500 to fight with.
That's what I was saying as well.
best.
Is even when they do full save, they only get 1,900 going into the next, so it's not even going to be a super convincing buy. This has got overtime written all over it.
Why
it
is
feels
history...
like Stars would somewhat deserve overtime with how they've been fighting through the map.
I don't know why history's bought a P250. Okay, yeah,
oh,
you
mate,
might
don't even get me started.
Like,
don't
what's
even
the
get
point?
me started. There's no point at all. I mean, that's a smoke grenade. That could be, you know, the difference maker in a round where you barely have anything going for you in that following round.
It could be the chance of, oh, okay, well, I can actually get out of FAMAS now or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, unless if he gets 4 kills with this P250, I'm not having it. There's no point. Obviously, I'm being hyperbolic. 1 kill would be able to, I guess, gain the money that you would lose. But even still, the P250, it's not as though it's going to be a massive game changer. And especially with such limited money. Even if he had 4K at this point, I'd still be questioning as to why.
Well, if he's got 4K, then it's no problem. He can afford it, surely.
Well, it means no drop. Do you know what I mean? There's still so many kind of scenarios where this P250 is probably going to get nothing. And it's about the kind of expected outcome of the next. If it's kills that you want, you can still get it done with the USP.
Let's see. There we go. Can he find a kill with the P250?
Oh, should be able
That's
to
the
now.
theme of the round right now.
Ninjas is low.
Broken wall. Oh, was he spotted? Maybe not, but he's going to get hit by flash. There we go. He finds a frag with the P2, so at least he's able to pay for it by getting that frag.
Oh.
And there's some more damage from Denoco. It's still fine though, right? There's no concern for the round at large. Bomb is trying to path its way through lowers right now. Denoco, I mean, there's no Denocos here. Denoco's dropped the bomb carrier. He might be able to scoop up the York. He has picked up the orb. Low health. This will be better, but it doesn't matter. He's landed the Noku. There's only 9 seconds. What in God's name is happening to it? Is this how it ends? This is how it ends.
What the actual hell have we just witnessed? I'm kind of having to hold myself back from saying expletives because that is probably one of the most crazy rounds I've seen in Counter-Strike. Look, history. You can buy the P250 whenever you want, mate, because Danaco's USP
that wasn't
gets
really
a 4K.
Maker,
no, obviously not. But Danaco, he does so well. But the problem is, there's a lot of damage dealt to ninjas. Danaco then gets the player through under. I have to say, Keen Stars, they could have sat in T-spawn, all 5 of them, for the first minute and a half, and I'd still back them better than that. But it seemed like they were trying to make their way up short, and then they were like, oh, there's a player on B. We can't go B. It's a P250, guys. You've got 8 kills. You've got full utility. Why are we playing so scared? And again, you said, I hope that we don't see them kind of playing not to lose and playing to win. And that last round was kind of a perfect embody of that. But here we have our first victors here in Group B. Matt, what was that last round?
You know what? The problem was, what was the main theme of the issues for Keed Stars throughout that series? It was losing rounds they should be winning where they've got advantageous situations. And that last round there was indicative of exactly that, right? Like, that's exactly what happened. It's a round in which the CTs invested $300 and their next investment is going to be MP9s and FAMASas. You win against that, you've got overtime. And they dropped the ball against a $300 investment. That is just awful for them. But like I said, it kind of embodies what the mistakes being made throughout the series were for Keed Stars. It's almost like tragically, poetically, just in a sort of weird way, you know? But props to, I must say, props to Flamengo for kind of still holding on and getting the job done. I mean, it wasn't so pretty towards the end, but they still win the series 2-0.
Yeah, and of course it was, you know, Danaco and Delboni that were kind of always digging them out of these tough scenarios in these 2vx's, and of course Danaco, it was Danaco in that last one. It was one of them, one of the two. I know it was one of them that got that amazing clutch. But obviously, as we mentioned, that is Flamengo being the victor in that game. Now, obviously, they just have to wait to find the result of the winner of 9Z against Bounty Hunters. And obviously, we've got a bit of time now, Matt. That game's kicking off in 1 hour and 10 minutes. You'll see our kind of lovely faces in about an hour or so's time for the pre-show of that one. Yeah, no, you would have gone for, you know, a rhyming word, but starting with you. Yeah, look, I'm excited for that game. I think maybe there's a bit of a closer nature to that. I don't want to say that you look at this first game on paper and you say, okay, well, it's going to be, you know, it should be a lot closer. Just based on recent results that they faced against each other, I expected a 2-0. We saw a 2-0. Was it how I thought it would go? Not based on that last round. Full USPs in, full buy. Kind of crazy. But look, as mentioned, we have got about 1 hour and 10 minutes, and then we'll be heading to our second series of today. It's 9Z against Bounty Hunters. But beforehand, we jump into a prolonged break.
Welcome back, everybody, for the second game of the day. We have our second Group B opening matchup now between 9Z and Bounty Hunters, and I'm joined by Mr. Fred. And mate, I mean, it was a pretty breezy first game. I mean, first map in particular was super quick fire. Second map was quite a lot scrappier, I would say. Eventually, we did see Flamengo get across the line then, win the series 2-0. And now we get to see who they're going to play up against later on today, because we actually have that winners match for Group B later on. So let's get into, I guess we can just jump into the rosters. I think we spoke about the scheduling earlier. So let's just bring up 9Z here, mate, so we can get straight into it.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think when you look at both these teams, when you look at them on paper, I feel like 9Z do have a bit more firepower, I've got to say. Obviously, they've brought in both Lucan and Adam S, and I've got to say, Lucan's been really positive when it comes to this roster. Or, you know, you look at the individuals, I feel like there are still the kind of the pieces to this, to this 9Z roster that were kind of looking to progress to that kind of top 10. You know, you've still got players like Martinez, Hawaso. Obviously, their most recent kind of loss, I guess you could say, being Buddha, I want to say, was removed from the roster.
Yes, correct.
Honestly, I have to say, I don't know why they've made these changes. I guess it's got to be on the basis that the individuals maybe wanted to make a bit of a change. But like, you're pushing for top 10. Why are 9Z messing things around? Like, what's going on?
They've stagnated massively over the past 6 months, bro. Like, they really have. Not only stagnated, like, they've been regressing. We've seen them playing at a level way lower than what we got out of them last year. And remember that also DGT was picked up by Payne, right?
Yes.
So that was also just another vacancy in the team that they had to plug. They've brought Adam S and Lucan into the mix. This is actually Lucan's third stint with 9Z, but this is like the best version of Lucan we've ever seen. So it's like, tried once, nah, didn't work. He went off back into the wilderness, tried again, nah, still not ready. I think this is the moment, you know. I think this is where he could really come into his own with this team. I've also always been quite high on Adam S. I feel like he has an incredible skill set and certainly brings a lot to teams. I just feel like he hasn't been able to completely find his footing in a team that works for him, as well as him working for the team as well. But I think with this 9Z roster, we could see it coming together. Martinez as well. I mean, he's always such an enterprising player to watch on the AWP. Huaso Peak, also just a lot of fun. Max, they've still got Max as the IGLs. There's some stability there.
Course,
but I think this team could work. I mean, getting back to the highs they've had previously is always going to be really tough, but this team should certainly do better than what we saw at the end of the previous 9Z roster.
Yeah, obviously this is a team that have kind of made it to, or at least a name, an org, and obviously still with the same core that have made it to the top of the top. You know, they have been fighting in the kind of the top tier events, and now it's kind of like a question of, okay, yes, I'm happy that I'm getting to watch them, but it's the fact that they have made a kind of a real regression, as you've mentioned, and they are still kind of, I don't want to say struggling, but they're not battering these teams. They're not kind of looking dominant. They're not winning 2-0 in every single game. You just have to look back to Series 1. They lost to BESTIA in a 2-1 fashion. And don't get me wrong, BESTIA is still a good team, but they started off that series winning that first map 13-1, and then they lost 13-11, 13-11. It's just pretty ridiculous, I've got to say. Like, I just don't see... I don't know why we've seen such a kind of a downward trend from 9Z. Obviously, as we've said, they made positive roster changes, but in the same way, look, they're not this same 9Z roster that most of the South American talent would be scared to face now. This is a team that you can beat. They certainly are beatable. I think we are probably still holding them as the favourites here. I don't want to say that Bounty Hunters aren't going to be able to do it, but Bounty Hunters, they're a team that a little bit, look, I don't want to say they're inconsistent, but when it comes to individuals, you've got Turtle, you've got Kaiser, who has some decent moments with the AWP. He's actually had a bit of a better performance in the last couple of months, Mayan as well, but I feel like you look at the performances in some of these games, and it seems like in nearly every single series, there's just someone missing from this Bounty Hunters roster. It seems like maybe just on every series, someone's just having the day off. It's what it feels like to me. I know that sounds really negative, and it's probably horrible if they do hear it back on the broadcast, but it does seem like there's always someone who's just missing. There's always someone lacking. You just look back to the kind of recent game that they had against Flamengo. It was Freak really, really struggling. Then you see Turtle, usually the bright light of this roster, completely out of it. It's just really, really tough. Hopefully we see a strong performance from Bounty Hunters, because they are going to need all 5 players stepping up if they want to take down 9Z.
Yeah, I feel like they got a group of solid players. I always feel like they're lacking some sort of a star rifler, but they do have solid riflers. Kaiser, you're right, has been popping off lately. He is the AWP IGL, and he's actually he's a guy who's quite happy to go for that like combat AWPing kind of style, fighting on the front lines, jumping out of window or Mirage, for example, and running at his opponents. But let's bring up the veto. I think that the players are already not far from being ready to actually get into the action. So we can just kind of gloss over the veto and then jump into the game itself. Now, Bounty Hunters have picked Ancient. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, not only is it a fantastic map for them, it's a map we've barely seen 9Z on. Yeah. Of course, we don't really know what inferences to draw about 9Z at the moment because they just haven't been playing much Counter-Strike. So we're not entirely sure where their strengths and weaknesses lie. Just because they haven't been playing maps doesn't mean that they aren't good on those maps, I think is how we got to kind of go into this looking at it. And then Dust 2, actually just always been a really solid map for 9Z in particular because of how good Martineza is on that map. And then Nuke is the decider, good middle of the road map. I'd say probably leaning to 9Z, right? It is one of the maps we actually do know more about them and they've put up good results.
Yeah, look, I think when you look at this kind of series on paper and when you look at kind of the vetoes, a lot of people are thinking, well, okay, Ancient hardly been played from 9Z. It is statistically the second best map when it comes to win rate for Bounty Hunters. Then we got Dust as well. That is their best win rate, 83%. But you've got to take these stats with a grain of salt because, as you say, we haven't seen all too much from 9Z. But also, I feel like 9Z, they've been fighting against different opponents, harder opponents. But I guess we'll see if the success can be seen from 9Z on Ancient or whether Bounty Hunters will secure their map pick, as that is where we're heading. Into the action we go.
Let's get underway. Yeah, Bounty Hunters on Dust 2 also certainly a force to be reckoned with. In fact, it's arguably their second best map.
Yeah.
Could even make a case for it being their best map alongside Ancient. So that has to bode well for them. That's got to give them a good boost of confidence coming up against 9Z, who have had the choice of sides coming into Ancient.
But you can see the odds.
Defensive half is where they find themselves. Yeah, certainly favoring 9Z significantly.
Oh, massively. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it's... honestly, I look at the vetoes and I really don't know what to think. Great find from Hawaso. That just makes things really tough. Now, Adam S is in a great position towards A main. If he finds Mayan, that is the round done. There's conflict in A main. He's got to get some help, and that's why we are seeing Freak trying to come to his aid, but Hawaso can rotate in through Temple. And yes, you found the A main player, but now you've got to deal with two on the bomb site. It gets really tough here. They've lost all of this ground. They've lost all this control, and Turtle, all that remains, 1v4, 9Z. Great start here to the pistol. But as I wanted to say, I don't think the vetoes come into effect because I think 9Z, if they take this map, we're saying, okay, well, who cares about the win rate of Dust 2 for Bounty Hunters? It's going to be lost anyway. I actually think this is going to be a game massively of individuals. If we see all 5 Bounty Hunters players step up and maybe someone's lacking on 9Z, then we can really make an argument for them. But I think we've got to wait at least for this first half to come through to get a bit of a lay of the land.
Oh, absolutely. You're going to need to get the best out of Bounty Hunters in this series if they are going to stand a chance. Everybody is going to be at the top of their game. Just a little micro detail I want to highlight in the pistol. I really like, even though Adam S doesn't get a kill, he still pushes into A main. That's what forces Zoc to push the whole way through Donut to backstab A main to get the kill on Adam S. But that then creates the space for the rotator to retake control of that A bomb site for 9Z. Just a nice little detail, a nice decision there from Adam S to actually push forward and force Zoc to come all the way into A main to affect that frag.
Honestly, though,
outside of that made it look easy.
I think if Zoc doesn't help and Mayan finds that frag, it's a much more positive looking round. And maybe in moments like that, you've kind of just got to be confident that your teammate can find that frag. Because as you said, the second that Zoc goes to help, the round's done. We got 2 players out of Temple. They got a great setup for A main. Martineza. I know I'm butchering that name, but I'll give it a go again. He's dealt a fair bit of damage to Turtle already. A lot of information about where these players are going to be heading for. And Hawasu as the A defender. I hate the amount of SMGs in this round. I don't know whether you're the same as me. I just feel like, yes, okay, you're going to have kill bonus, but at the same time, it means that you're going to be fighting against 5 AKs with 3 MP9s. Yeah. I hope one of them dies, because otherwise, it might be a little bit screwed going into round number 3.
Yeah, it's certainly one of those sort of like conversations. Someone like Martineza on the MP9 makes more sense. I think Ancient CT side is one of the halves that you can kind of get away with a few extra SMGs. You can try and like fight on the front lines in Jag and Cave, maybe try and push towards the bottom of middle, but they could also be a liability. It's going to be a bonus round though, right? So let's see. I mean, the thing is, if Bounty Hunters lose to the 3 MP9s here in this round, then what sort of a picture does that paint you?
Oh,
right? That would be quite bleak.
Yeah, they get 3 rounds with those MP9s as well if they do win this one. Obviously, I'm expecting many people to upgrade from those MP9s to AKs. But yeah, look, I feel like Ancient, especially with the kind of positioning of Cave, Also, A main, you can try and look to play from close there. There's certainly many positions that the MP9 can have success, but I think sometimes just too many SMGs can mean that it's turned from kind of a full buy to, as you said, a bonus, because this does look like more of a bonus round. If this was only just a one SMG, you're arguing, well, look, it's a pretty strong buy as is, but there's just 3 limitations that can be quite tough. Seems like Bounty Hunters are going to look to go for this A play. The issue is they're a little slow to do this, so we can see a rotation come through. Obviously, 2 defenders both coming from Donut. Hawaso sent the smoke, a flashbang coming over. No one blinded, but still frag found from Hawaso. Rotating out to the back of the bomb site. The lack of utility could be an issue. Max close here with the MP9. A perfect position for the SMG. So much damage dealt to the bomb carrier. Turtle gets the double. Martineza can have a lot of success, and Lucan just waiting out the smoke. And now the util's faded. The T's are going to feel completely trapped, completely isolated. Turtle nearly finding Martineza.
Lucan will get Turtle though. Finally able to activate, coming through from Donut. 9Z did so well to stifle this attack the entire round through that Bounty Hunters ran out of utility.
I love
this.
This
is still winnable for Zoc though. 1v2, both of his opponents on 48 health, but you're right, they've joined up alongside one another. Martinez is going to swing from Donut. Zoc never expects that, and it guarantees the trade.
Yeah, because they saw him in CT. He's expecting Temple or CT every day of the week. Great decision making there from Martineza to kind of maneuver to Donut. Although Zoc does go down, it doesn't really matter. Or Lucan, sorry. It doesn't really matter because they're doubled up. The trade's going to come through, and never is he going to be expecting it. Look, the second he gets that kill, instantly to CT. But 9Z, 3-0 up, no bomb plant either, so it's not as though we're going to see some kind of hefty investment here. Obviously, there can be some Tech 9s, maybe some Deagles, some utility, but it's not as though we're going to see some hero rifles or any idea of a force.
I feel like 9Z did such a good job of containing that execute in the previous round with how quickly they rotated and how much pressure they put on Bounty Hunters in the A-bomb side, because they had dumped all of their utility at Bounty Hunters, and 9Z just never gave up the control. They were fighting in and amongst the smoke grenades, breaking smokes open, peppering the smokes with the M4s. There was just so much pressure on Bounty Hunters the entire time. Yeah,
and the problem is for that is that they can't really go for the bomb plant, and in doing so, their limited utility fades, and that's where you feel really trapped. But utility has come through. Adam S trying to defend middle. Needed the smoke here from Hawaso. A little premature, but Max holding here towards Cave. Going to drop the smoke. Obviously, the idea is to try and contain. I would have much preferred that smoke to be a little bit deeper. And then obviously the players in middle might feel as though they'd be fighting a battle on 3 fronts, not just the 2. But Turtle, he's taking control towards Red Room. That is the hero rifle here, which I don't mind the idea of, but he's got to take his timing. He can't just sit static. Otherwise, what's the point of taking this space?
Yeah, there's a few ways you can kind of play that position that he's been able to get himself into. You can try and take the attention away, or you can try and activate quite late and see if you can circumvent the rotations into the B-bomb site. Let's see. He is going to start to make his move. Adam S is going to come across him, but Turtle wins the gunfight. Oh my goodness, Martinez out in the open. It's now on Lucan. He does at least get the first to bring it back into an even numbers game. Trying to drop utility is brave, and he's going to get run over. It's only Huaso Peak left remaining. Bounty Hunters on course to win the eco.
Look, you just need to get your gun out. I don't really know why the AWP's looking for a bit of a wider peak there. I don't know why the rifle's swinging towards ramp. All you need to do is just hold your weaponry. There's no need for util to be in hand there. Just make that round so much more kind of complicated than it needs to be. Oh, Hawaso, nice find, but Zoc can take him down from ramp. So the half buy does come through. Obviously, Turtle getting that kill on the rotation, taking down Adam S. But yeah, look, I don't really know what the game plan is there for 9Z. Are they looking to take space towards ramp? Are they just looking for wider peaks? It just seems a bit unnecessary. And Max going down for nothing's a really tough one. But a nice response. Bounty Hunters, they needed a round. They needed to try and find some success, and they have done so. Obviously not in the most normal of ways, as it is just the half buy. But look at the finances now for 9Z. We've got 2 SMGs, 2 5.7s, the 1 rifle on Adam S. They're looking to take some space towards middle. If Turtle has a look, he could find plenty. Hawaso found, and now the 5.7 and Max completely caught off guard. Adam S surely spotted around. Donut will be found by Turtle. A good start here in this round for Turtle, and this is where Bounty Hunters can bounce back, as we should see a 3-3 scoreline now.
Yeah, good work coming through from them, just collapsing in towards middle, catching those players effectively with their pants down, just out in the open. Really good util usage as well. Flash is just lining up everybody there. Like you say, that should lead to the 3-all scoreline pretty comfortably. And this is all born off the back of losing to the half buy, right? This is where the consequences start to take effect for 9Z.
We talk about the threat potential of those kind of Tech 9 investments and how not only do you have the opportunity to deal so much financial damage, but the idea of the round success can be seen. But obviously we do see that round go their way, which is really important. Really, really is.
Shout out to Freakazoid, co-streaming this tournament.
Yeah, I saw that.
Pretty cool. I don't know, is he like affiliated with Thunderpick maybe? Or is it just,
maybe just love the game.
Love of the game?
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah, certainly could be a reason.
I'll never forget the tank top Cloud9 era, Shane Garrett and Freakazoid. I've actually gone back and I've started listening to the return of the By the Numbers podcast from episode 1, which is the Richard Lewis and Thorin podcast. It returned in the end of 2017, mate. And they are like, I think like 197 episodes or something. I actually can't remember exactly how many there are, but there are a ton of episodes, all 2 hours plus. And I'm going back through the archives, watching them all one by one from start to finish.
Is that kind of the late night YouTube?
Or long drives maybe from town to town, whatever it might be. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of started, it's like end of 2017, then Cloud9 won the major 2018. And I mean, it's just, cool to kind of hear the conversations of all the history and the past teams and the tournaments. And actually pretty fun, enjoying that.
Again, though, it's just going to be this eco, couple save weapons. The expectations are pretty low here from 9Z, but look, they had such a good start. It was really, really positive. They won that kind of full buy, well, I guess the full buy bounty hunters with those 3 MP9s. But again, you can see just how one round, one little mistake, losing against the Tech 9s and that one invested Galil has done not only to kind of the trajectory of this game, but just the finances of 9Z. They're not going to have a perfect buy in the next. Obviously, if Luke can get a couple kills with this MP9, might be able to drop an AWP across, but you can see the real difficulty in the investment. Max has to take contact here. Oh, Max finds a kill, but the problem is Lucan actually takes the shot. We'll be able to find the frag. That is the bomb drop. We can have an AK brought across now. Lucan, I feel like he's within the Molotov itself. Nice HE grenade. He needs to find Freak. If he can get this kill, this round is so possible. And we're seeing the rest of the team rotate down ramp. This is perfect. Mine's going to be sucked under pressure. Taken down. Max gets 1. Look, it's a damaging round. Sadly, Lucan doesn't really get much impact. Just a 1 kill found there with the MP9.
Yeah, I mean, actually pretty well done there by Bounty Hunters to recover the round, considering how it was looking at one point. It was looking quite scary. And 9Z continued to try and fight forward, and they get punished. At least they inflict a lot of damage. I mean, that certainly is a good bonus for them.
Yeah, but they've just got to capitalize off it. Obviously, this is still the full buy. You look at a player like Zoc, he's just shy of 10k. Mine, about half of that. The money is still in place for Bounty Hunters. It's not as though it's, an absolute bare bones investment. I think Hawaso is going to get asked to flash through here. There's so many players in middle, or at least close by. Lucan play forward here. Zoc, great timing. Hawaso needs to peek through this, but he's kind of missed his chance. He had to peek the second Zoc made contact, but the fact that double kill comes through, Molly into Donut. Turtle's going to be looking to push through this. Hawaso get 1. Can't double down, though. Kaiser's the impact finds 2. Adam S needs to get that trade, but it's a 1v4 for Max. And Zoc can find Bounty Hunters. This is looking so much better. They are looking like the well-oiled machine.
Yeah, exactly. We can start to see how comfortable they actually are on the T side of this map in terms of how they're going through the motions and processes there. Util usage, the way they work themselves into mid. Zoc with the double is brilliant. And then Kaiser matches that with 2 of his own. Round over. 9Z starting to feel the heat here, I reckon.
Yeah, definitely. Especially when you say that this, this map started pretty perfectly for them. Not only was it that kind of 3-0, but it was when they had some weaker weapons in play and still found that success.
And this is still all predicated off the back of losing to the half buy. We can't forget that. That's where 9Z dropped the ball and they haven't been able to pick it up again since then.
Bit of a pre-fire from Turtle. All in the hopes to find someone in cave. Should be a pretty successful round, though, for Bounty Hunters. I doubt there's going to be much going the way of 9Z here. Just because they're playing quite a disciplined approach. It's not as well.
Yeah, Bounty Hunters do have to be careful, though. We saw them come close to slipping up against a round of a similar sort of nature early on.
Yeah.
And they're taking their time here again. 9Z aren't really making too many players. There is Huaso who's pushing through A main, and yeah, good awareness from May and not going to get caught off by that forward position.
Max is going to look to take some space, but the round's kind of already gone with the A-bomb site under the control of Bounty Hunters, and Adam S taken down. Pretty simple stuff here for Bounty Hunters. Not the greatest of sprays from Kaiser. Well, that's why he's an AWPer, I guess. That we all have those moments.
Yeah, now 5-3 though. And it's not like these rounds have been particularly close either. I feel like Bounty Hunters have had a pretty easy time in getting these rounds across the line so far. That's going to have to change. We'll have the AWP in the next round for Martinez. Perhaps could be a different, make a bit of a difference here.
Yeah, definitely.
But what we do have here is a team who are in a rebuilding phase. They have a new coach as well. Something we didn't discuss is the fact that 9Z have brought Bit on as a coach, and I think that's a fantastic pickup for them. I mean, Bit is obviously a legend from the region, accomplished a huge amount through some of the other versions of the game. I think like going back to 1.6 kind of thing, he really is a veteran from the region. They had Yell as their coach before, who was like, I think this was his first stint as a coach, if I'm not mistaken, which is always a bit of a gamble. Like, you never know what you're going to get out of a player who's just recently transitioned to a coach. But they've now actually brought like the traditional coach into the mix. So I am excited, but a rebuild takes time. I mean, they brought in Adam S, they brought in Luke, and it's going to take time to completely blood them into the team. And the contrast I was referring to is you've got Bounty Hunters who have actually been playing way more Counter-Strike lately. They've been obviously just getting a lot of reps under their belt, so they've got that game time. I mean, let's see, in the past 3 months, they've played, 37 maps, so maybe not as much as I was expecting, perhaps, but I still feel like they'll be more comfortable in the server with more reps behind them at the moment.
Yeah, look, I think for Bounty Hunters overall, I think they are maybe a team that are going to have a little bit more, I don't want to say synergy, but maybe a bit more stability. I guess that could be a nice way to think about it. Obviously, I feel like sample size, we talk about maybe it not having the most of effect, but surely they're going to just be a bit more game ready, right? They're going to be more kind of prepared.
Yeah, exactly. Sharper.
Yeah.
It does make a difference. And they've got their 2 best maps as well, do Bounty Hunters. Either way, Lucan will be able to affect the first blood in the round, and Martinez follows it up. Nice little 1-2 punch, and now Max gets in on the act as well. Little slide into the angle, and he collects 2.
Pretty perfect round. Not really anything really to complain about there from 9Z. Are we thinking 6-6 pretty fair? I don't feel like either team has had kind of the major one-up, the major leg up. I guess you can say Bounty Hunters, the second the weaponries come out, they won 5 in a row. But I feel like some of these rounds, and obviously the real issue that we've seen is Bounty Hunters got such a streak just based on that half-by victory. So I feel like a 6-6 could be a pretty fair assumption. I feel like neither team has had the major leg up, have they?
Yeah, I have more confidence in Bounty Hunters than I do 9Z right now. I really like this position from Adam S, but it's a brave one. That Molly's going to stop him from being able to fall back. That smoke's going to start to fade. And you've got to imagine this will be considered by Bounty Hunters because they don't have anybody in towards mid. And Adam S at least going to be able to use the last few seconds of the smoke to get back to safety. So now for Bounty Hunters, they find themselves with this big 4-1. You've got Zoc who's at the top of A main, and then, well, now 3-1. As Adam S will take Turtle down with the nade. A great way to find an opening kill without any risk.
Yeah, obviously this double donut setup as well just allows for such a kind of a heavy B presence. They've got this whole half of the map kind of contained just on continual jiggles. There's great trading potential. It's not as though they can get one kill and just open up this half of the map. 9Z, they're in a perfect position now. Honestly, I wouldn't mind them just look to back away. Obviously, we are seeing Martinez look for this pick with the AWP. He plays in front of the smoke, and this is where they can just play discipline. There's no need for 9Z to kind of rush themselves or rush their way into this round. They have got so much control, and they have got so much of an advantage. It would be very wasteful to see them hurry things along, but it seems like the T's are slowly going to make their way towards Cave, and that's where we got this double setup. Adam S gets one, and Max isn't needed. He's a contingency plan that isn't even seen.
Yeah, he was, like you say, the backup there that was never required. And this is going to be 9Z leveling it up to 5 apiece. You're mentioning that 6-all could be a pretty realistic halftime scoreline, and it's seeming like we're heading in that direction. 9Z have looked so much cleaner in these past 2 rounds, man. They've looked like they haven't been overplaying their hands, but they've always had some sort of early, I don't want to say aggression, but just a bit of a play being made. You know, that round it's Adam S who's on shelf and then kind of just poking and prodding around. Jag gets the opening kill, and they're happy to just play the long game from there. Don't overcommit or offer up any other way for Bounty Hunters to get a frag for free to get back into the round. They force Bounty Hunters to continue to make the moves, and they just punish them. Good work. Good contest between these two teams so far.
Yeah, and finally it looks as though this is an opportunity for 9Z to break the finances of Bounty Hunters. Obviously players like Mayan, Freak and Turtle will be financially reset with a round loss. So this is an opportunity for 9Z now. They could, in fact, take the lead. They could go 7. But I don't think any team taking the half would be fair. I think both teams have had an argument of why they have looked good and have had real impressive moments. Obviously, something we do have to say is in the one game that we have seen from 9Z on this map in the last 3 months, they had a 20% win rate on their CT side. So already, I guess you can say things are looking a bit more positive.
Yeah, signs of improvement. We'll take it.
Yeah, and it's just the one map, though. Yeah.
Lots of Utah dumping into middle there.
I love this double A main. Zoc is flashing for it. Great flash, but
wow.
Turns, okay.
Actually not a great flash. You needed to be popping sooner than that.
Yeah.
Well, it makes it easier for Lucan to turn away from, I think.
Yeah, I thought the idea that it was just going to be a pop flash, but I don't know why I don't know why there's a step bounce off the wall. It's so easy. Hawaso needs to be cautious. His head could get just ripped off by Turtle pushing through this smoke, but Hawaso, great crosshair placement. Molly on the bomb side. Max is in such a good position to find success. Kaiser trying to find the pick. Max again securing the second. Zoc, this is where maybe it's the idea of saving. If he saves here, he can drop a Galil over to a player like mine, like Freak. It is a 1v4. Yeah, you've got a minute on the clock, but why would you give this round a go if he saves? Obviously, he can drop over Galil, buy a smoke and a flash, and get some utility.
Zoc's been on a bit of a heater in this game so far, Fred. Maybe if he can find a kill here on Adam S, 1v3, get the bomb down. Hey, the bomb could be valuable as well. Seems like he's ahead of the Flames right now. He's going to try and make a play while the Flames are still burning in the hope that he catches Adam S off guard. And he does. Good first frag found. Going to scoop up the bomb now. And he may be able to activate the C-Poise. Instead decides to go for the fake. And that'll cost him his life as Max rounds on him. 9Z have gotten the lead. And they have a really good shot at closing this out 7-5 in the first half.
Yeah, obviously for Zoc, he's still going to get a buy, but as I said, there's going to be limitations here. Freak, Mayan, Turtle, there's going to be maybe pistols. Turtle could actually get an AK if he opted without head armor, but utility's been so important. Turtle could have a Mac 10 right now. Opted for the tech. It seems like a lot of players actually, if they have the option to buy the Mac 10 or the Tech 9, a lot of people still go for the Tech 9. Now, obviously, it's got kind of a much better range potential, I guess. But, come on, the Mac 10 can't be slept on that much, can it? I love the Mac 10.
I think against, like, head armor, you're probably going to have a better time with the Tech 9.
Yeah,
I do
maybe.
get you, though.
Mac 10 just run and gun, make it just so annoying to find.
I think what you can do with the Mac 10 on the run and gun, you can kind of do something similar with the Tech 9, except probably inflict more damage. Martin as though will get a kill and then fade back through the smoke. And I think that was a T-side smoke that blooms just after he gets the kill. And he'll say thank you very much as he escapes back to safety.
Adam S. Oh, that's a dirty spray transfer. Yeah, nice, that's nuts. And that kind of confirms the round. Even if a trade is seen, it's a 4 versus 2 or a 4 versus 3, it's still possible. But Lucan and Hawaso, nice finds there on the B-bomb site. 7-5, as we said. Look, 9Z, They're on the lead now. Obviously, if they win the pistol, that's where things get really scary for Bounty Hunters. Well, not yet, but they start to become a little bit worrying.
Yeah, I mean, I think the concern there for Bounty Hunters is how the wheels kind of come off throughout the half, because they go down 3-0, they win a half investment, they then go up 5-3, and then they lose 4 rounds in a row. And it's actually not even like those rounds were particularly close. I feel like 9Z were just in complete control of all the rounds that they won there, almost like some sort of a switch had been flicked. And remember, this was Bounty Hunter's map pick as well, but 9Z actually come away from that first half with the lead. Let's see what they've got in store for us here on their T side, though. Spoke about how we're going to need all the individuals for Bounty Hunters to come alive if they're going to stand a chance in the series, and it's kind of what we're getting out of 9Z right now. You look at it for 9Z, everyone's contributing. Adam S maybe having a bit more of a tough time, but he had a good contribution in that last round. Key multi-kill there.
And then the issue is...
That's a bit of a concerning sign for Bounty Hunters, I think.
Yeah, Freaks 2-9 has had a really, really, really tough start. You know, Kaiser hasn't really had the opportunities with the big green either. Obviously, being on the T side of Ancient, we talk about Ancient being quite a tough one for AWPers. A lot of the time, they have to play pretty statically. But expectations are that Kaiser can wield the big green far more frequently here on the CT side. But pistol round, it's going to be important for Bounty Hunters. If they do lose it, that's where we are beginning that storyline of the kind of the ifs and whens of Ancient and what could happen. Again, though, I mentioned that this game kind of is conditioned on Bounty Hunters individual stepping up. Look at the space that's been taken from 9Z. Hawasu and Luke can both find picks. Important for Zoc to get one, but Adam S quick to trade. 4v2, and they're just going to save. 9Z,
I mean, Zoc can't believe he's being traded from the back of cave there as soon as he gets that kill. He's like, how on earth are they already behind me? That's so quick. But it was super quick fire there from 9Z. Once they put the pedal to the metal, they were just all over that B bomb site. Shell shocked the defense. And that's going to be a problem now for Bounty Hunters.
Do you force here if you're Bounty Hunters? Did you take that risk? Obviously, both players can kind of early upgrade or easy upgrade, to full head armor. Do you think that's the right choice? Or is it too risky?
Well, let's see, first of all, if they're both going to be able to keep that little light investment into head armor alive. Unfortunately, not for Mayan and Kaiser. Going to fight with the Julies to see if he can at least carry them over with his Kevlar, and he will collect the kills. So that's pretty decent, you know. That means that this investment's not going to be as convincing as it would have been for 9Z otherwise. So at least something. And Kaiser, off the back of those kills, he just buys an M4. Now, the question is, does he keep the M4 even though he doesn't have head armor? I wouldn't like that, you know. I think you got to give the M4 to someone with head armor to try and get the most out of the gun, because now he's left himself vulnerable. Let's see, Mac 10, no head armor. Goodbye, Kaiser. I told you, mate. You got to get that M4 on someone who has head armor to give it the best chance at finding some sort of impact in the round.
Yeah, look, I think right now, Bounty Hunters, they've opted for the risky investment. Now you've just got to go for a full gamble. If you get it wrong, then at least you've got these weapons to fight off in the next. We could very quickly be seeing a 10-5 scoreline with 9Z on their preferred half, and that's where it gets quite scary for Bounty Hunters.
Oh, yeah. That certainly, it's quite concerning at this point already. 9-5, anti-eco to follow. I mean, at least it looks like they should be able to get these 4 weapons over into the next round. That'll give them something to work with.
Yeah, I think Max will go for a bit of a hunt, though. I don't know why he wouldn't. It's the Mac 10 in play.
Wouldn't mind it, yeah.
Yeah, look, even if you go one for one from this point onwards, won't be disappointed. But again, as you say, this is the issue of going for that kind of hero rifle on a head armored player. You have that real difficulty of just a Mac 10 swinging out mid and deleting. It's also moments like that where I love when teams in overtime bring out Mac 10s and maybe the odd P90 for the gimmick. Yeah, because look, in that last round of overtime, it's not going to make much sense because if they're going to have enough money to have head armor, they're going to buy it anyway. But in that first round, you always surprise so many. I'm yet to kind of see it have that full impact, but I love the idea of it. But again, look, 9-5, they've got a 4-round lead. I guess with the fact of these 3 or 4 players saving, they can invest in another 5-7 quite comfortably. But still, it's not a great buy, though, is it?
Yeah, I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be fine. I think we'll get a pretty good semblance of an investment in the next. They won't. Yeah, I'm not sure if they'll have the AWP on Kaiser. I think someone might be able to drop it. They get $2,900 here, so should be able to find a way. Glass cannon at least. 9Z just going to make sure they keep the screws tight here in this round, because we saw them lose to this sort of investments in the previous half, and that's where things had kind of just gotten a little bit out of control for them. That's what kickstarted the streak of 5 for Bounty Hunters, so 9Z got to make sure that doesn't happen again early on in the second half as well. Max poking and prodding with the Mac 10 has his bell rung, and that dissuades him from committing. It looks like Turtle does want to go searching, though, coming out of his shell.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea of Turtle looking to get aggressive. And look, I quite like this game plan from Bounty Hunters. They're going to refight heavily towards middle. The problem is Hawaso is here towards Shelf. Max, although he's been chipped away at, the Mac 10 is now no longer the main focus. There's these Galils towards Shelf that they need to find. And Freak, you can get that kill. You might be able to retrieve the Mac 10, but the rest of the T's are making their way up towards B. Mayan so heavily been chipped away at, so he's not going to feel comfortable. 2 players pushing through this smoke. Okay, they do get the kill, and now Martineza is going to push towards Cave.
Oh,
out of the smoke.
Fade.
Yeah.
Oh my, I was worried for a second there. You had to go for a bit of a gamble if you're Mayan. You can understand it. Martinez is going to flash for Luke and going to swing off the back of it. That's going to cost him his life. Martinez decides against committing. This is getting a bit concerning. He will collect one more frag back to regain the advantage, and should be impossible now for Freak trying to deal with these 2 remaining players, and Martinez is just going to seal the deal. So it does come a bit closer than what 9Z would have liked, but they get across the line up to double digits and just 3 rounds away from winning their opponent's pick.
Yeah, look, this is a real positive start for 9Z's D side. Obviously, Bounty Hunters, it's now their kind of first real full buy. But without it, it could come down to a 7-round deficit, needing all 7 for Bounty Hunters. This is kind of a must-win round. Obviously, the backs aren't against the wall. It's not as though map 1 will be lost if they do lose here, but kind of near perfect Counter-Strike will need to be seen if otherwise. So, a lot of weight, a lot of pressure on this round. Timing on the flash looks good. Max is going to push through. Mayan under pressure, not fully blinded. How have they not traded him? Okay, Mayan gets a free double. Adam S will take down Turtle, but man advantage, I was going to say still huge in the way, but yeah, Martineza, great aggression here towards B. Is still very much wanting to deal with Cave. He spotted Zoc, and this one just take CT. You've got all of this control. Why are you looking to take this fight in Cave? Well, finally, he's going to have to show some respect to his opponents. I'm happy that Lucan's taken. I'm happy Lucan's taken CT.
Yeah. Bombs planted for him as well.
Yeah.
No kit in play. Keep that in mind. Plenty utility.
They're
gonna try and... Oh no.
I like it. No, honestly, I'm all for this. They don't have a kit. They just have the 1 smoke. They have no information of these remaining players. Bounty Hunters. The amount of time, honestly, Matt, you know, this is my 4th best of 3 of the day, right?
Yeah.
The amount of rounds I've seen teams go for this, they lose, and it messes up their finances for the rest of the game.
Right, yeah.
I am so happy that finally a team has decided to play the numbers.
How do you feel about Zoc hanging around and dying then?
Oh, I think that's stupid, but it doesn't matter. At least the main front is saved. Look, you can see Kaiser and Mind both drop.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I feel like in that 3v3, there is a world in which you could consider going for the retake, but you're probably right in terms of erring on the side of caution because you are down 10-5, and if you lose all the guns, it's almost like guaranteed game over. So I can get on board with it from that perspective, but then what the hell is Zoc still doing hanging around there? Then you need to just immediately head for the heals. Why are you looking for exit kills? They've got money on the T side, they've got rounds. There's no value at all, and it's actually something I'm still shocked to see, even at the highest level of the game, these sorts of basic mistakes still being made. And all due respect, I give Zoc his credit frequently. I think he's a fantastic player, but unfortunately, he's just the guy who made the mistake this time round, and that means I'm going to highlight it, But that is kind of borderline egregious. That's why Freak now has a FAMAS and not an M4,
Yeah, look, I don't think it's kind of the biggest of issues, and I think if they all 3 decided to hang around and look maybe for the round or for exits, and multiple went down, I'd be so heavily kind of discrediting that decision. But look,
just
it's
such an unforced error, though.
Yeah,
is the problem.
It's unnecessary, but I'm happy it's just the 1. I've seen so many rounds today where teams have looked to hang around, they've looked to go for retakes where they don't have enough utility, they don't have the space, they don't have maybe the numbers needed or a defuse kit. They still get a go, they lose the round, they lose all money, and then they're just screwed. So I actually think it's good that Bounty Hunters have done that, but they do need to capitalize because look, you made the correct decision in saving. If you lose this round, then what was the point of it? Well, opening kill found, but Lucan gets one back.
Cancels it out immediately afterwards. Freak continued to push there.
We saw it in the last series in kind of Key Stars against Flamengo. That Nuke, that first map, Key Stars, they lost 13-3, but they got 9 of the 16 opening kills. I feel like this game might be a little bit similar. I feel like Bounty Hunters have had so many opening kills, but they just haven't really converted the rounds off of it. This could be a bloodbath in ramp. It's going to be a double ramp push. Max can get in the back lines.
One is posted.
Oh,
the timing could be worst possible timing for him, and he will still actually be able to come away with the kill. You know what? That's almost like best case scenario. Oh my god, Kaiser, how have you gotten a second kill from them? That's ridiculous.
They're going to go A.
Adam S knows there's another, right? Yeah, he's got Max to try play off of right now. Max, I don't know if Mayan has stepped or not. Max in the corner's gotten the kill, and Adam S is only worried about the fact that there could be a player in Jag. And he's now gotten past. It doesn't seem like they were certain Turtle was B as well, but they're still going to be able to figure it out anyway and get themselves onto that vacant A side.
I'd love to see Turtle go towards A main here. I think Donut is just far too obvious. They've dropped a smoke towards CT. Adam S now having a slight look in CT, but holding towards Donut. They're both backed away towards A main.
Ooh,
and look, neither one of them's holding A main. Neither one of them is actually so focused on A main right now. Obviously, they're going to be looking to peek it because they're both here. But I feel like Turtle... What's the game plan? You're just going to wait out, try and find a kill, go for the ninja?
Yeah, I guess you're just hoping that maybe somebody would offer themselves up, but there's genuinely nothing going for him right now. And it looks like he's still going to commit anyway. I mean, he's just going to have to try and hopefully stick the defuse and pray that... Is he even going to get on it? Yeah, he's going to hope that they're fading away. You're right, he's leaving as late as he possibly can. And you know what's a gamble there? Is Adam S has actually thrown a flash. Imagine he blinds up Max as Max swings to kill the diffuser, and he's not able to. That would have been a tragedy, but it all works out. 9Z. I mean, this has been a streak, man. This is a streak of what, 9 rounds, I think, in a row?
Yeah, they were obviously, what, 3-0 up. They lost 5, and now they haven't dropped around. Yeah, 9 in a row. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant here from 9Z. We expected this, though, right? They are the favourites. They are the better team on paper. Let's, I don't want to say the Bounty Hunters aren't the team to do it, but as I said, I pointed out from Bounty Hunters, I said nearly every single one of their series, someone is lacking. Someone isn't stepping up. We've got Freak, 4-13, Turtle, 7-13. There's a couple of players who aren't really stepping up. And the difference is, as you mentioned, everyone on 9Z's having their moments. Everyone's looking really, really good. And I think it's tough. And now Bounty Hunters, they need 7 in a row. They need pure, perfect Counter-Strike, or they lose their map. And honestly, Matt, we can try and kind of drink from the tall glass of copium, and I guess I'm sure the fans will want the comeback.
The glass is empty.
The glass is on the floor, shattered, mate. It's broken. Exactly. It's never going to happen. Look, I feel like as broadcasters, we always try and kind of create a bit of a storyline, an idea. It's 9 in a row. 9Z, I can't see a world in which they lose this. It feels like kind of the Doctor Strange, the 42 billion possibilities. Bounty Hunters, they've only got 1 out of 42 billion to win this game.
They've gotten another opening kill here, and again, there's been a trade, but that's just because they've hung around unnecessarily. Zocker's gotten the kill in Jag early on, and then he's just still kind of hung around the entryway there. Hasn't been able to lock in his profits. He round-tripped his bags. I've been there, I've done that. Yeah. And I keep doing it, but they're not taking advantage of getting their opening kills. They're kind of leaving themselves open to the trade. We saw it from Freak in the previous round at Ramp, where he gets an opening kill, and then 5-6 seconds later, he dies after just not falling back. So
look at the space
big problem for Bounty Hunters, and now they have an issue on the say bomb side.
Men could get taken down here.
Oh, they're going to be way far ahead, yeah.
Oh, they need to respect this smoke, but Max is in Temple. It's done. Look at the health of Turtle. There's no defuse kit.
That was comedic.
Lucan's in middle. There's nothing they can do. He's getting all this early information. Steps. Turtle's drop. Turtle needs this frag, but Lucan finds it. Information of Freak as well. He stepped 2. We'll find, but 2 versus 3. The bomb's already 1/3 ticked. Needing to deal with this setup in Donut. Great flash onto Hoaso, actually, but Adam S can peek at any moment. Contact taken from Hoaso. Freak's still worried about Adam S, but it's all just a bait. It's all just a... Oh, okay. It might just be a bait, but they're messing about, but... There's no time.
No time. That's the problem. He doesn't have a kit, so it's all a formality from here, I'm afraid. And at this point, it is going to be 9Z who have got the job done. 13-5. I mean, that is so convincing from them, because let's think about the way the map had started. They go up 3-0. Then they lose the half investment sort of Tech 9 buy, and then they lose 5 rounds. They lose 4 more in a row after that. So they go down 5-3, and then they don't lose another round from that point. So a little bit of a streak. There was a little moment throughout that first map there for Bounty Hunters, but that was it. Streaks and moments don't, small streaks and those sort of moments don't win you maps, right? And they had their chances with their opening kills, but weren't able to ever really capitalize on them. And we got to give credit to 9Z. I mean, once they had flicked that switch in what would have been round 9, they did look like a completely different team for the rest of the map.
Yeah, and I think as well, when you actually look at it, Bounty Hunters, they only won one actual full buy versus full buy, right? Because it was the full buy, it was the half buy victory that they won. Then obviously it was a force, which was pretty weak weak investment. Eco, then full buy, then Eco, and then so
true.
It was just one full buy versus full buy that they won. Look, Bounty Hunters, yes, maybe we could have seen a bit more from them, but I think at the same time, if they didn't win that half buy, maybe the scoreline could have been even more embarrassing. And I think, look, 9Z, they are the favorite team. They've looked really good here today, and I think we expected them to look pretty decent. And I think with that result, it just bodes so nicely for them on Dust. I think, it's their map pick. They've looked really good on it in the past. Okay, yes, it's, statistically the best map for Bounty Hunters. It's only a 3% difference in win rate. Bounty Hunters had an 80% win rate here on Ancient. Obviously not anymore. So yeah, maybe not the best of performances here from Bounty Hunters on map 1.
Yeah, certainly does leave quite a lot to be desired. Got to say, credit to 9Z, all the individuals standing up and having some good moments there and getting the team across the line. But with that in mind, we're going to just throw this one across to a little bit of a break, and then we'll be jumping into Dust 2 to break it down and figure out whether or not 9Z will book themselves a date with Flamengo, or perhaps we require a decider to see who that anonymous data will end up being. Map 2 of the second game of the day about to get underway. It's 9Z's pick, and also they currently lead the series 1-0 after a convincing win on Ancient, 13-5. And in and amongst the 5 rounds Bounty Hunters won, Fred with the keen eye picked up that only one of those was a gun round. So there's actually quite a big disparity between the two teams on the previous map. And, well, for Bounty Hunter's sake, hopefully that won't be the case here on Dust 2 as well.
Yeah, obviously, again, maybe not as drastic as the previous game where it was kind of 13-3, yet more opening kills, but still 8 rounds in which Bounty Hunters found that opening pick. But you touched upon it. It seemed like Bounty Hunters, they were very much kind of sticking around in the action when they didn't need to. But we see some action unfolding already towards short. Hawaso aware of that elevated angle. Lucan finds one while flying through the air, finding Freak, and now it's a 3 versus 5 scenario. Things have gotten a bit touchy, a bit difficult here.
Yeah, the problem is, even though it's 5v3, it's not like they guaranteed any bomb site just yet. They are going to just force their way into this B bomb site, though. Mayan gets overwhelmed. Just so much pressure ramping up on that B bomb site. Turtle gets destroyed. Lucan is just on a number here in this pistol, man. A brilliant triple kill coming through from him. And what a blistering start to Dust 2 here for 9Z as well. I mean, remember, we had a lot of question marks over 9Z going into Ancient because they'd only played the map once in the past 3 months. Dust 2 is the one that we had the confidence in, and Dust 2 was the known quantity. And they, loving life here in the pistol.
Yeah, obviously 9Z, they played it 5 times in the last couple months. Obviously, they've won it 3 times, but the 2 losses have been 13-11s, as close as it gets, really.
Who did they lose to?
It was to Crew and Imperial, 2 top-tier teams right in this region. These
Imperial,
are not...
Yeah.
Obviously, we do have to say, the win rate's still really, really good for the side of Bounty Hunters as well.
Who have they beaten? Any big names?
ODDIK, I guess.
Okay,
but
I'll take ODDIK.
It's not like Imperial, is it? But it's still pretty decent, right?
It's a decent skull.
Yeah, exactly. It was 13-4 actually against ODDIK, so very dominant. I think this is going to be a banger. I think this map should have still that same kind of idea of threat. But the issue is Bounty Hunters 4x versus 4x, they look very poor. And that's something that can't really be featuring here. They've got to kind of really look dominant. Hawaso can drop the molly. He just gets himself out of there. I really like that discipline as well. You can see against these eco rounds, look, however disciplined, however mature, however kind of mentally strong these players are, they hear the USPs and they're just thinking, ooh, tasty kills. Let me stat pad real quick. But I like that Hawaso just backs away. It's the right decision. And he's going to find plenty of kills here, at least you'd assume, as the CTs make their way through now. Flashbang comes over the top. Oh, that's the Galil for you.
Yeah, he lost control.
It's just too many bullets.
Yeah, too many bullets, too many players in his screen. Lucan not going to have that same sort of problem, though. It's another triple kill here for him. Back-to-back triple kills for Lucan to open up on Dust 2. And you know what? I much prefer seeing the force buy into the eco on the CT side of Dust 2 if you lose the pistol, because I feel like you need that AWP so badly in your first gun round on the CT side of this map, because if you lose this gun round here, it feels like you've just been massively delayed in actually getting that AWP out. Kaiser, a very strong AWPer as well. Let's see if they can get it done here with the rifles, but I like rolling the dice with the force buy. Scouts, upgraded pistols, and then the eco into the buy, but they've opted for the earlier investment. Let's see if it's going to work out.
Honestly, I had this conversation with Nexus the other day. He was kind of very against that second round force on the CT side of Dust, but I'm so happy you've kind of not only had that similar out view as I do, but also the Scouts and the Deagles. These are weapons that are kind of made for Dust 2. You can have 2 Scouts, 3 Deagles. Yeah. And look, I feel like when you look at some maps, maybe you're like your Ancients of the world and Nubis, where, okay, yeah, you're not going to have the longest of sight lines. Obviously, there is Canals, which obviously, it certainly has the opportunity for the Deagle. But Dust 2 is literally just the long-range map, right? Every single engagement, very rare, apart from the kind of the conflict in lower tunnels or maybe this kind of aggression towards shore. But it is very long-range duels. And also, because rotations can generally be quite slow, this is a map where the Deagles can look really, really good, especially on that T side. You find a pick towards B and bang, that's the round over.
That was always the thought process, like you say. Just chip away with the scouts and then find the frags with the pistols to finish them off. Either way, look at the pressure on the B bomb site. Hawaso peaked that as a monumental kill onto Freakin'. He's gotten the frag on Mayan as well. He's just done it all here in this round.
Gonna have to be safe. They are. Yeah, obviously this is unconfirmed damage, and yes, we know how difficult the B bomb site is to retake. Notorious for its difficulties for the CTs. I think we're going to see a lot of 4v4, 5v5, 3v3 saves that occur from the CTs, because whether they got the util, whether they got the kits, whether they got the damage, we know how difficult that bomb site can be. But obviously 3-0 start now for 9Z, quite reminiscent of what we saw in the last. I actually hope we don't see a force from Bounty Hunter or an investment around this. I think in rounds like this, okay, yes, Kaiser, Turtle, they can drop rifles across. I actually think it's much better to hedge your bets in rounds like this. Just get some deagles around the M4s, because then you've got what? Upgraded pistols and full rifles. And even if you lose, you've still got a full buy. You've got the AWP in play. So I think if they invest around this, I think a lot of teams would look to buy in this. You can drop 2 rifles across. You're going to have a pretty decent buy overall. But have some faith in your pistols. Have some faith in the rifles, because even if things do go wrong, you're going to be getting the AWPs in the next. So I hope they don't drop, actually. I know maybe it's kind of a differing of opinion to most. It kind of gives you two goes at it.
I'm on your side, because if you just don't invest here, you still have 3 rifles to work with in the round. You've still got firepower behind you, and then you guarantee the full buy in the next round as well.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably like that's the most conservative approach, is just saving here, guaranteeing the AWP in the next, and not just spending all your money here to plug the gaps around these 3 guns. And it looks like they have a similar sort of school of thought to you and I.
Yeah, well, I think when you look at it, kind of look at these buys over kind of the span of the next 3 rounds. They go for the full buy. Let's say they lose, then it's a half buy, and then it's a full buy again. Obviously, though, if they go for this investment, very strong half buy, then they get a full buy in the next, and that's when they have the AWPs and everything. It's not as though it's kind of a strong investment. It is a perfect buy. So I hope the Bounty Hunters, they will be able to find success in the next, because that's kind of what this round's conditioned on. But opening kill, so vital for the CTs here. Kaiser, though, we said about how Bounty Hunters like sticking around in the action. Kaiser makes it work by finding that frag, but Turtle taken down. Lucan has been so key here for this team. Goes for the early shot there. Maybe just keep the AK in hand. 7-1.
My word. I mean, this is very aggressive from Bounty Hunters right now, and it's going to work the trick for them as well. It's only Lucan left remaining with the AWP right now. And Kaiser's so close, he's hearing all these steps. He's going to look to try and force the fight. He catches Lucan with his pants down. Big wide swing there will finish off the job. Listen, Martinez was playing with fire because he just kept jump spotting there. Turtle saw him a number of times, and he just offered up his head too much. Look at this from Turtle. There we go, just as I say. Clean tap. And they're never expecting Kaiser here as well. Not expecting Kaiser so far forward. So good activation from him to catch his opponents off guard. And Bounty Hunters as well didn't even have to invest in this round. The 3 rifles were enough to get the job done.
Yeah, look, that's the reason for this investment. We have 2 Glocks. Okay, there is another AK. The AKs are there. What was going on in T-Spawn? We've had 10 seconds of play, and they're only finally getting out of T-Spawn now. Clearly a bit of a mismanagement of who's wielding what weapon. But again, look what they've gained from it. Look at the money that's in the reserve. It means that there's going to be a buy in the next for Bounty Hunters, regardless of outcome. Yet for 9Z, finances completely shattered. And this is kind of the second-hand value of that round. We were talking about the hypotheticals of if you lose it, you can still get a perfect buy. But if you win, look at the successes they gain of it. They're going to bridge the gap massively between 9Z now.
Yeah, they can win this round. They certainly will. That is the opportunity that presents itself. And look at how well set up they are to deal with this B split as well. 2 players hard committed to the B bomb side, and you've got a player on ramp dealing with middle. So Bounty Hunters very well set up to kind of deal with what's coming their way. Although after getting the frag on Huaso, it does look like 9Z might kind of change up their approach. Yeah,
but obviously they can opt for such a kind of a heavy B/middle lean because we've got the AWP on Kaiser. You can just play from Kai, you can hold towards short. Obviously that mid to B smoke will come through, but it doesn't really matter. There's a triple B setup. If they can't contain or get kind of kills, then what was the point of this setup? It is going to be this play through A though. Lucan finding Turtle towards long. This is where now Kaiser's going to feel very isolated. Flashed off the angle in long, fully blinded. He is playing tucked to the right-hand side wall, so it's not as though he's going to feel any threat from the A bomb site currently. Kaiser reposting. He's so assuming that Lucan has just backed away, and Lucan gets a freebie. Now man advantage here for 9Z. There's limited time, but they drop the Molotov. Molly on the bomb site though. There's 11 seconds for them to work with. Still yet to get the digits in, but the nade won't take him down. Nade won't even land close enough. Quick there is Freak, though, from short. Adam S going to feel very isolated on the bomb site. There's a flank coming through from Lucan, but with Zoc finding Martinez, this gets really tough for Adam S. Lucan needs to hurry things along. Oh, with Adam S finding that kill, it baits Lucan in even more, but we need to see Adam S find that frag. Misspray from Lucan. He will get the kill, though. Elevated angle now from May, and he's low HP, but he finds the kill. I believe there's enough time for the defuse as well.
Plenty.
And Bounty Hunters, they will find that round. But again, what's happening on the A bomb site?
There's two big questions in that round there. The first one is, why has Adam S decided to swing so far forward? I get the thinking is that they're never going to expect that play, but it's just not necessary to make a play there. That's just trying to forcefully finish off the round, especially when he has Lucan who's on catwalk that he can play off of. And the second mistake in the round is Max is on short. He's looking A. He's not watching his back. They had full A side control at that moment. He gets flanked out because he's actually just got that tunnel vision. If he was looking behind him, he would have stood a much better chance of winning out that gunfight, and then they guaranteed to win the round. So those were the two key mistakes from 9Z.
Yeah, obviously as well. It's the fact that Adam S gets that kill towards short. If anything, is going to bait Lucan in so much more. But as you say, it goes down to a 2-on-2. Maybe just, I don't want to say a lack of communication, but maybe there's that in tandem with a lack of trust. I don't really know why you would look to fight so heavily. He can just sit on the bomb site and they win that round. Still though, 9Z, they are in the lead. It is just the half by here, so we should see a third found from Bounty Hunters. And look, it's becoming a much more exciting game. Nade of the smoke, Kaiser, oh, he misses the nade of the smoke, but he finds a kill with it. Okay. Mayan aggressing from window. Not the greatest of sprays, so Max, sorry, can capitalize. Zok will find Max again. Okay. Some kills are just being gifted to him. Yeah.
There we go.
It's still 3 survivors. It's not as though the money is going to be a big problem here for Bounty Hunters either. You can see the finances on players like Kaiser, like Zok, like Mayan. Do we like the double AWP?
Love it. Big fan. I think it's fantastic on the CT side of Dust 2. Rarely comes to the table. These days, they've got a lot of money behind them as well. So if it doesn't work, they can just go back to the single AWP setup. And I think it's a good kind of like variation to bring to the table in the middle of the half here as well. Could catch 9Z off guard. Good tag onto Freak on the cross though. Not the first time Martinez has hit that tag either.
Yeah, look, I actually think the double AWP, a lot of the time you see it feature in that kind of first round of overtime when finances are so stable, but the double AWP can work out so nicely. They've seen Kaiser in middle, they've dealt damage to him as well. They're never going to expect an AWP here. Mayan gets a freebie, no trade possible, can now back away. They're looking at a 5 versus 3 scenario. Okay, yes, Freak and Kaiser have been chipped away at, and this is maybe where you'd like to drop that AWP to Zok. Freak, but yeah, Zok's taken all of this positive space, and if Max looks to try and find kind of a route back into middle, he's going to be taken down by Zok, but there's nothing they can do. They can't back away towards mid. Okay, yes, there's the slight chance that there was a timing of going towards T-spawn because Zok is still tucked away. They can actually back out of long, and that's why we are seeing Kaiser a little bit worried here, but the AWP's still in play. Man on the back of the bomb site. There is going to be a flash coming through, but it doesn't matter, man. Not blinded by it. This is just so easy for man. And this is what an AWP can do on that CT side. This is why we kind of sometimes so heavily praise the decision for the Force, because you can get the big green in play.
Exactly. Look at the value here, the contribution from the AWPs in this round, exactly as you say. Another flank being committed to by Zok, not at all on the radar of 9Z. He'll be able to find one. Lucan on super low health does not stand a chance here. 9 health and 3 opponents. Nah, mission impossible as far as I'm concerned, and Turtle will seal the deal. Bounty Hunters starting to come alive now on their CT side.
That's the lead found and an expected 5th to follow. So I guess the successes of 9Z have fallen a little bit away. Obviously, this is the kind of exact same showing as what we saw in Ancient. First 3 rounds going the way of 9Z. 5 in a row for Bounty Hunters. 10 in a row then for 9Z. Surely we're not going to see that again, though. Or at least you'd hope not. But Bounty Hunters have been a lot better. They have been far more kind of convincing as a team. And it feels like maybe the fact that they lost Ancient, they're playing with a level of freedom that we haven't seen from them on Ancient. You know, we are seeing kind of these aggressive pushes from players like Zok, like Mayan, you know, early towards top mid. It's nice to see.
It's what we highlighted coming into this, that even though this is 9Z's map pick, we know Bounty Hunters really enjoy Dust 2 as well. And you can just see that coming to fruition. You can see that comfortability on the map in terms of how many different options they have to fall back on their CT side, the variations in the setups as well. Good balance between taking space, but also not overplaying their hand, which was a bit of a problem on Ancient, where they'd get the opening kills and then not be able to capitalize on them. They've been much better in that department share on Dust.
Yeah, and even in the moments where they're looking quite aggressive and kind of staying in the action, it hasn't really cost them yet. Freak. Nice find down to Hawaso. Oh, Zok with the missed shots, and this is where the T's really could capitalize. Lucan's just holding Mayan. Needs to be cautious here, but Zok will find. Push through. Timing looks good, but actually it goes against. And Martinez struggling to connect with the P250, gets the bomb out. Not only is there aggression coming through from window, but there's a player through door as well. 3 survivors once again for Bounty Hunters, so the finance is going to be on the rise. And look, 9Z, successes have gone silent. And in that first series, we kind of saw it from Vinnerbeast, where he was single-handedly the only real performer for them on Nuke. Kind of similar to what we're seeing here from Lucan from 9Z. He's 12 and 5, but the rest of the team combined only with 11 kills.
Yeah, that's crazy that he has more kills than the rest of his team combined right now. And we're talking about plays being made from Bounty Hunters. This time it's going to be Mayan into tunnels here with the AWP. And he's also got Kaiser with his AWP posted top middle. So he knows his back is completely covered right now. But it is going to be a change up from 9Z. Oh, I wish they had gone ahead of the smoke and fully committed. Would have found just Freak on that B bomb site. They would have had him pretty much every day of the week. Mayan is going to fall back. So 9Z will start to methodically take control here. But there's a lot of work to do in the round before they can even think about getting onto a bomb site.
Yeah, obviously Bounty Hunters, they're a little bit worried about long. They're a little bit worried about upper tunnels. And obviously now that Mayan's backed away from top tunnels, well, he can find a pick onto Martinez, so not really an issue. But we're seeing this triple refight from Bounty Hunters through long. Obviously, we saw the peak from Mayan towards tunnels, and now they've kind of confirmed this space. They're going to realize, well, okay, we must have just got a bad timing in middle, because that's clearly where they are. So I like the Bounty Hunters. They look to kind of refight on the extremities where they don't have that information. But this should be another pretty confirmed round for them. The setup's brilliant. We've got a double B setup. Obviously, Kaiser, posted up from Car with the AWP. There's very little that 9Z can do in this type of round, especially because they only have the one flashbang, which is going to be such an issue. Hawaso. He's found the shot. Oh, Turtle could go down for free. It's going to be a reposition through back into
the round.
Hawaso can cut off all the rotations towards short. Lucan is holding as well, and the steps from Hawaso hurt, but Lucan can find a freebie. If he can get another hit, this could be disgusting. But Freak will find him. 3 versus 3. Low HP for Freak. Kaiser posted up with the AWP. Players on the A-bomb side are going to feel trapped. They don't actually need to go peeking here. They can just keep control of short.
They're respecting him. They're respecting that line right now, and they're not crossing it. That's key. So Kaiser posted on this angle, just not getting anything done right now. Mayan's going to be coming back through from long as well. Freak going to be making his way up from CT. Now Max is going to start to poke him prop, but Kaiser's patience prevails. Another one crosses though. They don't spot the head of the second. It's Adames who now nestles himself into the bomb site. He has to win this gunfight. He does, but he has to do more. There's a few seconds left on the bomb, but I think that the kills come through in time. No, never mind. The defuse is futile, and 9Z finally get another round back.
Yeah, an important round. Obviously, it gets really dicey. All based on time there, but the second it gets to that kind of final 10 seconds and they're not on the bomb site yet, even if they get that kill, as we saw, 9Z, they do find it, but it's so kind of, so contingent on finite details. You see Turtle pushing through long doors, free kill come through there, Lucan towards middle, spots the shoulder and finds the frag. You know, it's that round, even with 20 seconds left, kind of on a knife's edge, it's just as close as it can be. But look, 9Z, although they win the round, look at the money they've got. We've got Galils, we've got Mac 10s, just the 1 AK on Luke, and you understand why he wants to bring it in play. It's been a real threat here for 9Z, but a much better performance out of Bounty Hunters. Still, though, it's another round that features an opening kill for Bounty Hunters and a lost round in total. Obviously, it's been far less frequent, but yeah, it's still another moment like that. But again, they win the round, 4 Galils and an AK. It's not great, is it?
Yeah, if they can win this round, though, then it's almost like identical to what had happened on Ancient, where it goes 3-0 9Z, 5-3 Bounty Hunters, and then 9Z just find their footing again. That would be uncanny if we see the same sort of thing happen here on Dust 2 as well. Because if they win this, Bounty Hunters don't have money. Yeah, has it been reskinned or something?
Yeah. It does feel like that. Obviously, though, it's still a very positive buy, but with the fact of that double AWP in play, we talk about how costly it is, and with 9Z just winning 1 round, it puts the finances in question. Rotation has been seen from Kaiser. He's going to be shotgun AWPing. He's going to go for a peek. I love the idea from Kaiser. Can get one. Hawaso finding, but Adames finding Freak. Yeah, he needed his teammate to step up, and Max finding the rotation from Turtle. Adames, he throws the molly, but it just baits in Martinez. And Zoc now 1v4. Round done. AK's AWPs can be saved. Everything can be brought and found from 9Z. And Bounty Hunters now. Maybe not the comeback they needed. God, this is very similar to Ancient, isn't it?
I know. I mean, technically speaking, that was another opening kill for Bounty Hunters in a round that they don't actually win. But it's not as convincing as an opening kill because Kaiser does get forced on straight afterwards. But I'm watching from Kaiser's POV and I'm looking at Huasso pushing forward and I'm thinking, where's the B anchor? Why is he able to push so far without any contest? Why is he being shot at right now? Excuse me, and I'm not sure if Freak was blinded up there or what impedes him, but I think Kaiser's probably asking the same question in the back of his mind while he's backpedaling, like, there's a good chance this guy might die, like, where's my teammate, right? He's gonna, oh, nope, I'm dead, oh, he's also dead, round's over. Yeah,
the big issue is as well, is I feel like if it was just Kaiser taking contact and Freak wasn't aware of it, then you could play the kind of communication card that we sometimes show on the broadcast where we're like, okay, maybe it's a lack of comms, maybe it's a bit of mismanagement. It's actually a jump spot scene from Freak. He gains the information that there's 3 there towards tunnel, so maybe he could be caught juggling utility. Still though, Freak has to get 1 in that scenario. He has to be in a position to get at least 1. And again, Freak's having a really tough game here on Dust. Maybe not as bad as we saw, obviously, on Ancient. Had a really, really difficult time. Went 6 and 14. But, Turtle wasn't having the most of impact either. And again, we're seeing maybe less extreme, but similar kind of signs. Triple tunnels take. I like this here. A great way to try and utilize these weaker weapons. Huasso spotted it. Got to show some discipline here. Why are we fighting so heavily? Just drop the smoke and back away. He's got to know there's at least 2, and this should be the acceleration towards long, and that's why Lucan and Adam S are looking to take this space now. It's going to be kind of a bit of a reshuffle towards short. Nice find from Max, and now this is where the suppressed weapons will swing, obviously 2 of which being the pistols, 1 of which being Zoc's saved rifle.
Okay, all works out in the end. I was a bit nervy there for a moment, but 9Z will get the job done without suffering too many casualties. I mean, what's crazy is it's even sort of similar in terms of the way that the rounds are being played out and being won here compared to what we had on Ancients as well, where once 9Z had flicked that switch, they were just kind of dominating proceedings again. And it's kind of what we've gotten in these past couple of rounds that they've been able to fight their way back into. I mean, besides that round on the A site where Adam S gets the kill and there's just not enough time for the defuse, these past 2 rounds have been convincing. It's going to be a gun round to follow for Bounty Hunters, but this may very well be 3-0 into 5-3 into 7-5, just as we had on Ancients.
Yeah, obviously, though, 9Z, they are the favourites going into this series. Obviously, after taking their opponent's map pick in a very dominant fashion, moving to Dust, one that not only do we have far more kind of understanding of how they play, but I feel like they'll be feeling a lot more confident on as well. I feel like 9Z were expecting a 2-0 after that Ancient result. I think Bounty Hunters, they just cannot capitulate. They cannot kind of fall flat here because I think the problem for them is they had a bit of success on Ancient. They had kind of the slight back and forth. Obviously, had the lead for a couple rounds. But the issue is it just wasn't consistent. They just weren't able to kind of find much form, obviously, in that second half or any form in that second half. So hopefully we will see a bit of a better performance. But their CT on Ancient was non-existent. And obviously, their CT side on Dust is actually a little bit worse in comparison to their T side. So I guess that's a positive that they can take away. Nearly, 2/3 of the time, their T sides are victories. Or the rounds of victories, sorry. So I think when you look at that, maybe we're feeling a bit more confident for Bounty Hunters.
Yeah, that's an incredible stat to have, man. That's one of the highest win rates I've heard of on the T side of Dust too.
Yeah.
You got to match that though by saying 9Z 62% win rates on their CT side, which is also pretty damn good. Let's see, how does this first half end here? 9Z lead the series 1-0 after great performance on Ancient. Can they get it done in 2, or will we see the light of day on Inferno?
Yeah, I think Bounty Hunters can't even get a second
punishment
thought.
there.
Yeah, important. Look, Bounty Hunters, they feel a little bit locked in. They don't really know where to go. Kaiser is close towards tunnels. We'll get the pick back onto Huasso. Double long setup again, though. 9Z looking to capitalize towards short. No utility here for the CTs. No defuse kit either. This retake's going to be near impossible. And this is why maybe Zoc feels like he needs to take this fight before the players have crossed, because if that bomb goes down, the round gets really difficult. Look at Martinez. He's in a great position here. Missed shot, actually. He's got full utility, and he's going to have to use that util to try and keep himself alive. He's got 2 flashes, a Molotov as well, and this is where Max kind of just needs to come to his aid. But there is going to be a play here through tunnels from Kaiser. He's posted up with the
time for that, though.
Yeah, no, I know.
Gonna have to get a move on here. That's why Zoc's already starting to poke and prod up long. He doesn't have the luxury of waiting for all his teammates to get into the perfect position. And he might actually catch the timing here. No, he's been spotted on the cross. That's key info from Max, and he can relay through to Lucan. And now it becomes really difficult for the CT side. Lucan is just farming, man. It's been a great half from him. Kaiser's gonna do his damnedest, but it's mission impossible. Adam S will seal the deal. And that, once again, will be 7-5.
Yeah, look, I feel like Lucan had some decent moments on Nuke. Obviously, was one of the top performers when it came to the kill. Or Nuke on Ancient, sorry. Top performer when it came to the kills, not the highest rating, but Lucan was very consistent. It felt like he was kind of getting the odd double kill. It was kind of doing what was needed. Yet here, he's a different beast. He's already on 18, already surpassing anyone's frags throughout map 1. He's looking really, really strong. And obviously, we know that the T sides, it's far easier to kind of have that kind of one-man team approach. So maybe we'll see a bit more success from Bounty Hunters in this second half. But in the same vein, we're now going to have Martinez on the AWP. This is where he's going to be far more preferred. You know, CT side AWPing, you'd imagine it's going to be a lot of a much easier time. But 4 players on the side of 9Z with negative KDs. Less of a team performance, but still the rounds are going their way, and we do see that 7-5 scoreline.
I mean, it's just Lucan got a backpack full of 9Z players right now. He's carrying these guys, and he's looking damn good while doing it, just from start to finish in that first half. Bounty Hunters with a big pistol around here to try and set the tone for the second half. Both teams now on their favored side of the map. You can see those Thunderpick odds just massively favoring 9Z to finish it off, and why wouldn't they be?
Honestly, I feel like 8.0, that I don't want to say is a bit disrespectful, but yeah, I feel like, look, it's a 2-round difference.
Well, we're not saying you should take a punt, guys.
No.
If there was a world,
trust me, my predictions are always crazy.
All right, well, let's see here. Big pistol run in store to kick off the second half. Flash and a smoke in play towards long. It's going to be a later long take, and the timing of this is perfect because Huaso's just left Adam S, and he's not going to be able to get back in time to help him. Although he does. I lie. They both find a frag. Huaso's doubled down. The difference maker. Can't finish off the last player there, but he gets the reload, and he's still alive, and he swings back in because now he has a teammate. That's insane.
It's like a pistol DM. Just flying around long, finding triples. Freak. 1v4. Glock in hand. Spotted. Not found yet, but Max is positioning. First kill of his life. 9Z, they get 8. Oh, tough one. Right, let's pretend the Bounty Hunters, they go for the Force, they win the Force. Are we thinking, even if they have that scenario unfold and they go 8-8, are we thinking possibility?
Yeah, definitely. I fully back Bounty Hunters to stand a chance to still win the game from here. Oh, Kaiser. What's going on there, then? This is intentional. In a really important force buy round as well.
Don't knock it till you try it. The R8 revolver is a weapon of mass destruction.
That's a big kill. All right, I'll have to wait and see. I'd like to be proven wrong. I don't share the same sentiment, though.
Oh, it's more of a mean gun.
Just to, like, tilt your opponents?
Yeah, 100%.
Let's see. It might have its moments in the sun here. Oh, Lucan's all alone. Lucan's going to step out, and he won't be able to drop the first and the second single-handedly. His teammate's so far away. He takes matters into his own hands, and he says, don't you dare buy that R8 in a round against my team.
Yeah, look, I feel like once this kill comes through from Turtle, that's where the round becomes quite interesting, but... Look, players caught with util in hand. Lucan just gets a great timing, but Lucan 20-8. No one stepping up to the same level on the side of Bounty Hunters, and obviously we've had some important stints from Huaso as well. But look, he's got 20 kills. Who cares? Doesn't matter if you're Adam S with 6 or Max with 7. Same with Martinez. Your new guy's doing a lot of work. Let's just see what we can find around him. We don't really need to do much. I mean, look, we praise Lucan heading into this map, and I think or into this series, and Lucan certainly has provided. Eagles coming through, okay, the Eagles. Finding picks.
Okay, tasty.
So
I'll eat
isolated,
that up
yeah.
all day. Lucan, well, he had that forced into him. And it is going to be the 3 casualties in
Quite
the round,
damaging
which is
round,
actually
yeah.
pretty damn good there for the T side. They'll take that every day of the week in the eco.
Martinez
Problem
can
is
get an
they're down
AWP, though.
5-10, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, it's the same scenario. They lose this round. It's going to be 12-5, and they just lose the game. Are we sure we're not just watching back Ancient and we're wearing
It's actually crazy how it's followed the exact same sort of trajectory.
Yeah.
Right?
But again, it's just the thing of Bounty Hunters. They finally win a couple rounds. They get themselves victories against a couple full buys, and then 90 realize, okay, let's not lose to these guys. We're a much better team. Let's just play the right style of CS. And not only are they kind of operating with that game plan, but they've also got someone like Lucan who is absolutely destroying 21-9.
Yeah, what a game, mate. What a game. I mean, the next closest on his team is 10 kills. The only other guy just kind of scratching on double digits. Look at this for Bounty Hunters, though. They've got all 5 players grouped up, ready to go into this B bomb site. Martinez with the awful find that first frag for free. He's going to go for more, but he's missed the follow-up. This is where Adam S has to come into the equation, though. Martinez has done his side, but Adam S will go down without a kill. Martinez alone gets burnt out the round, and Bounty Hunters have done it.
He wasn't even blinded. Look, I think you run the risk of playing kind of atop the boxes there. I don't know why you're going to go for that decision with an M4. Look, I think if you've got an MP9, I completely understand it. And obviously, why don't you just play from car? It's a much better position. It's a much more overlooked angle. And the problem is it's such an awkward fight there with the M4. Even if he gets one, he's going to get traded. Because at least from car, he can kind of back away into the kind of the cubby behind. I don't know. I feel like there has been some slight missteps from 9Z. And look, okay, yes, Martinez gets the first, unable to secure the second, but we need to see Adam S getting at least one there. It's disappointing. And that's where, I mean, if Adam S gets the kill, then someone has to go looking for the trade, and then Martinez can get a second. That's kind of how it works. A bit of a pivot, a bit of a bait and switch. But the fact that Adam S doesn't activate means it's never going to happen.
To be fair, I think that Martinez should have gotten 2 shots off there. I think he should have been able to find a second kill.
Yeah,
because he gets the first frag for free, and then he gets a second shot off, but he doesn't connect. But you're right, Adam S definitely had to deliver something under pressure there as well, and he doesn't. And that means now there's no AWP going into this next round. This is Bounty Hunter's opportunity. They've broken the streak of what had happened on Ancient, so they've said it's not going to happen here again. Not twice in a row.
Yeah, speaking of twice in a row, it seems like Bounty Hunters are going to go for that same approach. Quite heavily stacking towards B. Turtle's taking a huge risk here. You will think twice about it, and I think that's the right decision. Okay, yes, no one is currently defending towards middle. I say that as Max has taken up that position, but yeah, there's no real need to kind of so heavily look to push through a smoke, take a big risk. Turtle in the flames, down to 67 points of health now. Setup looks pretty decent here towards B, and that is going to be the game plan. Adam S, if he can tuck hit, the timing on the snake could be everything.
Where's he going to set himself up on the bomb site? Who's going to take the contact? These are the key questions right now. Because they've got 3 players fully committed into this B bomb site right now. Turtle's the only one trying to pressure through middle. And here we go. Players charge their way forward. They've got that lurk smoke still in place. It's going to be so much damage done. They're aware of Adam S's position, but they're not expecting Max there as well. Still, somehow, they've been able to trade evenly. Max has no ammo. Max has no health.
How is it the 2 rifles?
Full side control.
Yeah, look, Max is meant to be the kind of I guess the joker of that B defense. He's meant to be the one that kind of is swinging out with the MP9. You're not expecting him to be the one to have stability. There's 2 rifles defending. How can they not find anything? And the big issue I have with it is the flashes come through, and instead of just tucking, instead of just waiting to be unblinded, they're just spamming through smokes while blinded. And that's the issue. All they just need to do is have a strong setup. They can't cross paths. You've got a good enough setup, but we just see that a bit of a spam coming through from Adam S on the backside. Lucan as well. It seemed like he got caught in the utility. Bounty Hunters. This is far, far better.
Yeah, they're giving themselves a good fighting chance right now. And also think about how much they're conditioning their opponents with these 2 big B hits that have both fallen prey. Even after 90 had 3 players on that B bomb site. That's the huge problem there, is that Bounty Hunters were running into a stack and they still make it look relatively easy.
Yeah. Well, the issue here is all that Bounty Hunters now need to do is they just need to run a default. Because 9Z, a triple B setup didn't work. They clearly don't know how to defend the B-bomb site, so they're going to have to take space towards long. They're going to have to control middle, maybe even lower tunnels. And in doing so, they're going to throw so much utility, so many players. If Bounty Hunters just opt for a fairly simplistic default in their next full buy versus full buy, I think they have a great chance not only back into the game, but a chance of winning it. Because you have so heavily conditioned about B, so realistically, 9Z, they either have to go for a crazy 5-man, 4-man stack, or they have to take space elsewhere. There is that space being taken. They have full control of middle, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be a B play again.
Another B hit though.
Yeah, why not?
Exactly. And there's
Honestly,
nobody home.
I don't mind the scrim approach from Bounty Hunters. Just continually go for B executes. If your opponents can't deal against it, then why change?
Yeah, and like I said, it's only just going to be playing more on the mental of 9Z going into that following gun run in terms of how they're going to set themselves up and what they can expect in the round. Martinez does get one. There's an AWP picked up for Luke and always missed his shot though. That was a key shot right there. If he connects, then there's a whole lot of pressure on that B bomb site. But unfortunately, he doesn't, so he's now going to have to head for the hills. And that will be 10-8.
Yeah, look, I think keeping this AWP, keeping this rifle alive is always going to be important with these types of scenarios where you are in the lead. And I feel like because they can not only not need to reinvest, but it means in the future kind of half buys and minimalistic investments. There might be the odd MP9, there might be the odd hero rifle, because they need to keep Bounty Hunter's finances pretty slim, because when you're in this scenario, you kind of want to be in a spot where you just win one round and then the finances are a little bit muddled, because that's all they need. They need one round, that gets 11. Obviously, an investment will be seen from Bounty Hunters. If their money's a bit broken, 12, 13. That's all that needs to happen. So 9Z, even in the rounds that they lose, if they can try and keep their finances strong by going for continual saves, or in these half buys, just get a couple picks, maybe find 3-4 kills. Still, the odds are so heavily favoring 9Z.
You're not wrong, though, that 9Z aren't so far from still just winning this map outright and with that the series. But the problem is Bounty Hunters have now won 3 in a row. 10-5 reads a whole lot different from 10-8. This looks much better for them. And these rounds have been pretty damn good for Bounty Hunters as well. Let's see. Have 9Z got it in them? Because if they lose this, then I reckon they start to break a sweat.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's where kind of we might see another tactical pause called or something like that, because you are going to be slightly worried about it. It is this triple long take here from 9Z. I said that they're going to have to play a little bit more aggressive. They're going to have to look to push on out. Players caught off guard. Dot gets a free double. 2-man advantage seen. So much damage dealt there as well. This has got to be a round found here from Bounty Hunters.
Oh, job's done, and I love the change-up. I love the change-up in pace and direction. I mean, 9Z were never expecting so many players to just be charging out towards long so early on in the round. They get caught with their pants down, man. Util, our players not looking, not ready at all. AWP even misses the follow-up shot. And now they're going to go into this B-bomb site. Martinez might just get sidelined. He's never expecting this.
Oh, okay.
He lands the leg, the tag on the cross, but he's almost just lucky to get the warning that he needs to get out of there. But there's nowhere that's safe right now for the CTs.
No, not at all. Not at all.
And this is exactly what you're talking about. Is even if you're going to lose the round, if you can at least keep majority of your players alive, you can just afford to continue to invest. Nice shot there from Kaiser, though. And they're locked in.
Money's looking pretty good for Bounty Hunters, though, and I think, obviously, I mentioned how 9Z, they're in a spot where, yes, they're only a few rounds away from winning it, but their finances are going to be an issue as well. And Bounty Hunters, we're already getting to a spot where we might be saying they can get invested until the end. There's not that many rounds remaining, is there?
Yeah. Oh, get out of there, Martinez. Yeah, duck down, mate. Oh, my goodness, giving me heart palpitations. 10-9. And they will be able to afford the reinvestment here across the board for 9Z, but Bounty Hunters have drawn within 1.
Yeah, 9Z, though, they are still in the lead. They are still in the investment circle, as we've got the buyout, obviously. Obviously, with those couple kills coming against Bounty Hunters, that might create some caution, some difficulties for them in the future. Turtle feels to force the HE grenade. Max has gone and retrieved a second HE.
This is such an important round because 9Z have been sitting pretty for a long time here on Dust 2. Ever since going down 5-3, they then went up 10-5. A streak is 7. That's all behind them now, though. Yet to see them win a gun round here, right? In the second half, I think.
Yeah, no, 9Z. They've fallen a little short. Turtle has taken a lot of damage from the utility. I like this position from Martinez. Oh, he spotted the utility dropped, and this is where we could see the kill come through, but the missed shot. Once he drops that util across, Martinez just should say double scoped on that angle. Maneuvers to car now. The positioning actually of Hawaso is brilliant. He's tucked behind the left-hand side of the door. Oh, he's going to go searching. This could be brilliant. The bomb's dropped outside B tunnels as well. Oh, man. If he's going to have to go back towards A, he either goes through T-spawn or lower tunnels where Hawaso will have the easiest frag to find on him. There's 33 seconds on the clock. Turtle's dropped into CT, but Max can find him. It's a B-split with a flank coming through. Look at the positioning. Lucan, 25 seconds on the clock. Lucan just needs to stay alive. We'll get one. They're going to hear the steps as well. Lucan gets another. The bomb can get taken down, and that's now 11 found. And it's the first round that Bounty Hunters, they create such a kind of an unnecessarily complicated round. Do they need to be throwing that kind of A play into a B play into the kind of the late mid? They have no control of long. If they just hit towards A, honestly, I feel like they've got a decent chance, but they just overcomplicate things, and it gives that next round away. Money for Kai's is tough now. Zok can drop 2 AKs and still by himself.
Yeah,
this is the issue.
It's costly. Yeah, exactly. Go ahead, mate.
Yeah, look, 9Z, if they win this one, money's broken. It's the 1.9 loss. There's going to be a full investment from Bounty Hunters. And look, I think they've realized it. Look, we're going to have to call a pause here. If we lose this, it is done. And the odds have even more become outstretched because the finances for Bounty Hunters are make or break. They lose this, it is done. Obviously, it's not done for their chances in Thunderpick overall. But they go to that kind of lower bracket where things can get really treacherous. And obviously the team waiting for them being keyed stars. And as you mentioned, that game's going to be playing, pretty much straight after this one.
Yeah, that should actually be a banger. If we get... It is the winner's match later on, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. It's the winner's match later, but then the loser's match is...
Tomorrow?
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Interesting.
I like that system because if you've lost your game today, you're not forced to play a best of. Like, let's say you play the second game, you lose you lose that game, and then you have to play the elimination match straight afterwards. Now you can kind of reset between days. Either way, it's going to be another pacey long take coming through. This time, there won't be any fatalities. Oh my god, that's spray
so much damage onto Zok as well. Look at Max's positioning. He's taking so much space. Zok's being held, but it's going to be this aggression towards long. Players are so low. Smokes drop, but Hawaso can get one onto the USP. He's going to send the HE grenade. He spots out. We need to see a switch from Nuke, and he will find Mayan, though, an important kill there. It is still this 4v3. It is still man advantage for 9Z. Mayan's got to be really cautious. Yeah, look at Lucan.
Really brave. You're never going to expect this, or are you? Mayan is jump spotting the corner for the moment. Smoke starts to fade. Lucan is now fully committed. Mayan on the fallback will go down. Massive balls on Lucan to make that play, but super intelligent.
Look, it's a 2v3. If Bounty Hunters don't find a pick in the next 15, 20 seconds, do you honestly just look to save?
Well,
not anymore.
There goes that conversation. The only thing Zok really has going for him right now is that he's in the belly of the beast with a little bit of time. They may not expect him here on the opposite side of the mid doors. Might be able to thread the needle up to the B bomb side. I don't even think he should have gone for this kill. He shouldn't even have shot at Martinez. He should have used that opportunity to scale up onto B undetected.
Now he's been
However, he has decided to compromise his position. He's now been spotted. Yeah, I wonder if he's just trying to maybe get out of dodge and carry the AK across. This is impossible for him to win the round from here, surely, with the limited time on the clock. He's gotten the kill on Lucan, but you've now got Max, who's going to get onto the box. Max needs to be careful. No need to fight there. He will, and he wins the fight and the round, but that was still risky.
Honestly, though, I do have to say, I think surely Zok is going to be under the impression that they're going to be playing passive, looking to deny the plant, and maybe not look for a fight like that. So maybe it's that kind of risky play that actually is quite well thought from Max, because if Max looks for that fight and dies, the round goes the way of Zok. So Zok's probably under the impression of, okay, well, if there is going to be someone here, they're going to be towards ramp, they're going to be towards Goose, they're going to be towards long. They're not going to be peeking me from CT, or at least you'd assume they wouldn't.
Yeah. I just love Lucan's play in particular in that round there, man.
Oh,
just playing
100%.
around the smoke there, to the confidence to just set himself up on the front lines. They're never going to be expected by his opponents. And now it's the broken buy for Bounty Hunters. They had a nice little revitalization, that little streak of 4 here. I mean, they had what? The streak of 5 on Ancient, they didn't win another round. They had a streak of 5 on the T side, or the CT side of this map, didn't win another round. A streak of 4 now on the T side, that streak's been snapped. Can they get back to winning ways? Can they get the wheel rolling here from a static start? They have to win 3 in a row. It's a tall order. It's doable, though.
Yeah, obviously the real issue is, look, Max is 13 and 13, Hawaso 12 and 11, Adam S neutral, same with Martinez. Lucan is 25 and 12. This is the huge issue that Bounty Hunters have really struggled to deal with, is just the impressive and kind of able Lucan is. It just looks so good throughout this game.
Yeah, from start to finish throughout the entirety of the map, right? He's just delivered. He hasn't dropped out or cooled off at all. All right, Bounty Hunters, they're setting themselves up for an explosive B hit. They're going back to what was working for them earlier on in the half, but this time Lucan's over on B. That's a scary prospect. And here we go. Util starts to rain on in. It's that lurk smoke being thrown again to try and give them some cover pushing into the bomb site.
Oh, and that's how a spam through the smoke is meant to look. Adam S is going to take a note out of Lucan's book there. And Adam S is in a great position. 1v4. Game is done. Series over. Hawaso, he's aware of him in the smoke. Surely, Freak will find one, but Adam S will put the game to rest. Lucan 27 and 12. What a performance there. And obviously, 9Z are second victors in Group B. Obviously, we did see a bit of a kind of an exciting back and forth for both halves, where we saw actually 5-3 for Bounty Hunters, but still didn't matter. Obviously, victory found from 9Z, but kind of thoughts and feelings after that one, Matt.
Well, first of all, I mean, we've spoken about it at length throughout the map already, but what a display coming through from Lucan. I mean, this is, like I said at the top of the broadcast, this is his 3rd stint with 9Z, and it feels like we're ready for the 9Z Lucan storyline, right? Because he just played so well today, he looked really comfortable in the server. I will say there's still plenty of room for improvement with 9Z as well. There were some moments that just looked a bit scratchy. I'd say Adam S and Martinez are probably the 2 players who left the most to be desired for me throughout that series.
Yeah.
And Bounty Hunters, like I said, they had their moments, but having moments doesn't win you maps, it doesn't win you series. They needed more than just those moments, which is really all we kind of got out of them. So yeah, like you say, that means we'll now have Flamengo going up against that 9Z roster, and then Bounty Hunters who will have to play against Keed Stars in that elimination match tomorrow.
Yeah, obviously, look, we've still got another game this evening, as you mentioned, Flamengo against 9Z. I'm excited for that one. Obviously, we'll be kicking off in about an hour and 15 minutes time. I'm not actually too sure who's going to be on the broadcast for that, but I'm sure whoever it is will bring a banger to the broadcast, and I'm kind of going to be quite excited to watch that game myself. I'm sure I'm going to have it either on the second monitor, or maybe I'm kind of watching it as I'm trying to get...
for the day then?
Yeah,
Do you have, like, I don't know, man, you like Sadis, you just, 4 BO3s for the day, done casting. Let me just throw some Brazilian Counter-Strike on to finish off
I'll just play some DM, watch some Brazilian CS, you know, just in the evening.
Don't touch the grass.
Yeah.
Come on, brother.
Well, no, it's been 12 hours of watching Counter-Strike. What's another 3,
For the love of the game, I got to respect
it. Yeah, exactly. Obviously, though, that is kicking off in about an hour and 15 minutes time. Beforehand, though, we're going to jump to a break, but that's goodbye from us. Hope you enjoyed. We'll see you in about an hour for that next series.
Well, welcome in. My name being Why Not, joined by M&J, who's been around the block on casting as far as today is concerned. We're here in South America to close out for Thunderpick, though. We've got a pretty decent game, I will say, up ahead of us for a multitude of reasons. But first of all, how you doing and how are you looking forward to these games?
I'm good. I'm I'm glad you took the reins. We didn't coordinate who was bringing us in, and I was like, if I just sit there and look at the camera, I pray. Yeah, exactly. It could have been awkward. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. 9Z taking on Flamengo. It's going to be a little bit of a sort of David and Goliath game, isn't it? But I don't know. Flamengo have been pretty good recently, so maybe they can cause a bit of an upset, give us a different result to what we saw last time round, which was only a couple of weeks ago when 9Z made light work of them.
Yeah. You mentioned the word maybe. I think that's a pretty big word when it comes to this competition, in particular between these two guys, because obviously 9Z having struggled a little bit in the recent months to about a year now in stabilizing their roster as well as balancing out roles and making sure that everybody is comfortable with all the changes that have come through. And little by little, I'd like to say that at least I'd like to hope that they're getting into that kind of a stride, as Martinez has been picking it up a little bit more over time from what we've already expected him to be, a pretty high-class opera against most levels of opposition. But with these players that now surround him, it feels that they're also rounding themselves out just that little bit more, but they've got a long way to go before they climb back to where they once found themselves. Yeah,
I still can't really get my head around the fact that Adam S plays on this team. It just really, every time I cover 9Z, I just go, oh yeah, I kind of forgot about that. And it's bizarre that they've imported Romanian talent all the way to South America, and he's not even really playing all too well. You know, he's certainly not the star. Lucan's been putting up some really, really good numbers within this team. He's definitely the one to look out for, and Peak as well.
Supposedly he does speak Spanish, though. So
right, yeah, I'd imagine
Portuguese.
So. Right, yeah, I'd imagine so. I would be surprised if they were communicating English or Romanian. That would be crazy, right? But yeah, so it does sort of surprise me that he's not been putting up better numbers. But I think there is like a massive meta shift when it comes from sort of going from European to South American Counter-Strike, and maybe he just needs a little bit more time to adjust. We'll have to see. But yeah, these guys have been pretty good recently, and against just generally higher calibers of opponent. I think that's sort of just a symptom of them being a little bit higher in the rankings and whatnot. But yeah, there's a few key pieces to look out for here, isn't there? And as you say, Martinez has been playing a lot better recently.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that's pretty good about Adam S is that he actually does scale sometimes against better teams. I'd say he actually performs a little better than he would against the worst, where he doesn't have very much of an idea of how to play around, I guess, maybe more chaotic versions of Counter-Strike. Obviously, mentioning the European to South American switch up, it's definitely a big one. And looking over to the other team in Flamengo, who have also just recently made a little bit of a roster move in order to bolster their firepower. It's been History, who's now slotted in for Misfit, we can so see, as well as the fact that he's stand-in for him actually somewhat recently. He was kind of I guess good enough to the point where they were like, well, maybe he's an option down the line if we ever do need. And I guess we kind of have fallen into that in these recent times. He's certainly been looking pretty decent as of the last best of three that we'd seen against Keed Stars. He put up numbers that were worth the while. And against Keed Stars again in a best of three following the best of one where he had shattered them. Also looked pretty decent, but nothing to really write home about. But against Martinez, the guy we were pointing the finger at, he's going to have to be better than Misfit if they want to even justify bringing him on board.
I guess so. It's nice to just see sort of younger talent in the South American region. Obviously, History sort of bounced between Fluxo a few times. We've seen his name at some of the higher levels of South American CS. But I think one of the things I always point out whenever I come and do South American Counter-Strike is not just the average age of every team is like 27, right? And that's great, and that brings lots of experience. But it seems like the scene in terms of developing younger talent has really sort of stagnated a little bit, and we're not seeing too many young players coming through. But History's 21. He's definitely not hit his ceiling yet, and there's definitely room for him to develop and improve and find himself on better and better rosters. So yeah, I think this would be sort of a good stepping stone for him potentially. And
yeah. I was just going to say that it's kind of weird to think about the fact that he's only 21. I feel like he's personally a little bit like older feeling, considering he's been about the same level of like tier 2 South American CS for the last like 2 to 3 years now almost. So it's pretty good to see him still floating around and getting opportunities as opposed to fading away into the distance with South American contracts barring him for a little bit at times. You know, this is not one of those instances. So let's take a look at the maps. We've got a lot of time, or not a lot of time to get into, as this game is almost upon us. It's going to be 9Z picking Dust 2, Flamengo on Mirage, Nuke that decider, and frankly, I think just wrapping it up neat and tidy, this best of 3 for me really does scream that 9Z are going to be playing a pretty comfortable game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for a team that haven't been getting all too many reps in recently, right? Only 3 maps that they've really played like a few times are these 3 on your screen. I think they've kind of gotten away with murder a little bit there, haven't they? Lucky for them, there was just parallels within the vetoes, so they haven't really been playing Trains. Flamengo's permaban. They haven't really been playing all too much Ancient. Flamengo have been really bad on Ancient. So, it just sort of aligns quite nicely for them, doesn't it? Now, to be honest, I think that if they were thrown onto an Inferno or an Ancient, something of the likes, I still think they'd have that advantage. But I think that these are the best 3 maps they could really ask for here in the veto. So they're going to be happy.
100%. And looking back on the result that they had just about that 2 weeks ago, it was Nuke and Mirage, which was the 2-0 for 9Z, despite it actually getting a little close, not like dangerously so, where it felt like once they'd hit double digits, it was still a run for the title. But at the end, it was a little bit closer than maybe you would like, but the scoreline I think is actually a little bit deceiving. It was 13-8 on Nuke and 13-9 on Mirage, but it was the T side in which 9Z actually had more rounds at the first half, 7-5. So losing out on the next pistol round and then just being able to fight through, that's not an easy thing to do, but they did it. They made it look good, and we'll see whether or not they can do it again later on, perhaps. But Dust 2 being the newest into the folds between these 2 rosters, we'll see what they've got.
We are ready to get underway with Dust 2 here then, and as anticipated, 9Z will get that T start. Flamengo want the defense, but maybe concern to come as they were previously potent, as you say, on this attack. Early doors trying to lean over towards the B tunnels. Xbox smoke, I think, was just blocked there, so it lands a little bit awkward. It's not going to merit Flamengo anything. No one's home, but I like the initiative. VSM's just going to drop the smoke off the contact. It might be a little too late.
Dropping a body and dropping another VSM. Attention taken away by the smoke, and they're a little bit blinded as the remainders come through. And then when the first can't find success, the rest will fall just the same. Well done from VSM. I mean, this is the guy that we're talking about regularly in Flamengo, honest and truthfully. This is the guy that you typically do anticipate to have some semblance of a say, and he barely even has to adjust his crosshair as they fly in one after another to the same elevation. Third player, the easiest of them. The fourth, however, jumping around that bend. The crosshair displaced just enough to find the man who was cutting them down to size, but when their fifth is nowhere in sight, the lower tunnels cut off onto the rotations. Well, they hoped to be a late round activation, instead late round desperation, and it'll settle in to find 1-0 and 9Z with Glocks and Glocks only.
Either way, he's done exceptionally well there. Even if they are on the same elevation and the spacing was such that it was easy enough to just pop those shots, it's always pretty daunting when you got 4 or 5 Glocks charging you down.
Oh, yeah.
Keeps his cool, pops the heads, nice and easy. Full eco here for 9Z, so no real silver linings to take away from that pistol round, justify any kind of investment. Should just mean a comfortable round here for Flamengo. Kind of about damage control, isn't it? You can maybe justify losing one of these MP9s, but try and keep one of those rifles.
Oh. I'm going to say that he was alone, and that gets a little bit worrying. Delbani, honestly, best case scenario, he finds 3 there. It could have been a lot worse should he not have been able to rein it in, but the upper at a distance, this is an only Glock round. I thought it would have been enough. I thought that would have been the finish after Delbani had found the multi, but frankly, anything more beyond this is a catastrophic failure. This is already a bit of a bummer as far as the round is concerned in general for Flamengo's economy moving forwards.
Yeah, I think I might have jinxed them a little bit with my damage control statement. They have well and truly failed there, right? And there's still a world that Adames gets a bomb plant out of this too.
God.
If he just sends it over to B, Flamengo a little too scared to split this down the middle.
He might even get a kill before he gets there if they're off their kilter here.
He'd have heard that drop.
Ooh, no way.
Timing's real awkward. It's a shame. Like a Kevlar there, kind of screws it. But yeah, that could have been disastrous. That could have been a lot worse.
Thought he was going to grab the kill onto VSM and then just hightail it to the site after he spotted the other guy dropping deep to the left, and that would have been something. I already see the AK-47s being brought out thanks to a couple hundred extra bucks being found from some frags. They get a little bit extra utility to top that off. They're playing up against SMGs even now. No AWP afforded to history just as of yet, which may have been possible if the SMG had been a little more lucrative in their findings, but a lot of utility already expended, and a lot of it being expended at long. It's already only a singular player with anywhere close to a full belt, so retake is going to get a little awkward should one of these guys go down between that point in time. 9Z are just taking their sweet time, awaiting for the long smoke to fade to maybe go for a late A split. Bomb is on the back of Adam S, and he's got a teammate by his side to buddy up.
Already about 40 seconds expended on this clock, and Flamengo having a rebuy on 3 in the last round are still on 2 MP9, so firepower will lean in favor of the T's, but it is going to be the numbers going the way of history. The MP9 behind the door doubles down. It's great trades and keeps the numbers in their favor, but it does boil down to Del Boney, the weight of the world on his shoulders as they come over towards A. Does he play his life and wait for the rotates? Is he going to try and take some kind of contact here? Molly into Gandalf. History disconnected. Oh no. Oh, that's a bad time for it. Such an unfortunate way to lose your first round, but yeah.
Thought he had the timing, and he kind of did. Ready.
You remember the first thing I said when I joined TeamSpeak? You remember the first thing I asked production?
Has there been many technical problems?
Yeah.
And they said,
no. I don't believe it.
You're Mr. Jinx today, dude.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe it's my fault. Sorry, history.
Sorry, bro. It's a little bit weird though, looking back to that long walkthrough. I was like 100% sure the guy on first entry had cleared the close corner first, like the hard left. And it looked like he would have spotted out the MP9 that was in that spot. But all good. I mean, they win the round even if by technicality. Oh, History just falls off the ledge right into his doom.
Well, this might be the start of better things. Yeah, cinematic. I shot Del Boney. If he'd have found another there, that would have been something pretty magical. So much damage has been inflicted, but still 3 alive. Cutsmeris wants to jump up. He could deny this plant. There's only a slither of health on Martinez. And my God, does that come close for comfort? One more bullet onto Adam S. In fact, pretty much anything. Throw a flashbang at him, it would have finished him. And then Martinez was left on 20. Flamengo could have stolen that away, but again, just by the skin of their teeth, it falls short. 9Z will tie things up and more than likely take the lead here, as there's just going to be a full eco.
These rounds are certainly interesting with how close they're getting and for what reasons. A disconnect, 2 players in the red, potential for a jump shot. Second round being damn near close to highway robbery. And the Glocks, and only the Glocks, no flashes or armor. Now, though, it's Flamengo who are on the back foot of that conversation. It's they who have to work with just pistols, and Max takes his time with the burst out onto the long range. Moret's not entirely aware of the fact that the A site could have been compromised in the first 40. And now it's just going to be a matter of getting a couple more kills with this weapon that was invested in for a reason. Max, he's going to make it look like it was for a good one as he continues to deal the damage and finish off kills that maybe his teammates had helped out on. You'd rather the MAC-10 be able to find it than anything else. Martinez already having the AWP. This pretty much just cements the idea that he will be able to get another should he lose his life soon enough, and Max finds 4. It might be an eco, but that's pretty clean. Might be timeout time soon enough. It sounded like I heard something said in chat there, but
yeah.
Early days timeouts on a CT side of Dust 2 or something I've been a little bit more familiar with as of late, and I think following this round's results, we'll see it in the gun round that goes after the fact that they shouldn't be able to walk away with any semblance of success as VSM is blinded, already softened. The nades are looking good, but Max's bullets look to be just that little bit better.
He's inflicted a fair bit of early damage.
Oh.
Has to be said. Oh, they kept the eco cleaner. than their opponents last time round. Denoco draws first blood, and just look at this, tucks himself away, lets VSM do the lifting for the second. That's a perfect little bait and switch. Gives him a 2-man advantage. Flamengo keeping this really competitive early doors. I was sort of expecting, with this being 9Z's map pick, with them starting on the T half, and to have a little bit more pace and assertiveness when it came to these rounds, but they're looking scared. Flamengo's causing them all sorts of problems. They will find themselves on a free A bomb site, but 2-man disadvantage on the post plant once they get these digits tapped in, and that's if Cuts Merits doesn't deny. Oh. It's a bit messy, but they should get it. There you go.
Even trying to bait them out farther into the site and maybe find a shot before the full stick. Martinez, I mean, he kind of understood that things were looking a bit dire. Look at this shot from Denoco, though. That's actually pretty heads up in how quick he's able to not only adjust his crosshair, not worried about his right side swing thanks to his teammate who has a deeper angle in a few seconds there, but also just the speed in which he's able to react. A good fight. That shuts down a lot that could have gone wrong. And also isolated another body. Ooh, the shoulder. I don't know if it's been seen. It seemingly has not, but a little bit late to the trigger even then is the Spaniard, but losing lower tunnels. Fluxo, this one gets desperate, but more fighting from the CTs. They've got so many bodies here. I guess they can afford and justify doing it. But is Martinez again being spotted as the barrel exposed? It's History who pulls himself all the way out from mid. He doesn't want to lose out on his life in a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, that's the thing. He had a really nice advanced angle, but at the same time, that 2-man advantage, you don't really want to take the risks. Martinez peeks out. He's a little bit quicker. The first domino falls, and this round starts crumbling. Max to accompany him with that AK, but of course he needs to be the one to try and take a bit of room to take that contact. They're out close doors, less than a minute on this clock. They've got the bomb to work with, but yeah, just out-of-date information. Map control that's kind of being handed to them, but they know it'll come at a price if they overstep. History misses the shot. It does give them a little bit more breathing room. Martinez has found a really big entry onto A, so yeah, they now do have a little bit of space to stretch their legs.
That AWP now has a lot of zoning to do once the players are made known. 2 from Cat, 1 from Long, extra late. Martinez has to turn about face at some time, but that smoke buys him a lot of it in order to do so. Now Max can play a little bit ratty, a little bit caged in behind that smoke where he's awaiting the arrival of the players with the kits. History being the one of the 2 of them trades at his teammate effectively, and Martinez is exposed wide enough to where Cuts Moretz, the patience in which he had foreshown, will be given exactly the rewards that he looked to reap a 4th round. And that's pretty much off the back of a really nice, slow, and controlled retake that could have gotten much more panicked from Flamengo, frankly.
I think they've done quite well to stay composed, as you say. Especially when Max was playing behind that smoke.
Yeah.
That was not an easy shot to hit for History. I mean, it looks pretty routine, right? But if he's a little bit off the mark, then what do? You haven't got another nade to blow it open.
Yeah.
You're not really going to push through it. So it's very important that he just connects there. It's just going to be the 1 AK on the other side. A hero investment as well. It wasn't saved from the last. No one else has got Kevlar, so it's not even like... Oh, actually, sorry. RMS has got Kevlar, so it could sort of be passed along the bus if he falls. That's why they're buddying up.
And it's been kind of hit or miss in this tunnels area for Huaso Peak. I mean, crucial kill missed in the last, where if he had cut down the mid-walk-up player, then they wouldn't have had nearly as many a problem in that late-round scenario, almost pulled back. But with that AK-47 now, knowing that the op's on the other side of this door and there could be another, he's going to have to be something special with the flashbang to boot. There's a molly in front, and he's not able to swing forward. Any more vision that he looked to gain will be cut between a sliver angle, in which History is much better for with the weapon of choice.
That's where the AK gets inherited by Adam S. It's a good little flashbang and a lot of damage being dealt. So BSM has to dial this back, saying it is not worth me losing my life and having to reinvest. And that's where history gets a little bit flashy. Swings out with the no-scope. I think it might have even been a quick scope because it didn't come up as a no-scope, but it looked like he didn't use the scope. And 4 kills to his name there with the AWP against the Eco members. Tidy stuff from Flamengo to push themselves on to 5. 9Z will come back with a proper buy now, but House of Peak, who had that hero AK in the last, floated down to a Tech 9 here. Also, Max has got a Galil. You've got a couple of boys lacking on util. This, when you start to peel back the layers, does have some contingencies.
Pretty regularly, the sniper will just sit towards Sui, hang out and around and about in anticipation of somebody to maybe go for a wider swing. That's a little bit awkward as there's already been a player who softened up in VSM. Delbani tosses a smoke, but at what cost? Now within one-shot headshot potential of that Galil, as well as the Tech 9 at many a distance. Waiting for a mid-to-B execution to come through for everyone to be in their places. Is at top of mid. I believe Martinez is going to send the flashbang over for them to go for such a split. And here it is. He's pulled it. Max will throw his own. A smoke between either side and a Molotov in the middle. Heads up from Dinoco, but just a little shallow as now Max can play amidst this smoke. Dinoco's going to have his work cut out for him. And Max is going to need to clear the IGL. He's bypassed Dinoco, and I don't think he realizes it. Lucan and Max both make it the drop onto them. Good free frag, though, and good reflexes, and his will be the same.
Yeah, surely. No way out of this for history. Somehow fights his way out of the corner. Adam S going to be kicking himself. He's not able to land the extra bullets there. Timing awkward and history. Oh, I'd like to see it from his POV, but a good reaction regardless from Martinez. Pops his head with the A1S. This round got really scrappy. Yeah, how history gets out of there, it's just beyond me. But a real shame that he couldn't hit that follow-up shot to close out the round. 5-4, and 9Z are back snapping at their heels again.
Yeah. Thought Dinoco was in a really nice spot to deliver them the round on a silver platter. I might have actually sat inside that smoke for even a little longer, to be honest with you. But trying to also ensure that history doesn't just get fragged and they lose the site. He needs to play supportively, so probably the wisest decision to go for it at that point in time. Lucan hears it, instantly reacts to it, leaves them with no other options but to go swinging after swing after swing from Spawn in particular, and he handles them just as well. So now you'll see a little bit more of a wider spread of fragging distribution across 9Z. It's still keeping this game competitive on the lesser of the two halves, perhaps. And Flamengo relying heavily on the new sniper. And trying their best to fend off what's been mid, cat, and B. More so than long. And realizing this, 9Z are going to take themselves in troves over to that direction. And they may just have actually walked into the belly of the beast, into the lion's den, as history is here. He's already playing well enough, but missing that first shot, softened by the leg, and no movement stability. A spray in which we'll only find one.
It's a brilliant flash from Delboni, but yeah, just sponging up 3 and only finding the one. Still leave things difficult for your teammates, but the bomb down in the middle of the site and a man advantage. Delboni able to creep his way back into the head angle. He's got the support as well, so if someone swings out, they face into both. Disorb tiptoes forward. Won't meet the fight in CT. In fact, VSM just sat in the long tunnels, making sure that there's no escape. They're sandwiched in. And eventually he'll pounce in from behind. So AWP should be recovered. There you go. AK as well for Dinoco. Happy days, Flamengo. Push on to 6 rounds. This is already a good half. They've got a very good chance at upgrading that further. And so far, they're absolutely, undeniably looking like the better team on Dust 2.
I would say so. Not for a lack of trying from 9Z, though. Doesn't look like they've been deflated or anything, but just diffed a little bit. Hit a little bit of a difference in some of these moments where finding 2 or 1.5 kills in scenarios where others may find none have been a bit of a higher ratio from Flamengo, even in situations where they lose, you know, harkening back to that history 1 versus 1, that he was stuck in the site and had to fight with his back off the wall. Obviously not converted, but still in the back of our minds as a reason to believe that he can, in many instances, be that player. Delboni will be responsible for holding off mid, as well as feeding information to his teammates that he's no longer got any vision, and that's the reason why they've got 2 implemented into the B bomb site for the defensive, as opposed to a singular anchor, an entity in which now he can rely on. Oh, meaty. Ooh.
Yeah, that is a chunky nade. Incendiary going to follow up as well. Doesn't bounce around the corner, so won't cook them just yet, but repeats their progress out. Failed run boost. I don't think it would have changed all too much anyway. They'll walk into the belly of the beast. Adam-esque will be the only one to draw blood. Everybody else goes down without a fight. Forced out alive for the CT side. Flamengo will be happy to brush off that one casualty. We go into the final round of the half. They have given us an exceptional performance. And actually, when you look at the couple of rounds that they've lost as well and how close they've come, you realize it could have even been more.
Yeah.
So this starts to get a little worrying.
The history disconnect round is probably going to be the biggest what if.
Yeah.
That definitely stinks when you're trying to build up some cash and some free rounds. But clearly it's not affected them all too deeply. Walk up the op where he's previously played both at mid doors and at long. Now he's getting unorthodox and they're seemingly holding for it, but obviously you're going to need to hit your shots pretty quick, and History dodges outwards. His teammate sent a flash, and it's going to be a good kill, but if History just stuck around, he may have been able to go for a much more volatile swing. Oh, now it's a lot of information for 9Z, but what do they do with it? Because honest and truthfully, it needs to be done quickly.
It's a big kill from Max, but he backs up and they don't realize Delboni. Beautiful bit of footwork to maneuver his way through the smoke. As Cuts Merits takes out the head of Luke, and Delboni follows up for 2 more. And Flamengo make it an 8-4 half on their opponent's pick. I said that this was going to be a bit of a David and Goliath, but David's punching hard. He's swinging right now.
A lot of individual agency coming out from these players, frankly. And that's kind of impressive. I mean, not kind of. It's very impressive to see how many a time that even just then, walking through that cat smoke, taking the timing onto max, but then also not overheating and trying to reposition and claim any further damage, communicating over that he's heard the other player who's bypassed him on catwalk. He says he thinks he has a timing. Kill him as soon as he walks up, please. The job is done. And it feels that Flamengo aren't necessarily one step ahead of 9Z. Instead, they find themselves, when 9Z take 1 step, they themselves take 2 steps ahead. Every move that 9Z had made, it seems they had a reaction.
Well, this second half pistol round, absolutely going to be an important one. I mean, to be honest, to me, feels kind of paramount for 9Z right here. Live odds still leaning in their favor, but they've definitely closed up since we kicked off our campaign on Dust 2. And yeah, things go from bad to worse if 9Z aren't able to convert here. Flamengo would more than likely push on to 10 and maybe beyond. Slower stuff for now.
Pistol rounds always get me a little bit antsy as a CT when I hear and see nothing. As opposed to everything. I'd rather see everything happening at one time, personally. And yeah, even that, I mean, VSM just going for a jiggle. It's just like such a nothing call to give over to your teammates in some aspects. But now that they've spotted players over in mid, that changes things. That changes things because now Martinez feels a little bit more comfortable in his own shoes to go for the duel because there's not too many players here. But then going any wider than that, maybe an overstep. Knows it was a mid to be oncoming. And now everyone trying to flood away from the B-bombs. They can find a frag. It's awkward, but the kills are found nonetheless. The redirection towards Cat also works out.
The quiet before the storm didn't last long. It's a hurricane, tearing the roofs off the houses. A man advantage, C4 beeping away. Max and Adam sort of butt heads in mid and say, well, nobody's here, and now we've got our work cut out for us. Max hasn't got Kevlar. There's no kit. Time is truly of the essence. And as first contact's made, VSM will pop another head. So Adam 1v3. It's one that I guess he'll go for. He hasn't really got anything to lose, but around that surely he cannot win. He'll hear Cud's Mirage from behind. Julie's looking to rattle off the shots, and eventually will deal the damage. So second half pistol go in the way of Flamengo. They'll reach 9. And for 9Z, it's difficult to justify a second round buy on your CT half, but maybe.
So many fights in this round are just so long-winded.
Oh, there it is.
Middle. There it is.
2 scouts.
That's fun. Oh, and the mid walk up. That's so deadly. I can't believe at that distance he's able to draw the bullets. As if he controls the metal, and another kill down on the wraparound. Janoko knows that he's got to be him. He knows he's got to be the man to bring this back, to rectify what has been lost. Calls upon his teammate who is deeper than he, and the scouts that you mentioned before have yet to even really be involved.
Yeah, they're miles away from the action, right? A great bit of mid aggression. It drops the bomb. Things get chaotic, but now in the 2v3, they well and truly have the wrong tools for this task. As what's seen as balls first, it is just going to be Max. Still 3 on his play, and well, he'll do the damage, but VSM returns the favour with a headshot from the Galil, 10-4, and Flamengo. Yeah, given how that round started, I think they've recovered it exceptionally well. You wanted to see how Alsopi got honed in at that kind of range. It's pretty crisp with the MP9. Yeah, sent back the other way. Very tidy. Double digits here for Flamengo.
This game is moving relatively fast in a way that obviously we've detailed that we weren't anticipating in full. But in a way, I mean, Flamengo I think you hit the nail on the head. They just look like they deserve these shots, right? Like they deserve these rounds that they've been able to convert. And 9Z are going to be kind of heartbroken to have to play at 11-4 with what could be their last buy, and also one which will not be very much so fruitful for them. Maybe even saving a gun and some armor if possible, if ever given the chance. This top mid position, I feel like, has fallen out of the meta in terms of PTs actually clearing it and abusing it. Certainly in these last 2 rounds have Flamengo, but there's that AK-47 save now made available to them. Okay, well, shut up, why not?
Alright, Lucan. Give us a couple more just to help us sleep tonight. No. Alright. Knew that the eyes were on him. Nerve-wracking. I don't blame him. I couldn't hit it.
Yeah.
11-4. Bit of a last hurrah here for 9Z, right? They lose this round, it's game over.
VSM gets the long spawn with the op. Now they're having fun.
I like it.
I love it.
Drops his flashes as well. Says, you know what to do. I'm flying up.
Want to see his POV. Blinded. Could have taken the shot. I thought that he had just gained his vision back, but I think the fire was rising as well. It's a shame. He doesn't take nearly as much damage as I would have thought, though. CT Incendiary. Omega Lol, one close in this corner, though, could be a dampening on this, where positioning that goes unchecked. We were speaking about before. This one, a little more potent in terms of returning to form and returning to this match and match up, as Dust 2 doesn't seem to have yet been concluded. We're not even at map point yet, and 9Z need to convert this 5 versus 3 in order to give me that semblance of hope.
Still a long road ahead, even if they do, but you're right. It is a must win.
Starts with 1.
Yeah. Then 2, then 5. Then we're almost there. That's merits. Looks through the door smoke. Nobody to be on the other side of it. We max around this corner. They do have a smoke for CT. Whether or not they want to deploy it's another question. There's 3 over towards the left side, though, so they are in for a little bit of a nasty surprise. It's Max on 1-for-1. That's all he really needs to do here. ADAMS will deliver at least the same, possibly the chance at a second. And, there it is. Lovely stuff, history. Nothing he can bring with the AWP. There's 11-5, 9Z. Yeah, they hit that win condition. They put their first foot on the ladder.
Neat and tidy in a bow.
You know that.
A 4-player live conversion is about as, you know, big a smile as you can put on your face if you are a member of 9Z right now. If this game were to go on any more tragically, would have been pretty bummed, but here's your time to make a statement and say it wasn't just a one and done. Dabani, the only player with out a rifle in his hands. Fully automatic is that AK-47, and DESEMPREGUEIDOS will let you know of it. Burning out himself, locked away. Any more contact to Cat? It was all a sell for a fake, but they want to just very quickly, once again, shift into a B split. And, you know, it didn't work out all too well last time, but last time they didn't get a pick onto the sight holder with the West weapon.
All this timing. Nuke. Can't quite catch it, but he's going to keep him busy. Not for long, though. What a shot from the AWP. If they waste any more time there by the doors, it becomes really problematic. But with that, it then becomes plausible to go for the round. They're going to try and route in through the tunnels. It is just going to be the one. It's Lucan on the other side of the doors. One big prong that works in tandem. Delboni has to shut it down. Doubles up as history trades back, but just cannot convert for the last. And Lucan will hit strong and just in the nick of time get that defuse in. 6 rounds on the board. Another one that comes real close. That's an important conversion.
That might even be an understatement. I mean, the B bomb site in a retake scenario, man. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
But again, making it work and keeping themselves above their opponents who are now sinking beneath their debt. Got to take a few moments here to reflect, and good God. A few moments is all that it'll take for the pin to be pulled and the nade to explode in the face of 2. One having expired themselves, the other not far off of it, fast from Martinez, and that's all that you can hope at this stage in the game, for him to get warm like fish in a barrel, up catwalk, a slow crawl and creep, and he will tear you limb from limb. Only one left. And a good little round for them to just get some confidence rolling to what was already a bit of a dire situation. You string along a couple of convincing ones and then top it all off with an eco slapped right out from any possible bomb plant. Here we go.
Good time for Flamengo to call a pause here, I think. Yeah, talk things over. A couple of these rounds have come really close, but close doesn't cut it. Delboni's had a really good map. He's 21-11. We keep seeing these multi-kills. We saw him actually take that Deagle entry out onto the B site and then a double kill to try and fend off the retake. Many of his teammates had mashed his freak. That would have done it, but yeah, maybe we need just a couple more magical moments out of him to get it over the line. Here we go. Round number 19. Still absolutely paramount for 9Z. This is a really, really important round. HE is going to give him a little bit of cover to just play forwards. Doesn't pull the trigger, but just dancing around. Anticipates the short peek. That is brilliant from history.
Really nice, and also a really cool idea. I think I haven't really seen too many a time with that HE to distract and just get up and to where maybe a player pushing lower will be like, oh man, how did he get there? And speaking of how did he get there, good God, how did we get here, dude? We just blinked and missed the round practically. Already through mid doors in the first 30 seconds or less. And also Peak's just asking himself, what am I supposed to do now? Where am I to go? They're everywhere.
Clutch the round, broski. Hey, Chi. Here's a start. It's a slam dunk onto Delboni. Caused them all sorts of problems earlier on with that tunnels aggression. Found 2, but the AWP will finish off the job. Flamengo hit 12. I think that'll be a little bit of weight off their shoulders already, just to say, right, okay, worst case scenario, we go OT. There's that Delboni double that we didn't quite catch on the cams. Yeah, brilliant stuff. 5 chances to close this one out. There's not going to be heaps of cash here for the CT side. There'll be enough for a decent buy, though. All out on Luke. Any man lacking is max down to the 5-7. Simon on the peak. Ever so slightly off again from history.
He leaves this top mid, or rather, I guess, he excels beyond this top mid position a lot sooner than Martinez was on their T-half. Whether that be by design that he sits there for a little longer than maybe history would or otherwise, but I can say that you've seen Flamengo certainly take the next step in their plan a little more in pace, in time. This 5-7 is going to need someone to come and help out, but bringing the Molotov and looking to figure out the kill. No go, what an absolute whiff. He loses his duel. They lose another player at the corner, however, thanks to how honed and zoomed in history was quite literally onto the possibility of the wider player on rifle. And now Lucan, he finds himself with a sniper just as well, and he's been known to be a sniper in his day. You'll see what he can do with it.
Very aware that someone might be tiptoeing below that smoke. He's absolutely right. But can't react and flick down. Cuts merits. As crisp as they come. Dropping with the AWPs, maybe a little ambitious, but it's probably not going to matter as VSM will execute from behind. And Flamengo, wow, you know, they're not all bark. They really do bite, and impressive stuff from them, to be honest. I thought, you know, when we saw some early rounds, I was thinking, all right, well, there's a bit of something here, but do they have the substance to actually close it? And the answer is yes. That was exceptional.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, this is a rare instance where against a team about as good, if not obviously better, in 9Z, when Flamengo are playing up against that level of competition, I don't think I have ever seen a game where VSM isn't the number 1 or 2 player, and it looks as good as it did. That is really interesting to me to see that be pulled through in the fashion that it was. The opponent's map pick, the AWP is looking really good, integrated into a system that's effectively brand new to them and to him. I have to say, I'm pretty happy about this one. As far as the South American Counter-Strike goes, I think Flamengo have given me a big smile on my face.
Well, they certainly should have. And they've got the opportunity to close this out in 2 bites now as well, right? Their map pick and Mirage up next. I'd be surprised if they 2-0 this. I'm kind of expecting 9Z to have a 10-minute pep talk, dig deep, and take us to a third. But, yeah, Flamengo have definitely come into this series on some top form. So maybe we will see 2 bites.
Yeah, we got Mirage in just a little bit, like you say. So we'll see if they can close out there. Or, I mean, 9Z, we'll see a little bit more of them from the CT side, perhaps. They're going to have to in just a bit.
Welcome back, everybody. We are just about ready to get underway with map number 2. Flamengo caused a bit of an upset on the 9Z pick. And now are your ever so slight favourites to take this one. Fast Molly into window. Lucan.
Oh my.
He's going to just right through the smoke. Okay, first blood. Good start.
Yeah, they don't want to really wait that much longer given how that last map had ended. They very quickly want to show themselves as a force on the, obviously, the map pick of their opponent if they're to trade it out. These dual Berettas, long and labored again are some of these pistol shots. This time on Mirage and this time Wildcard. But Martineza, knowing that one player may be low, wanted to back a nade off this wall. Be careful with how much you want to actually invest into the timing of doing so. But cuts Moretz, speaking of timing, is lurk from the A site. Red, eventually, Lucan, the first and last to find kills in this round. Finds himself a pretty nice little trophy in that USP, as well as a first round. I guess that's pretty cool, too.
Yeah.
Oh, it's his USP. He dropped it out for a Glock. And back over again.
Indecisive.
Knows what he likes, I guess. He went back to it eventually.
Yeah, all that. Force by hit for the Flamengo boys. Interestingly, History doesn't commit with the rest of the team. He's got a bit of util, but keeping around 1500, so he can go for that AWP in the first buy round. MP9 over presses, gets valuable info, but loses his life and doesn't find a single kill. Lucan behind the triple box. Needs to kind of go big here. 1-for-1, won't cut it. Danoko takes another, and Martinez trying to play through the bench smoke. This is all going wrong, Tony. Pick's just been flashed. Really needs to. I will convert it.
Looked much more comfortable there when he had gone for the second fight, seeing that they were so tight. I think he knew that they were some capacity scared in the low HP. That'll be a good entryway. BSM not ready for what could have possibly have been a late Palace flank, and at a distance picking up the M4A4. Wildcard redeems himself for what was a wee bit of a whiff in the pistol round with a triple kill here to rectify what could very well have been a spiral out of control. But a bomb planted, and they could opt to go for another force in, but I think they may just be best off with Tech 9s, a little bit of utility scattered and askew, and trying to maybe get a bit of a bonus.
They gave that a good go. That was a 4 versus 2 as well.
Yeah.
Shame that they weren't able to get it across the line. Okay, they are going to fully commit to the investment here. Kind of interesting. I was on board with you as to maybe just seeing some more pistols into this one and then having everything to work with in the next. But the bomb plant kind of gives them enough. History goes glass cannon. 3 rifles cuts Meris down to a Tech 9. Not a lot of util, and the HE is going to do a lot of early damage. I'm not the biggest fan of this. That's History gone.
SM maybe a little bit pressured actually at some point if that A-lurk comes in. But no, actually they've pulled the player back over towards spawn. Martinez meant for the rotate, and clearly for the right reasons.
Timing, big kill. Can't quite land the flick onto the second player top con, but he's got Max there to support. Oh no! Oh, that time is unbelievable. Lines up the crosshair with the leg before he pulls the trigger. Danoko strips his head off his shoulders. Delponi's going to tiptoe up, look towards short. Now we'll take the contact with the jungle man. That's Max now down, 3v3. And this round is well and truly flipped on its head. Flamengo. Bayer criticized a little bit just a moment ago. So far, so good. They're making it work. Delponi follows up for another. Lucan on a big trade, though. Cuts Merits now with 2 more to find, but he's been fed the first. He had a decent idea. The second was maybe coming in from underpass. Yeah, he knows what's up here. What a read.
Yeah, he's just going to sit here. Waits ever so patiently, but how much patience does he possibly have in his body with 3 HP? 7 seconds on the clock. The no-scope needed to be the one. I'm a little bit surprised even Wildcard didn't just preemptively spam that wall, but all's well that ends well. Up recovered, and Wildcard again the one to bail them out.
Such thin margins. That round literally comes down to half a second if he stays on that angle longer. It's easy stuff. In hindsight, maybe could have gone for the plant, but I sort of know, and especially when that time pressure was on at the end, there was no way he was going to be allowed to get away with it. Get back on that angle with the AWP as well. Flamengo, this is just relentless, isn't it? With how close these last 2 rounds have come, they go for another force this time. Met with a bit of resistance. 9Z, great flash, great push. Lucan will draw first blood. What can Flamengo do here? Just into window.
That's bomb.
Oh, that is the bomb. They can hear Cutsmerit's burning in the molly as well, so I think they've got a pretty decent idea that maybe someone was being boosted up. Was a good flash, though.
Oh, no. I thought he had it. Oh, that sucks. He has to leave the position now, too. Everything gone wrong, but could have been so nice. Curious, though, that Adam goes wider here. I was going to say, if he gets that tag done onto him, he might be a dead man, but Lucan's there to support just as well from a distance. 2 for each of them. BSM 1v4. Well, I guess it does all start with a head removed and a bomb to be planted without anyone to swing to stop it.
A little bit of extra money will do them some favors. Now they got the loss bonus coming as well. It's stacked to the max. VSM backs himself in a sandwich. There's surely no way he can isolate all 3, but I was expecting a first with Adam being so low. Doesn't convert. 9Z onto 4 rounds. It's another one that you can kind of add to the tally of reasonably close, but it did feel a little more convincing from 9Z. I like that aggressive prod that they went for in the ramp early on. Just that flash over the top, knowing that Flamengo haven't had too much early round ramp presence. So, yeah, likely they might just catch out a lurker.
Getting a little hot in here for Flamengo.
Yeah, seems that way. I'll call a pause. Cool off a little bit.
Good to see those. Somewhat missing from the last map at key junctures, must be said. Not necessarily from them, obviously, because they were the ones in the driver's seat, but good to try and realize and recognize what the next move may entail. Rifles out once more. Cutsmerit's on the Galil, and utility looking at least okay. There is certainly a vision that can be had with this, so... Martinez, also not really being a driving force to shutting down a lot of these instances, is, I wouldn't say worrying for Flamengo, but something that they need to take into account. You know, that the AWP is the least of their worries in most junctures of these rounds.
Yeah. Who's still going to rain over?
Ooh!
Pause. Oh, that is monster damage. Adam S is a little bit exposed, and his teammates have left him high and dry.
Yeah.
Second con smoke going into place. And feel like they could safely fight with him, so give him up. They'll give up the man advantage with it. Minute 10 on this clock. Delboni might be able to catch crazy timing and get a freebie here instead. Denoco ends up next on the chopping block. Flashbang's good. House of Peak. How do you fight your way out of this?
Ooh.
I mean, going 2 for 1 is really the best you can ask for there. Oh my god, what is this round?
And it's VSM to trade around every point. Martinez, he pulled off of A, anticipating it was going to be a B hit considering all the information that his teammates had garnered, right? But nope, not anymore. VSM, the one to bring them that chance. Catwalk is where spam out through the smoke doesn't need to be held by VSM, so he can still just train his attentions on towards either jungle or CT. Dangerous game they both play. No utility for the post plant, but for the retake, they've got a plethora of it. Do they anticipate there to be a double ramp setup, or will VSM go around the world? No, back to Palace.
I think it sort of makes more sense, but yeah, at the same time, it is a position that he could have just turtled up into from the start. Might be able to catch the timing, though. It's the awful cross. There you go. Hold towards ramp. Peek out. Merits will be able to trade. It's a nice shot from Martinez, but doesn't have time to pull that bolt back and adjust for the second. As soon as you get that rifler out of the equation, there's just nothing the AWP can do. a better round from Flamengo, but one that came in a real messy fashion, flanks upon flanks, and yeah, just positioning that gets that one over the line, really.
Flankers flanking the flanker's flanker. It was literally one after another. It felt like somebody got the drop put on to them.
Around the wild timing. Bizarrely, that breaks the bank. It's just a testament to how close all 4 of those rounds really were, right?
Yeah.
4-0 up, you lose 1, money's gone. All wide open here for Flamengo to get back in.
I mean, obviously, BSM would be the guy that you would trust with mid. Dinoco. The man with the SMG coming up from underpass may have a couple of bodies to fight through, but I guess BSM can be given some free kills on top of it thanks to the SMG's inflicted HP. 10-5 is his kills and death ratio, but Dinoco's damage rate will probably look a little bit better than that would lead you to believe. Money would have been pretty cool, but not really something they're hurting for at this point in time. On the come up, History gets his sniper for the first time and has not looked all too hot on anything else in this map in particular, but we know what he was capable of delivering on the last, so let's see. This is exactly what he needed in order to get reinvigorated. Okay, he's gone.
Yeah, he doesn't even let you finish bigging him up, right? Just dead within the first 15 seconds.
All good.
Maybe next time. That's going to pull the plug on the app's presence as well. And just met with a lot of early util. It was enough to pull the plug. And boost one up onto the site. And I think if any contacts made elsewhere, ADAMS will be quite eager to just leave the MP9. Still scoped in though. Locked and loaded. One below the balcony. Minute on this clock and a smoke's going to come in just to bide further time.
Kind of weird though. They're really hinging on this mid player before getting their push through. It's 3 players Palace. There's nobody to pop them.
Luca's playing on the other side of this smoke. Next couple of seconds. Start to realize no one's home.
Oh no!
Timing on that. Absolutely massive. And Luke only going 1 for 1. Doesn't feel like it cuts it. VSM wasn't even the man to activate from Connector. He's just here to try and cut off rotations that don't even attempt it through mid. Instead, all 3 from the CT spawn. This gives Flamengo a lot of leverage.
I feel like it was much more realistic. Play a little deeper from CT spawn. That's a big avoidance that could have just been the round much better found. And Lucan didn't need support from ramp. He needed it from the Palace walk up. Now, though, he's got a line. Talking of elevations, he's not really afraid of whatever there to play. Customer Red's AWP that's been retrieved is pretty smooth on the adjustment up towards ADAMS, which he had thought he'd gotten closer to the bomb. He's right where he wanted him. Flamengo approaching the tie-all.
That almost
History
felt
gets
like
another shot.
bored or impatient, right? As you say.
Yeah.
That late in the round, there's absolutely no need to be exposed the way he was, but yeah, you start to sort of get a little bit complacent when there's 20 seconds left and you think, oh, well, they're not hitting my bomb site. Surprise, surprise. What with their pants down. And we'll take a pause here, but there isn't really money to buy around this, so things should sign up at 4 apiece.
Should.
Yeah. I'll hold my breath.
Last time we said that when all they had were measly Glocks, we held bated breath. But I don't think these Desert Eagles are going to be able to really group up as easily on a CT side. Someone's going to have to be an individual mastermind if they're going to want to have any shot at taking guns out of their opponent's hands. And right now, Adam's been pretty solid in many of these instances, you know, bouncing off of Lucan pretty regularly as well, and Huaso Peak filling in any of the gaps Martinez barely has to activate. He can sit as a stationary turret. So I know the formula was working out and making some pretty mean results earlier, but now we might need to spice things up. Maybe not now, but next round.
Yeah, this one here should be clean cut. Denoco making sure of that. So wiped out early. Denoco still barreling forward. Not really expecting anyone else to be on the B-bomb site. They'll stay vigilant regardless. As the bomb then comes to join them. I'm not sure they were expecting to just breeze onto B so easily. Oh, very nice shot from Max. I guess the mission now just becomes to try and hold on to this AK. Side quest activated. Doesn't look like anyone's going to go hunting. Flamengo have got their own economic woes to worry about.
Yeah. Got our own problems. Seeing now the AK-47 maybe actually... Oh, I was going to say boasts up the ability to buy an AWP soon enough. The loss bonus is hit 3? Or am I mistaken?
I think you're right.
Let me see. Martinez can go for one without head armor anyway, because Max doesn't have armor, so... If they want to do it, I'm not surprised. Yeah, alright. Pretty good, pretty successful. Could have been a lot worse, especially when you're only meeting up a tie-all game with a couple more rounds left to be played, so... Silver linings there. Mirage, a map that typically does come down to the wire in the half, to where 6-6 is a usual offender. Wouldn't be mad at that at all as either team, really, no matter what you do next with it. Good spray, even despite being blind, and I don't know how the hell he gets away as healthy as he was.
Yeah, eventually bombarded with the nades, but even the drop there does a decent chunk of damage, so... Yeah, I'm surprised by it too. Do they know about the second man down below? I'm not sure, but Hasselbeck hasn't got too many options, has he? Either go back through mid and into the smoke, or try and catch a timing here through underpass. He does do that. BSM will be found. Molly into window. He's now going to be watched like a hawk, though, so surely no escape. Oh, he's mollied himself.
So Peak trying to be refragged.
Ooh.
Still as sharp as ever on some of these headshots, and particularly on those steps, honestly. We've seen him hit a couple of those, but B-side has been wiped. In the time in which he had delayed for so long, they've made a new avenue of opportunity, and they've helped their way forwards and past anybody from 9Z who looked to hold things down. And I think with Martinez at the top side of Con, I think the save has been called, and rightfully so, but what a shame.
Felt like he had the info on the apps players quite a while ago. It surprises me that we didn't see a slightly earlier rotation, but I guess it wasn't like a safe call, was it? Hadn't seen the bomb. Going to be a 5th for Flamengo either way, 9Z. They'll have enough to buy, actually. Yeah, looking at Max, have got a bit of cash in the bank. There'll be the opportunity, of course, for Vladimir Martinez to drop over as well. They'll have a pretty hefty investment going into this next, but it wasn't the money, it wasn't the firepower that was the problem in this round. It was a combination of other things. Most importantly, losing control of that B site and not finding the opening kill in mid. I agree, while fully blinded to land the short jump and do as much damage as he inflicted on the spray, Lucan's kind of got the most that he could ask for there, but still coming down without a kill. Cause him some issues. This time round doesn't want to make the same mistake. He'll cross into sandwich. Good position.
They're gonna walk out Balp. going to jump a little bit haphazardly over to Sandwich, and the transition, the spray in which minimal bullets between 4 and 5 leave the chamber they will connect, and he keeps it even single-handedly. Now, CT retake, all are there, but so too could be said for Flamengo, who will be the more successful of the groups, though, as VSM, a monster mechanically, knows that at least 2 are from that area. Easiest of them is the first there. Adjustment onto the swing from the left or the right side as the pistol is pulled from Martineza. It's Adam S, who takes good off of the distraction.
Yeah, we'll just tie things back up again at 5s. Money not going to be an issue for Flamengo. Lucan has done exceptionally well, as you say, to find 2. I don't think they win that round without that double. Had left the A site pretty vulnerable, to be honest. He was that anchor, required support through the bench smoke. Didn't manage to get anything out of it. That's why he had to find the double, just to sort of trade out his teammate. Round number 11, look. And the weapon's out again. Lucan, he's really versatile, isn't he? He's sort of all over the map at the moment. Trying to have early impact this round, won't be able to find it. Adam S gets dinked, somehow still alive and kicking. Do they have a HE for him? Oh, they do, but they throw it deep. Either way, VSM's managed to take another.
Adam lucky to get away, but loses his teammate moments after the fact, so at what cost was his escape granted? Walk through this app's position. Huaso Peak's been so unpredictable. But he's between 2 players. There's a player in Dinoco who's deepened into apps. VSM, despite the one who has to go and retrieve the space for the bomb, he'll find the kill, turning a split second in which Huaso Peak is exposed. This guy is lights out at this point in time. He's turned on, and while he wasn't the star of the show on the last map, he's warmed up and ready to take center stage of Mirage at 15 and 8.
He really has taken center stage, hasn't he? No one else on his team outputting even really half of the damage that he's pulling off here. History, who's had a quiet map, has that AWP out for the final of it. Well, the final of the half, I should say. I can post it on short. Only deployed, playing behind the flames. It's just quiet stuff. Boost into the window. Max is holding. The smoke starts to fade. He'll be aware that it's a possibility, but again, VSM's drawn first blood. Martineza. Still not being given a chance. Needs to make sure he doesn't overstep. Delboni might see him. Big. Huge.
Massive. Gargantuan. Now the lone Adam S. He's witnessed it all unfold around him, but had to be a silent viewer, a spectator amongst the chaos. And the lowest HP of them is unfortunately the first in which he lays eyes on after they make their way through, and damage is incredible from him in this round and just barely unexposed to Martinez's scope. Bomb will get planted. They've got 2 flashes and an HE. Oh, and a smoke that they've thrown to lock them from Con for only moments, though. That HE's off the mark.
Yeah, it takes an awkward bounce off of the step, actually does. But a teammate damage. Doesn't blow the cloud open. House of Beat just says, screw this, I'm going to play through it. We haven't got time for this.
Yeah.
Neither have got kits. That smoke will go on the bomb. Is someone just going to commit to a full 10-seconder? No, they'll tap it. HG's going to blow it open. Sightline there.
Oh my God.
Shots from Martinez. I think there might be time on this. It's going to come really close. Oh, no, not quite. That's a real shame. Also, Peak will go down with the ship. Martinez playing for the KD, but 7-5 half, considering how that started. Flamengo have done very well to claw that back.
That actually looked pretty good to me as far as the time was concerned. I mean, how much quicker could you have been? Well, I mean, unfortunately, if they had just gone for the initial set of stick. But, you know, hindsight 2020. An individually stable and solid half for majority of 9Z. I mean, Max, honestly, truthfully, not really being given many a test, but it's unfortunate that when they do come or when he has to rotate, he's honestly been in such a wacky spot with how Flamengo have played out the round and positioned themselves where, I mean, he was the one who was bound to get the short end of the stick in any of those moments. Or a majority of them at the very least. So I'll put a little bit of an asterisk on his performance in that last half, but unfortunately there isn't really much time to make up for that unless it's pretty quick following a pistol round, seeing this gap. If it's any more wide, there's a created pathway to playoffs for Flamengo, and a real one at that.
Bit of revenge as well, right? Feels like somewhat of a grudge matchup. Even with history. Sat rock bottom as he is, they're making this work. I guess he's got a counterpart, a clash of trash on the other side. Max sat 2-11.
A clash of trash.
I'm sorry, I hate to be toxic, but
That's awesome, though.
we're 12 rounds in. It doesn't cut it. Danoko cutting him down. Big headshots. Flamengo don't even let him plant.
Danoko in a power position. Talk about how easy the shots were served up on a silver platter on Dust 2 for VSM. Yeah, I mean, it's a little easier even. Bro just had to click twice. He didn't even have to move his crosshair, frankly. So there you have it. Another one onward. And finding now another Glock round. At 9-5. Or when they'll start their return, start their come up. But they've changed their mind. They don't really want to screw with that anymore. No longer of an idea to walk through apps. Instead, back towards mid to where, you know, 1-for-1 with VSM, that's a pretty large player to cut into size. And history just wants this cash. Fly at him, dude. Just fly at him. Just get it out of your system.
Yeah, not wasting any time with that one. Nine to 5 though, Flamengo. Winning this buy round would put them in prime position to just close this one out. Itchy into top mid, Delboni. They'll take out the first again. Cuts Meredith, seen him on the jump spot. He sees him out the window. This gets a little bit awkward. He knows he's going down here, but how many can he take the grades with him? He's just going to be the one. Still, they trade in their favour.
Molly to default as Martinez just gets off of typing in the digits, and history holds the back left of that site to where the first, it was a little bit of a difficult target to shoot, but the double zoom, audacious, but Martinez can do no better than his teammate had moments before him. Very, very quick retake, not really letting them breathe. Sometimes that can be a haphazard decision, but I think amidst the chaos and how close they all were within proximity of one another, and Danoko was even still fighting, it makes sense. And bang, they find themselves double digits.
For 9Z, I guess that sort of silver lining, but a bit of a salty one is that loss bonus means that they're still going to have somewhat of a bite. It's a decent one, but really lacking on util too. Galil's fully reliant on firepower here. They got to try and make this work. Bomb's been left behind in the spawn. Oh, he's straight. A nice flick. It's not lethal, but it does the damage. Could be unconfirmed damage. I'm not sure he knows that he's actually landed that leg shot. I have a decent idea, I guess.
That, or he's saying to himself, how is he alive? How did I miss that?
Yeah, well. If it was me, I'd just pretend. I'd say, yeah, definitely hit him. He's 1
I
HP.
hit him. He's 10 HP, yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Bomb nearing the A ramp, and everyone else following in tried and true, as Adam is only the one to be on any sort of an extremity. Out towards mid boxes, just awaiting a rotation in the dying embers of this round, really, and history does not twice. This time, bagging. Lost OP. Okay, Lukin, though, another from CT spawn that he knows of, considering history was here moments ago. It's recent history, but one that will now be long forgotten as he's been fragged, and that's Maretz and Delbani on two different sides of the world right now in trying to pull this retake in without any utility. Although they've got the kits, so quick kills, not necessarily necessary, but kills from Cuts Maretz now, knowing that there's only one left alive. I mean, ramp is the logical place for him to be. Max on a jiggle, going wider and wider still, eventually exposes, knowing that the bomb is planted for him, only has to hit one more bullet, and there was a real world where he may have been able to finish the 34 HP captain in IGL, but that's the more important round for him to come alive with a kill or two. Finally, and there's 6.
I got messy. Just about over the line. We like the way they were sort of clearing these angles, right? There's these hard commitments to every peak. And yeah, Max kind of lucky that he landed the dink first time around so that it was easy enough to finish off the job with just 34 HP. I think another second there would have fried him. Either way, 9Z, stay alive, right? Losing that round would have been really bad. Flamengo. Still with enough cash. 3 and 4s come out. Guts Merit is down to a deagle, but History still got that sniper. He's had a really slow game up until these last couple of rounds, but he has come to life with it since moving over to the CT side. It's important that we continue to see that big green in play. Here we go. Fast control again into middle. Adam S. Full W.
This is a W plus shift now. Giovanni, awaiting the ramp crawl, actually is correct in his thought process, and Adam is now made known too. Does he go uncleared to Noko? I think he might. No, relatively hard as he get cleared actually, and waiting for a flash from a friend. And this one spells a save to me. I mean, VSM, you are not healthy enough to be going for much of anything here, my friend. What is the walk-up for? Really needing History to be the one to crack it into. You won't have a buy in the next round. As spotted. Okay, almost a freebie. Okay, all right. Well, I'd still pull yourself off after not being able to actually get the kill. Yeah, see you later.
Yeah, if you had a nade or anything else there, that would have helped out, but I'll pull away. We don't have the money in the next either, so.
But nah. I'm gonna head out.
Gonna be 7. There can't really be any kind of buy around these 2 save rifles, so unless they have their own impacts, then they shouldn't have too much bearing on this next round.
Yeah.
Very surprised if they go for some kind of crazy balls around it. Yeah, not the time for it. 2400 loss. The Flamengo's lead just narrows.
Oh, and an elevated History. I mean, the weapon that they needed to have an early impact heard around the world. Max removed, falling from above. And History, again, the best weapon for the job to be soft as he is now following that first endeavor. VSM, though, on a familiar territory, not so far off, has not been heard, but has been held by Lukin as the volley will have forced him forward or back. AK's irretrievable for a long time. Or maybe not.
That's merits.
Okay.
Could find a big timing here if he just walks all the way up. No one's holding for him. Lucan's going to take the contact, and yeah, opportunity missed. Smoke dropped. And disadvantage now. History could still be a problem, but he's in the wrong position. Denoco, the only man to defend here on A, and he's only got a USP. He'll confirm that they're all here, and that he needs support. Lands a dink, to be fair to him. But yeah, that is time once again to just pull the plug. Let 9Z take 8. They'll bring these weapons into the next. They wouldn't be able to afford an AWP otherwise, so it's a valuable asset. And of course, Cuts Merits can't buy an AK. So both with a lot of reason to just back off and save these weapons. Yeah, now the gap closes to within 2.
Ice water soup for dinner right now if you're Flamengo, if you lose these guns. Trying to make the best of a bad situation. R9Z in their come up, in their come back. And I think that they've done, at the very least, that. Made this one look much more competitive before it's been out the window. Well and truly. Sniper rifle beginning from history. I mean, it wasn't going to be enough to really inspire me into a full-on round win conversion, but he's going to get another shot at doing something similar. And they look very competitive. They've scrounged up enough. And 9Z, they're going to need to lose 2 rounds before they get financially reset, but losing even one of those rounds and allowing Flamengo to 11 is going to be a pretty feel-good moment for them. 2 HEs dropped through. Listen, there might be a peak with the offensive naps, and Nuke gets away with 3 players holding him? What?
Wow. A couple of little moments like that, right, where there's an ambitious peak, there's a lot of damage dealt, but nobody actually punishes, nobody capitalizes upon those opportunities, and that was an opportunity for ADAMS to draw first blood and find that opening kill, and he can't take it. Bit of a whiff onto Delboni. The numbers will go the other way. Lucan's low as he was from the start, but he won't complain about it. He knows he's lucky to be alive. Spirits will hold. Oh, the timing. The timing. That's painful.
Oh my God, just get out of there at that point. The smoke is a long afterthought. But somehow they're even still managing to win it thanks to what everybody else has been able to put forth. Delboni, a hero across the series, and it hasn't stopped now. Ramping it up on defensive, a double to bring them into a 3 versus 2 retake where both players sneeze on them and they'll collapse. 1 close right and 1 deep left as far as the bomb site relative to market is concerned, and Max will be the first of them that they need to find. A running maneuver from Denoco finishes out only the one that'll need, because Delboni, ever consistent, will do it for him. That's 11. That's a bomb plant for 9Z, and this is the game really coming to a head in this following gun round to determine it all.
As I know Delboni's molly there, thinking, okay, well, this can be an important asset, especially with 1 sat van low on health, and then no, Denoco just fully running guns out. He did actually pull out the molly just as a preemptive measure in case that shot didn't connect. Either way, 11-8 Flamengo, 2 away from the finish line. They have to overcome 1 more high hurdle, I guess, which is this 9Z buy. They can do so. Things get a whole lot easier for round number 21. Like map and series point, they'll be looking to close this out. And as you say, Bagham spells a spot in the playoffs. Ambitious from Delboni. Blocks the smoke, but whiffs the spray. Oh, man. Rough. I'll have to deploy another one, though.
Be too upset with that if they can just shut down player on one of these other extremities that are being held pretty aggressively. Denoco, namely, in ramp, just jiggling it out with 1 player on the other side, yet to fully extend. It's apps where Bomb is just chilling and finding as much info as possible before going for the final plan, the final call. Just under a minute left. That'll soon be realized in mid. Marat's timinged, but okay. You know, again, talking about information, that's actually less information for 9Z and more for Flamengo. Well, late Palace smoke. They're going to stack B. They're going to stack B.
Oh.
Because they had that ramp information. There's a player under balcony who's heard nothing in Palace.
Oh, man. This could get really messy. History is on the right angle. They just need to commit to this call now with 25 seconds left. All of the pieces in the right place. And well, history is just kind of doing it all. They don't even necessarily know about this third man. Marat's is just going to play time, 15 seconds. And as he's able to dispatch the AWP, he knows that the second's coming in from behind. It's beautiful footwork to just tuck himself behind the bench. And even if he doesn't find the kill, the round is still won. Denoco survives. And it is going to be map and series point here for Flamengo. A massive round win. An AWP will survive, but look at this hold on the B site. This is brilliant.
Marat's, man, instant movement and reaction, knowing that something's got to be happening around him. So heads up. Flamengo, I guess if there's one phrase I could use to describe them today, and I was alluding to it a little bit before on Dust 2, at the end of that first half, is just reactions, man. They're always making a move of some capacity, never stagnating. Even if it may not be the right move, that's something you can rectify later. Constantly making something happen. 9Z have yet to respond to it accordingly. A glass cannon in Martinez, and he's not been met with anything just yet. Instead, his teammate has been shoved a bullet down the throat of as the history sniper works out better for them. VSM unlucky to the draw once more, and they've gotten through so far deep into spawn to where the double up makes the A site a vulnerability.
Oh, Eagle shots flying. Denoco seems to just be able to block it out. Focus on the fight at hand when he runs out of bullets. That is ridiculous. The falling Deagle is what prevents this from being a 2v2. And a very winnable round for Flamengo instead. It's a tricky clutch, but the HE should be able to finish. No, AWP dances around the corner. M4 still pressing. This is ridiculous. There you go, finally. And he's just going to fall away. Oh, man. I kind of fancied his chances at the 1v2, to be honest, especially with how so low, but I guess no kit. Only the smoke. Has to be done, but it's going to be the first series point that they miss out on. It comes very damn close. Look at that shot. Absolutely crucial for House ODDIK, and he does deliver.
Thought Denoco was doing enough fancy footwork there to grant him time enough for his teammate to make the rotation. To be honest
on the
with you.
replay there, they actually hunt down the AWPer as well. So there's a double AWP setup on the T side, which is a bit weird.
Okay.
For Flamengo, well, they've gone for a force because they're double eco. So this is actually a bit of an awkward round. This is a weird round, and this is kind of the worst place that you want a double AWP setup, really, isn't it? When you're against 5-7s.
Lucan's weird like that, dude. I'm telling you. He's been like that for a long time. Ever since he was on 9Z, funny enough, initially when he played for this team. I don't know how many people are actually familiar with this roster or players, but no! Martinez is going to get run down. Amali in front of the box, but that will not stop them. They will run through. They can't really see you, though, especially with the fires that rise above, but no more than one kill, 2 drop. History's there. It's Customer with an AK-47 versus the second off in a nightmare scenario. May be realized right now because they're so low, they can't afford to help one another. It's Wasso Peak, the healthiest of them.
He's got the bomb on his back as well, and he needs to determine whether or not he's going to go join his teammate and play this 3v3 on the site, or whether he sort of takes matters into his own hands. But look at how much map control is being taken by Flamengo while he makes that decision. You know, Del Pony holding for the cross, but weirdly, there appears to be this info that maybe he'd already crossed, so Denoco has to clear the apps. As he does, that'll be confirmation that he's not home. The AWP can go back over towards A. And momentarily, They were out of position, but now the flank's coming in. The AWP scoped in. Delboni with a big shot. And Cutsmerit's in a brilliant position to deny this as well.
Call it a good day. Delboni might not hit his, but now the full trust put in faith to the 6 HP of Adam S. There's no time to plant the bomb. It's all hopeless. He's tossing out a nade in desperation to try and get something in the dying embers of this series. As Flamengo, they've done it. They've ascended into playoffs over a pretty decent favorite in 9Z.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you looked at those betting odds at the start of the game. My God. 9Z, your heavy favorites, just sort of 10 or 11 days ago, they were able to comfortably win this series in 2 bites. And you know what, it was a 13-7, a 13-8, or something like that. So, yeah, I think Flamengo have certainly been doing their homework. They came into this series looking a hell of a lot better. And I'm impressed with them. I'm impressed. I'm excited to see more.
Yeah, and, you know, talking about, again, that change into history, I think maybe not so much on this map, but, like, last map, a talking point constantly, this guy. I mean, he was finding impact left, right, and center for his teammates to flourish, in particular Delboni into VSM shoulder to shoulder. But even then, history, really the shining emblem of that one to bring us to a map advantage into their own choice, right? And that third, should they have needed it, we could have seen a history that would have been, you know, unbelievable given that momentum with the AWP on a map that really favors the fluidity of it. But we didn't see it necessarily on Mirage. But you know who did continue to deliver? VSM and Delboni. What an effort from those two guys.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And as for history, right, even if he doesn't deliver, he's still so malleable. So even if there are some teething issues, you can kind of guarantee that you're going to be able to iron them out. But yeah, massive stuff from VSM there. It was a really, really good map, to be honest, from Flamengo, and a good series. Especially there on Mirage, I feel like they had a lot of moments where their sort of backs were against the wall. They had these disadvantages and they were able to dig deep and still manage to convert. So, yeah, a lot of credit to them to sort of stay locked in and get that one over the line for sure.
Yeah, and commiserations to the 9Z guys. I think Lucan in particular was somebody who was doing as best as he could in moments where he needed 2 or 3 kills to even give them a chance. And he actually did pull away a couple of times with those kinds of rounds. And, you know, Huaso Peak being a constant thorn in the side on the defensive, walking through the apartments and through underpass and constantly pulling players' pants down in moments where, again, somebody needed to step up and do something a little bit crazy. And he did it. But again, it just falls a little bit short. That's going to conclude us for the day, though. That's the end. That's the finish for our series on Thunderpick, though. South America has seen 2 teams go on into that next stage so far from groups A and B. And looking towards the future, they are not eliminated 9Z. Instead, they play against tomorrow the winner of Bounty Hunters and Keyed Stars for the final spot in the decider. And that's going to be a pretty decent banger, I would say, too, if we get a rematch between the Bounty Hunters and 9Z, because that was a pretty fun one. But anything you got to say before we do it its justice and wrap it all up?
Not really. Thanks everybody so much for watching. I think that 9Z should still be able to get out of the group, right? I think they came into this one saying, well, statistically we're the best in the group, but we're definitely top 2. So even if we can't get it done against Flamengo today, then yeah, I reckon they fancy their chances tomorrow. But I'm sure they would have much preferred the break. So yeah, definitely one to tune in for, as you say. A Bounty Hunters rematch would be an interesting one for sure.
Yep, tomorrow you guys have more Counter-Strike up ahead of you, but for today, that's myself, Why Not, and M&J saying goodbye, as well as from production. Until you see you next, this has been a fun one, and goodbye. See you soon.